On ouvre les portes. Comme il est 11h05.
It being 11:05, the House will now undertake private members' business as indicated on today's projected order of business.
Consideration on motion M40, abandoned vessels, in the name of Mrs. Jordan, and on the amendment of Ms. Young.
Debate. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased to have the opportunity today to rise to speak on motion 40 regarding abandoned and derelict vessels, which is a very important issue in my riding of Courtenay Alberni. I want to thank the member from South Shore St. Margaret's for bringing this motion to the House. I've had a chance to work with her and her staff on this issue. In fact, I've been to her riding and seen derelict vessels firsthand. My children's grandparents live in her riding, who she knows very well, but we have something in common. We have an issue that is something that is a Canadian issue, and it's a coastal issue. I stand in support of this motion, but feel there is a need for actual legislation on this issue, Mr. Speaker. I want to make that clear at the beginning. Bills have been introduced in this House, in this Parliament, and previous Parliaments calling for legislation on derelict vessels. My colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, has introduced a bill that would strengthen the requirements of the Canada Shipping Act to make Coast Guard as the responsible authority for abandoned and derelict vessels. And in the last Parliament, Bill C-638 was introduced by the former MP for Nanaimo, Cowichan, Jean Crowder, and it was defeated in the House. Both of these bills have proposed creative solutions to deal with abandoned and derelict vessels in a concrete way. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to talk about how we got here and maybe talk a little bit of the history of how we're here. What I have in common with my colleague from the South Shore and St. Margaret's, as coastal people, we come from communities that are fishing communities where we rely on the fish for our sustenance, for our way of life. For many years, fishing was an occupation that kept coastal communities afloat. They fed our families, and it was a way of life. And over time, through mismanagement of resources, through lack of investments in science and boots on the ground, we had overfishing and lack of leadership, really, in dealing with our fishing. We saw the decline of the Atlantic cod, Atlantic salmon, Pacific salmon. We're seeing a 25-year decline of Chinook, and we had the lowest return of our sockeye salmon in the Fraser River this year. This led to a buyback program over the last few decades on the British Columbia coast, and I'll speak specific to British Columbia on this issue now moving forward. Basically, fishermen got pennies on the dollar for their licenses, and their boats were deemed worthless. And over time, boats, you could buy a boat for $500 or $1,000, and most fishermen they weren't able to take care of their boats. They didn't have a lot of money from the buyback. They didn't have the opportunities to maintain their boats. Also, at the same time, Canada was divesting through Transport Canada docks, and so there was increased costs for moorage for boats tied up to docks. So a lot of boats were being moored offshore, if you want to call it, Mr. Speaker, and also with many of these boats not being taken care of. We've seen a huge decline in taking care of our ships, and we're in a crisis situation because this has led to really a time where we are seeing our boats getting older and older, an aging fleet where people don't take care of them, and now we're seeing these boats sinking. And over the last 15 years, it's become a huge problem. So you won't find a coastal community, a municipality that doesn't have derelict boats in their community that are sinking. So it's become a huge problem. Also in British Columbia in particular, where housing is a huge issue and real estate prices have gone through the roof, a lot of people are actually moving onto boats for short-term accommodation and some for long-term. Some do it for a way of life, but most people are really buying a boat and living on it. So over time, fishermen that have aged, that have passed on, have their boats sitting out in the harbor. We don't even know who owns the boats, or people have bought a boat and they're living on it temporarily, and then they move on and they leave the boat. No one's putting bottom paint on the boat or maintaining the boat, and they're leaking. And in where I live, the ocean is so important for tourism, for our economy, for the health of our communities, for the environment and the ecosystems that we rely on, and really it's for our self-worth. We're coastal people, and when a boat goes down, people are confused. They're confused whose responsibility it is. So if it's a navigation issue or a safety issue, it's Transport Canada. If it's something that's going to impact our fishing industry, it's Department of Fisheries and Oceans. If it's an environmental issue, it's the Ministry of Environment. If it's ends up on the land, then it's the province of BC. If it's within the foreshore, First Nations are, they're desperate for some leadership. The local communities are desperate for some leadership on these issues. So, right now I'll talk a little bit maybe about what's happening in my community of Courtenay, Alberni. And just even 6 months ago, we got a call, and 3 boats had sank in Deep Bay, and they were tied to a flotilla of derelict boats. And when the divers went down to see about the 3 boats, to see if any of them would have an impact on the local environment, there was 2 other boats down there that they didn't even know about. So there's 5 boats sitting on the bottom of the ocean. And this isn't uncommon where I live. And they were tied to a boat that was listing, the Silver King, a 200-ton boat that had bunker fuel in it. And I went out on a boat with our regional director, Bill Veenhoff, the Nanaimo Regional District, and Chief Michael Racalma from the Qualicum First Nation. The Vancouver Island University Deep Bay Marine Institution staff came out with us, and a local business owner that employs 60 people. And now Deep Bay is a small community on Vancouver Island, but Bain Sound, where it's located, provides 50% of the shellfish in British Columbia. So if the boat went down, the Silver King, immediately the businesses and the research facility would have been shut down for a minimum of 1 year. So the impact is significant to the local economy and the environment and the community there. So we were really grateful, and I want to thank the government for taking action, because for 10 years we've been trying to get rid of the Silver King. And this government, I want to thank the government for removing the Silver King. So the Silver King was removed, and then we identified that Sir Wilfrid Laurier, another boat too, was sinking. And it took a long time, but the government came along and they helped us remove that boat too. But we can't do this boat-by-boat approach. We know that that's not working. In fact, right now there's a boat, Bluebird, the Bluebird 4 is submerged in water, but because it's not a hazard, navigation hazard or hazard to the environment, no one's taking responsibility for it. So we know that we have to do better at creating a plan. And I always try to tell people on land, imagine the analogy that you had a bunch of dead vehicles, but they weren't on the Trans-Canada Highway, so they're not Canada's problem, or they're not in regional districts' land, so they're not the regional district problem or the provincial problem, and no one took responsibility, and they weren't leaking oil, but they're rusty, and they're not having an impact on the environment. Who cares? Well, we know what will happen. Eventually, they're going to be an environmental problem. They're going to bring down the self-esteem of the community, and we need to do better than that. So I've outlined some of the concerns around that and the problems that we've had. But right now, we know that Transport Canada did an inventory of vessels in 2014 and found 600 vessels in Canada that pose a threat, 245 in BC that deemed a risk, and 59% of vessels on the Canadian Register of Vessels are more than 30 years old. So when I think about how we're going to move forward and how important this is, we live in a beautiful place as coastal people. We rely on our ecosystems. We know what it feels like to go to communities. And when I go to communities in my riding and I see a mast sticking out of the water, or I see a boat half full of water, I think about, the self-esteem of the community. I think about that. I know that devalues community. I think about the children. I think about, how do children feel when they see boats sinking or sitting on the shore and no one cleaning it up? I think that they feel that nobody cares, that Ottawa's pretty far away. So it's time for action, Mr. Speaker. And I will support this motion, and I hope that this government will adopt my colleague's bill. But let's take some action to protect the environment, protect our economy, create safer oceans, and bring back our pride as coastal people, as Canadians. Let's do the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to support my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's motion on the management of abandoned vessels. Indeed, in Quebec, in the Montérégie region, we have a case of an abandoned vessel, the Catherine Spirit cargo ship. The boat's been tied up since 2011 on the banks of Lake Saint-Louis, and it's the section of the Saint-Laurent between Vaudreuil-Dorion, Montreal, and Châteauguay. I have received over 130 emails from my constituents who are concerned about the environmental risks that the Catherine Spirit represents. And I tip my hat to the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, who has furthermore raised this issue in the House several times before I arrived here. The process is now been taken to eventually dismantle the Catherine Spirit, and it's been a complex case because the wreck contained a considerable amount of pollutants. Happily, the vessel no longer poses any environmental risk because the majority of the substances were extracted in 2013. Even though the Catherine Spirit has always been carefully monitored by the Coast Guard and it doesn't currently present any threat, neither for the environment nor the population, it did create a lot of concern for residents and has harmed their sense of safety. Mr. Speaker, the tabling of this motion is an excellent initiative because it is intended to ban the abandonment of vessels while encouraging responsible practices by vessel owners. It recognizes the importance of proper management of abandoned naval vessels. It clarifies and broadens the role concerning the Government of Canada's responsibilities in terms of abandoned vessels as well as their owners. It urges the government to tighten up the regulatory framework for vessel owners. And finally, it proposes setting up preventive measures that will allow for a reduction of risks of abandonment of vessels. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide you with a chronology of events in the Catherine Spirit story to demonstrate how the spirit of this motion may have reduced the complexity of this story and how it would prevent similar situations from occurring in the future, particularly in terms of environmental risks that abandoned vessels can pose. In 2011, the Catherine Spirit was brought to Lac Saint-Louis by the Groupe Saint-Pierre scrap metal dealers. This cargo ship was then tied up on the banks of the Beauharnois with a view to dismantling it. As the vessel contained pollutants, the community was opposed to its demolition and the plan was cancelled. In 2012, Groupe Saint-Pierre sold the Catherine Spirit to a Mexican business, and that business intended to tow it to Mexico. That project, however, was delayed. It was at that point in time that the first concerns were expressed in terms of the future of the vessel. In 2013, the Coast Guard assessed the state of the Catherine Spirit and found that there was no pollution in the water. However, it ordered the owner to extract the pollutants. Then the Coast Guard continued to regularly inspect the vessel in order to determine the risks of pollution. In the fall of 2015, the Mexican business in question declared bankruptcy. It said that it intended to abandon the vessel in Lac Saint-Louis, and that is how the Catherine Spirit became the responsibility of the government. Since then, the Coast Guard has always monitored the vessel to ensure that it was not accessible by the public and that no pollutants were flowing from it. But clearly we had to find a solution. With the coming to power of our government, Transport Canada, under the direction of our minister, was immediately seized of the file. As of January, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Coast Guard invited the City of Beauharnois and the City of Montreal to an information meeting And then our government took its responsibilities in hand, setting up a working group made up of representatives of the federal and provincial governments, as well as representatives from the municipalities of Beauharnois and Montreal, in order to find a permanent and safe solution to the problem. The working group had 3 options presented in May. It wasn't as simple as that, because each of these options had risks. That was to say, to leave it in place, to dismantle it, or to tow it to another location. Afterwards, particularly faced with the risk of the capsizing of the ship, the working group and the experts were of the opinion that it should be dismantled in place in a dry dock. Our government, therefore, directed a business to build a dam around the wreck. This work, which should wrap up by January, will allow for the dismantlement to happen safely by the spring at the latest. So, Mr. Speaker, after 5 years of waiting, the population of the Lac Saint-Louis Basin can finally see some light at the end of the tunnel. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary, my colleague from Acadie-Bathurst, the Ministers of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Coast Guard, as well as the Minister of Transport, for their hard work on this file. But the Catherine Spirit is not an isolated case. According to Transport Canada, there would be some 600 abandoned vessels lying on the shores, in navigable waterways, or on wharfs across the country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support my colleague's motion, because she seeks to clarify the responsibilities of the Canadian government and also the owners of these abandoned vessels. This is very according to their areas of jurisdiction. She is also talking about our government's leadership in terms of protecting marine areas and coastal areas. Mr. Speaker, the adoption of this motion would not have a direct impact on the case of the Catherine Spirit, because our government has already taken the necessary measures to deal with this problem safely. But as my honourable colleague just said, we can't be dealing with these on a case-by-case manner. And the motion is intended to recognize the necessity to ban the abandonment of vessels through the relevant legislation, to incorporate an educational component to the government strategy, improve identification of the vessel owners by broadening the scope of the Canadian Register of Vessels, and by looking to set out measures under which the vessel owners would be responsible for the cleanup, and that would go very far to deal with preventive measures in the future. Mr. Speaker, if these measures had been in effect before the Catherine Spirit was abandoned, the government could have managed the situation much more rapidly, and the people would not have had to suffer the same fate. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this motion will ensure that the authorities will be able to act more effectively to deal with these kinds of difficulties caused by other abandoned vessels in Canada, while allowing them to prevent any future cases occurring in the future.
And I think we are seeing support on both sides of the House. We would be exposing ourselves to other risks and other cases of abandoned vessels that would not only pose a menace to our communities and to our environment, but to our country as a whole. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Whoops. We have a problem. 1 second. I'll consult with the table and find out what's... Yeah, we had some changes that didn't show up on my list here. The honourable member for Dawson, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to speak in support of motion number 40, and would encourage all of my colleagues to support this motion as well. I have the pleasure of working with the sponsor of this bill, the member from South Shore St. Margaret's on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, and I'm very glad to see she's putting legislation that is of importance to her constituents as well as having a national impact. That is why we are all here, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to applaud her for moving quickly to try to get the government to take action on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, even for those of us who do not live on one of our coasts, it is easy to envision why abandoned vessels are a problem for coastal communities. These vessels could be anything from end-of-life freighters, large boats, or small recreational craft. There's obviously serious and imminent environmental damage that can be caused from these vessels, especially those that are reaching the end of their life cycle. This can be from an immediate leak, a slow trail of debris, or, of course, the wreckage. These abandoned vessels can also cause serious interference with the navigation of other vessels. Any of these risks posed can mean that a variety of federal departments are called to act, from Transport Canada and our Coast Guard to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans or Environment Canada. There are significant implications for the federal government in dealing with these abandoned vessels. From my reading, Mr. Speaker, what motion number 40 proposes to do is straightforward and yet very important. It proposes that the government explore legislative options prohibiting the abandonment of a vessel, urges an educational component on responsible vessel ownership from beginning to end, recommends improving vessel registration, and calls upon the government to assist in the removal of abandoned vessels where their presence creates an economic burden for a community. And, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be understated the value of the fisheries in Canada, and my NDP colleague was very eloquent in talking about the value of fisheries in his area. The Fisheries Committee, for example, right now is doing two major studies, one on the northern cod and one on Atlantic salmon, two species of great economic and social and cultural importance, but also species that are somewhat at risk in terms of low numbers. So anything we can do to prevent pollution in the ocean will only help our fisheries. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, my constituents tend to not have to deal with this problem, but what I would suspect the most obvious problem for those that live in our coastal communities, aside from environmental concerns, is also the negative visual impact these derelict vessels have on coastlines. Furthermore, it would be knowing that the technical expertise and costs required to properly remove the vessels are significant and overwhelming. Even worse is the knowledge of how difficult it is to track down the owners and hold them responsible for their poor decision-making or disregard for the consequences of abandoning a vessel. Whether it be private shoreline property owners, municipalities, provincial or federal governments, the costs are real and very difficult to manage. That said, I am supportive of the proposed amendment from the government that would add a line to the motion that would urge the government to, quote, consider measures to ensure consider measures to ensure owners are strictly liable for remediating abandoned vessels, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very fair point to be made, the polluter pay principle in action. In no way should taxpayers be solely on the hook for derelict and abandoned vessels. This is a serious issue for many communities, and taxpayers must not be paying potentially hundreds of millions of dollars to clean up these messes. The federal government can assist as required, but not bear the brunt of these costs. Therefore, I hope the government takes this motion seriously and works to ensure that taxpayers are not paying the entire bill at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, I must also make mention of the work done by the former Conservative Member of Parliament for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country, my colleague John Weston, who introduced a private member's bill prior to the election that aimed to address a number of the issues related to derelict and abandoned vessels. During the election campaign, our party promised to support the provisions of that legislation, and we had also planned to set aside funds to cover 1/3 of the cost of removing priority derelict vessels. But just as the Conservative Party recognized this as a serious problem, I'm pleased to see that I sincerely hope the Liberal government moves to take action on this issue to resolve a very serious problem for coastal communities. That said, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the motion before us, I do believe that the proposed amendment of an additional line regarding owner liability is valuable and leads me to believe the government does intend to act, and that is a very good thing. I believe that additional language regarding the onus of responsibility being on the owners of the vessel is strengthened significantly when considered in combination with subsection D of the motion. Subsection D states that the government should, quote, improve vessel owner identification by considering ratifying the International Maritime Organization's International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks 2007, and by considering widening the scope of the Canadian Register of Vessels. Mr. Speaker, there is clearly a serious problem if we are struggling to identify the owners of these abandoned vessels in order to take action against them. We must seek to strengthen our laws and regulations on these derelict vessels to ensure we can more easily attain the proper identification of the vessel and their owners, and ensure they are the ones responsible for the removal of the vessel, financially and otherwise. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the work for the member of South Shore St. Margaret's. I appreciate the work she has done in bringing forward this bill and urge all colleagues to support it. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the government to take real action on this and introduce binding legislation that can help communities in need deal with this problem. This problem is unfortunately not going away on its own and must be dealt with swiftly. I would urge the government to consider this and move quickly following the passage of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to stand today to speak on this motion as a proud representative of a coastal community on Vancouver Island, and I'd really like to thank the member from South Shore St. Margaret's for bringing forward this motion. I think this motion is a good step in the right direction, as it certainly does encourage the government to create a mechanism to assist in the removing of abandoned vessels. And as we all know, the NDP has worked on this issue for many years now. And in fact, my colleague, the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, right here beside me, has tabled Bill C-219, which I think will take the real action that is needed to solve this problem. You know, there are so many different stakeholders involved in this issue. I think many members of this House are involved, but most importantly, I think it's of real significance to members in this House who are lucky enough to represent coastal communities, but even members who have large lakes or rivers in their riding, because wherever there's a standing body of water that is navigable by a vessel, that body of water is in danger of having abandoned vessels left in it. And I myself have worked on this issue for many years in my own riding when I was previously a constituency assistant to Jean Crowder, the Member of Parliament for Nanaimo Cowichan. And it's something that just doesn't seem to go away. So I'm really glad to see this House taking this issue much more seriously than in previous years. My riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford is home to a long stretch of Vancouver Island's coastline, both on the east coast and the west coast. And there are places where there are many abandoned, derelict and half-sunken listing boats that can easily go down in a storm. And in fact, in 2014, we had the story of the SS Beaver II, which basically rolled over and sank in Cowichan Bay. It had been identified as a hazard for many months previously, and lo and behold, the thing sank, not to much surprise. And of course, before that, residents of Cowichan Bay had to deal with the Dominion. It was a trawler that was basically towed to Cowichan Bay and left there for 5 whole years. In fact, it was left there so long that thieves stole fuel from it. They started doing some damage to the boat. It was listing until finally it became such a concern, and there was such a concerted effort from the community that we finally got the Coast Guard to come in and take the vessel away. So it's an old problem. It's one that seems to be getting worse. There is a growing number of abandoned vessels on Canada's coasts. And boats are getting older every year. So this is a problem that gets worse over time. The longer we leave this problem, the higher the costs of taking care of the problem will be, and of course the increased number of vessels we'll actually have to deal with. In fact, Transport Canada has conducted some surveys on the breadth of the issue, and has a list of over 600 abandoned vessels of various types and sizes, but I'm sure the actual number is much higher now and is expected to go up. And furthermore, not even every municipality has had the chance to respond. Like in British Columbia, the last report listed 245, but that was only from the municipalities that bothered to respond. So past solutions. There have been a number of proposals that have come forward in this House in previous years. In 2010, we had Keith Martin, the Liberal Member of Parliament from Vancouver Island, and he moved a motion for the government to strengthen legislation in dealing with derelict vessels. and also to impose penalties to recover the cost of cleanup from registered owners. And then, of course, in the previous Parliament, the 41st Parliament, Jean Crowder had to move 2 bills. One of them had to come back in on the order paper because of prorogation. But unfortunately, it was defeated by the Conservative government at the time. And I certainly hope that our Conservative colleagues are having a bit of a change of heart in looking at this issue, because I think it's a non-partisan issue. It's about taking real action on behalf of our coastal communities. And that bill, C-638, I just wanted to point out to my Liberal colleagues in this House that there were a number of them who still sit in the House today who voted in favour of that bill. Of note, the current Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, and of course, the Prime Minister. They are all on record of having voted for that legislation, and I will expect to see their votes stand up in this Parliament when we get to Bill C-219. Hear, hear. In 2015, in the dying days of the 41st Parliament, we had sort of a half-hearted attempt by a Liberal backbencher, or sorry, a Conservative backbencher to bring in a bill. Conservative MP John Weston. It was a legal fine of about $100,000 and jail time for those who abandoned, but too little, too late, in my opinion. So we have had action from the NDP, from the Conservatives, and from Liberals on this issue. It's certainly one that all parties are very, very well aware of. And I think, you know, I will be voting in favor of this motion, but I want to make sure that the House is aware of the contrast between this motion and what my colleague who's bringing in C-219 is. The Liberal motion does point to the need for a legislative solution, but unfortunately it does not compel the government to act. Motions are great, but you have to look at the very first line. It says that in the opinion of the House. The government of the day is not bound to follow this motion. It is not a binding motion. And while it's good, I'm going to take note of all the MPs who do support this bill, and it would be great to contrast that with C-219 later to see if the action will be there to back up the words. But the motion it compels the federal government to act only if there is an imminent danger. And the issue comes to the fact that the federal government is the only body who can designate someone to intervene before a vessel becomes a hazard. And so this means the responsibility falls on us to protect our coastlines. I appreciate the wording of the motion, but I think we need to have further action, and that's why I really want to see the action on 219 later. It's good to see that there's a 6-month timeline on the motion. We'll hopefully see the government sticking to that. And I think that vessel owners certainly do need to be educated about identifying the problems that could come if vessels are abandoned and so on. The motion did have an amendment. There were several amendments proposed, one from my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith, and of course the Liberals did end up amending their own motion. The one troubling one is where it said that the words that were amended in the motion, they said to create a mechanism, it changed it to identifying a mechanism. I think this kind of shows to me that the government is actually a bit scared of taking action on this file. Because if you go from creating a mechanism, which is an action word, to identifying a mechanism, you're kind of giving the government a route out, and that to me is troubling. The other removal from the Liberal Party was the removal of the consideration to accede to the Nairobi International Convention on the removal of wrecks from 2007, something that was recommended by Transport Canada in 2010. Now, we do want to see the government take some meaningful steps on this, and hopefully my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith, her amendment to the motion to basically see within 6 months to take the government to task for dismantling any abandoned ships or wrecks that lie in waters that are a source of drinking water, threaten the environment, or obstruct navigation. I think that could have made this motion a lot stronger. Unfortunately, it wasn't passed, but again, we will have time to revisit this issue, hopefully by next year when C-219 comes. The problem at the heart of this issue has always been that, we live in a land of jurisdictions, as every MP knows, and not only have we had 3 federal agencies that are responsible for this, it's Environment Canada, Transport Canada, and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, but you also have conflict with the province, sometimes municipalities, sometimes First Nations territory, and even port authorities. So I've seen issues in my own riding where it's just a bunch of finger pointing. We just go around in circles. And that's why taking action at the federal level, showing that true leadership is what is so urgently needed. So we need to pass this motion. We absolutely need to pass this motion, but then more importantly, we need to compare and contrast what the Liberal government is prepared to do when it comes to real legislation in this matter, and to compare and contrast their votes then with what they did in the past. We need to create more recycling facilities, support more salvage businesses, and we certainly cannot, as my friend from Courtenay Alberni said, do this on a ship-by-ship approach. It's an urgent problem. If we do not deal with it immediately with no concrete action, we're going to be risking affecting First Nations traditional waters, more oil and sewage spills, sensitive ecosystems. We're going to be affecting migratory bird and fish habitat, and of course the tourism that's so important to communities like mine. I mean, we get so many American tourists that come up, and the last thing they want to see is an abandoned vessel that has just been left on the beach or is listing off to one side. If we don't take action, municipalities are going to continue to have the burdens to bear. And again, the main issue with this motion is that it is non-binding on the government. So we certainly hope that will change with a vote on C-219 at a later point. That being said, I do like to thank my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for bringing forward this important motion, and she certainly has my support on it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today on Motion 40, which raises the issue of derelict and abandoned vessels as put forth by my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's. Protection of Canada's shorelines, harbours, bays, inlets and lakes from coast to coast to coast is a public trust. Speaking for my constituents in West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky country, and for the multiple organizations and citizens in British Columbia who are deeply concerned about this issue, our understanding of the challenge on the West Coast extends beyond derelict and abandoned vessels to include derelict and abandoned barges and docks as well. Responsibility for the environment and for the safety and enjoyment of our waterways belongs with all of us. When the owner or occupant of a derelict or abandoned vessel, barge or dock is unknown or impossible to find or entirely unaccountable, then responsibility ultimately falls with the federal government. In the past, there's been little oversight and also little recognition that derelict and abandoned vessels, barges and docks are also used for housing, storage and docking facilities. In my riding alone, the Islands Trust, the District of Squamish, Sunshine Coast Regional District, Town of Gibsons, Village of Lions Bay, Bowen Island, District of Sechelt, and local citizens have been proactive for years in documenting the problem, in researching solutions, and even taking action on their own. The Harbour Authority Association of British Columbia provided a March 2011 report to the Pacific Regional Canadian Marine Advisory Council arising from requests to address the growing concern within the boundaries of scheduled small craft fishing harbours. Following consultation with all 54 harbour authorities, the report states, quote, all indications are that the extent of this problem is being understated, unquote. We all know that this is true. Our harbour authorities know the problem and need our help. Up until now, multiple jurisdictions have not worked together very well, except in ad hoc situations and usually when a crisis is occurring. West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky country is a coastal community. The West Vancouver shoreline stretches along about 24 kilometres of waterfront. The fjord that is Howe Sound extends up to Squamish and includes an archipelago of pristine small islands. And the peninsula, known as the Sunshine Coast, accessible only by boat or small plane, also includes a significant inland waterway known as the Sechelt Inlet. Here are 3 short stories so that we can picture what is happening on the water. Sometime on December the 3rd, 2015, a 15-metre boat, missing its mast and adrift for some time, ran aground at Grantham's Landing near Gibsons, BC, home of the Beachcombers, for those of you who are fans.
There you go.
The vessel had no name and no registration numbers attached to it. The vessel, according to the locally elected regional director, presented a clear and present danger to the wharf and waterfront properties. In his words, quote, "You don't realize how much of a problem derelict vessels are until you've got a bowsprit poking at the window of your cabin. Then it becomes real." On that night, a neighbour put the word out through Facebook, contacted the RCMP and the Coast Guard, but the hands of government officials were tied. Authorities lacked the jurisdiction to do anything at all. Winter's high winds, big tides and storm surges added to the challenge, which fell squarely on the locals. Community volunteers worked through the night. 20 people, led by a local tugboat operator, set up a generator, pumped water out of the hull and towed the boat to a temporary moorage site where the residents are keeping an eye on it for now. Since then, about 1 ton of garbage has been hauled off the vessel by volunteers. In Squamish a few months ago, a barge that is essentially a floating toxic waste site began to list. The Mayor of Squamish called me at home on a Saturday to say that barrels and barrels of toxic waste were about to plunge into the Momquam Blind Channel. She had contacted the Coast Guard, who, in fairness, can only respond when a disaster is imminent. They lack the jurisdiction to do anything to prevent these incidents. I must compliment the staff at Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard, who acted swiftly and managed to avoid a serious toxic spill. But it depends on the Mayor being home and me being home. Finally, I would like to read from a recent letter I received from a resident on the shores of Porpoise Bay in Sechelt, concerned about unseaworthy vessels being used as full-time housing or for moorage for other boats. She writes, "In the past 5 years, an alarming number of people have chosen to anchor their vessels in Porpoise Bay, just beyond Mackenzie's Marina. Some are used as full-time residences, others have been anchored for years and are not being maintained. In fact, last summer, one sank, and the Coast Guard had to assist in containing the gas and oil spill from the sunken vessel." She gave further examples of a floating home buoyed by the shell of a catamaran with 4 boats tied up to it, and the charred remains of a tugboat with 3 boats tied up to it. These vessels are a threat to the environment, to enjoyment of the bay, and to navigation. We have the opportunity now to take action. The issue has been well researched. The Harbour Authority of BC, the Canadian Coast Guard, the Islands Trust, the Union of British Columbia Municipalities, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, all local governments and regional districts in my riding, the Artificial Reef Association, the Government of British Columbia, Port Metro Vancouver, and of course Transport Canada have conducted numerous studies and convened numerous committees. Common themes are that the public right of navigation does not discriminate against unseaworthy vessels and protects squatters or unsafely moored vessels from legal action. Current laws and authority only support action after an incident rather than taking a preventative approach. This is a very brief introduction to a complex problem. I would like to thank all the volunteers who have acted quickly to avoid the harm caused by derelict and abandoned vessels, barges and docks, and who have helped to keep this issue in the forefront. Motion 40 is an important step forward, and the Minister of Transport is taking the lead on this issue. Let us be the Parliament that addresses derelict and abandoned vessels, barges and docks for the safety and enjoyment of our communities and for the protection of our natural environment. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and address this issue. As a member of Parliament who does not come from a coastal community, but nonetheless sees the importance of this motion and the impact that this has not just on coastal communities, but also throughout the country. Now, I will say at the outset, I'll talk more about this, but we're dealing with a motion here, and it's a motion that I support, I think, that moves in a positive direction. At the same time, a motion does not have the same authority as legislation. So the motion seeks to set us in a direction on this issue. We have had, and I'll mention later on, a previous actual bill that was proposed by former MP John Weston, and I think we need to see legislation as well as a motion. This will express the will of the House in terms of the direction we want to go, but it's important that we move forward legislatively to address this important issue for reasons that I will go into and for reasons that I know many of my colleagues have already discussed quite well. Now, as I said, derelict and abandoned vessels, it's not an issue that I heard about at the doors in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. But it's been, and I heard about a lot of different issues, believe me. But having listened to the debate, having dug into this topic, it's very clear that this does have an impact on my constituents in a number of different ways. One way is the cost. Members have spoken about the cost implications of the large number of derelict and abandoned vessels and the cost implications of not currently having an effective framework in place for responding to this problem. There's the cost implications which affect all taxpayers in all parts of the country. And even if the cost falls on provincial governments, on municipalities, there's obviously an interconnectedness that we have in Canada in terms of the transfer of resources between different levels of government. There's only one taxpayer at the end of the day. So this is something that is important for the impact it has on my constituents as well as people in other parts of the country. There's the environmental impact. All of us are invested in having and maintaining the vibrancy of our coastlines from an environmental perspective. These are places that my constituents visit on a regular basis and appreciate the opportunity to do so. I appreciate the benefits that come with tourism and environmental beauty in those places. Of course, there's also the impact on commerce for my constituents, the importance of our coastlines, of our ports for imports and exports. This has a consequential impact for them as well. Again, even as people that don't live in coastal communities. So that's why I'm pleased to speak on this, to speak in favor of it, and to encourage members of the House as well to consider next steps that come out of this motion, as hopefully we'll be able to move forward even in this Parliament with some kind of a legislative response in the future. So just by way of context, we have a situation in Canada right now where estimates are there are close to 400 abandoned vessels. And again, as someone who doesn't come from a coastal community, this would seem surprising that people simply abandon their property in the middle of nature. Certainly that wouldn't happen with a truck or an RV. Nobody would think that was sort of a normal or acceptable thing to do. And yet we have this issue of abandoned vessels that are causing problems along our coastlines. Right now, municipalities in many cases lack the means to do it, financial or otherwise, and the Coast Guard only will remove vessels if there's this assessment that there's some kind of an imminent environmental risk in place. So this leaves us where we are, which is with this very large number of abandoned vessels, and in cases where a removal is required, there's a significant cost associated with it. I know my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's in her initial speech on this, she referred to a vessel that cost $12 million to remove. The vessel's name was the MV Minor. So that's an enormous sum of money, and if we can have a framework in place that deals with this proactively, that actually prevents the problem from existing and prevents the need to respond to it later, that's a lot of money saved. And the costs for dealing with vessels, it will vary widely depending on the size, the kind of vessel, and these sorts of things. But costs can be up into the millions of dollars, as we've heard. So this is something that clearly we have a reason as a House to try and address proactively. Yes, to confront the problem of existing abandoned vessels, but also to try and put in place an effective framework that will prevent us from having to expend these kinds of dollars in the future. That's the context, and that's what we're trying to confront today. This motion has a number of different aspects to it. It calls on the government to address the issue of existing abandoned vessels, and it puts in place a timeline to do so. And I think that's important. It's valuable when you have motions in place to say by when and to kind of define the process, so it's not just a purely aspirational statement. It calls for then prohibition of abandonment and realistic penalties to actually put in place mechanisms to make sure that people aren't abandoning vessels in the future. Associated with that, we have the educational component. Obviously, it's important if you're going to put in place new rules for those who own vessels and may be affected by this new framework, to be aware of the framework and to be prepared to respond to it. So the educational component goes with those new prohibitions and penalties. The fourth issue that I think is obviously important and ties into this issue of effective enforcement is improved vessel owner identification, so that if there is an abandoned vessel, there's a good mechanism for ensuring that the person who is responsible for that abandonment can be identified, or at least the owner of the vessel can be identified to kind of start the process to ensure that there is some real accountability in place. And then finally, there's a mechanism in place for government assistance to address this issue over the long term. So a number of different components to this motion, I think all of which have an important place as part of the discussion. Yes, to say we've got to address the issue of existing abandoned vessels, but also proactively. And that proactive part not only is important for the environment, addressing the existing vessels addresses the current environmental challenges, but then proactively, hopefully in the future, we can not only prevent the potential environmental problems, but also deal with the cost factor, prevent the taxpayer from being on the hook for some of these costs, whether it be municipal, provincial, or the federal taxpayer. I want to say on this, having spoken in favor of this motion, I really want to say that as much as possible, it is important for us to move forward with legislation, not just with motions. Motions express the will of the House. They express the aspirations, the opinions of the House. But they are not binding on the government. The government is not required to respond, to implement, although this motion imagines a legislative framework and lays it out, legislation is needed to in any way bind the actions of government and certainly of people outside of the government. We do, I think, I would generally say it's unfortunate, but we do have cases where the House passes motions that the government then chooses not to act on, or that the government in some way reinterprets to say, well, the motion didn't really mean this, it meant something else. And this is always the challenge when we have discussion of motions in this House. As I mentioned, former Member of Parliament John Weston from BC, he had a Bill C-695. And it didn't contain all of the different components that are in this motion. Perhaps one advantage of a motion is that you can, no pun intended, cast the net wider. But when you have a piece of legislation, obviously it still has that added force. So Bill C-695 prohibited vessel abandonment, and it introduced penalties to do so. So it dealt with that proactive potential future abandonment of vessels issue. And I think that was good legislation. That's legislation that I would certainly support if it's brought back before the House. So maybe another member, maybe even the government, will see fit to bring forward Bill C-695 from the previous Parliament. Great work done on that by Conservative member John Weston. But overall, this is a positive motion. We like the direction in which it goes. It's a step in the right direction. It's not getting us all the way to the finish line, but it's an important step. I congratulate the member for bringing it forward, and I'll look forward to supporting it at second reading. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, using her right of reply.
And first of all, I would like to thank my honourable colleagues for their thoughtful points raised and for bringing perspectives on this issue from different regions of the country. Vessel abandonment is a serious and persistent problem in coastal communities all across Canada. Back in June, I made the case during the first hour of debate for taking action on abandoned and derelict vessels, how these vessels can affect Canadians' livelihood, opportunities for tourism, safety, environmental quality, and navigation, and how there aren't many legislative, regulatory, or even practical ways that small coastal communities, or for that matter, large coastal communities, can deal with them. The Port of Shelburne, in my riding, is a perfect example, where they have done everything legally possible to have the Farley Mowat, an abandoned vessel, removed, but they still have it taking up 1/4 of their wharf space. I hope that this conversation and subsequent actions by the government will address this shortfall, Mr. Speaker, and that parliamentarians in 2, 5, or 20 years won't still be having this same conversation. People in coastal communities have waited long enough for action. Because this is not a new issue, I have heard about this problem my whole life, growing up in Nova Scotia, working in different communities on the South Shore, raising kids in Bridgewater, during my time campaigning, and of course now as a Member of Parliament for South Shore St. Margaret's. I am thrilled that I've had the ability to raise the profile of this issue and hopefully have a positive response from the House of Commons on M40. If supported by my colleagues in the House, I have confidence that the government, led in this case by the Honourable Minister of Transportation, will take many of the steps suggested in M40 to prevent vessel abandonment in the future and to find ways to support communities dealing with the burden of an abandoned vessel. I'm sure many of us in this House and many at home would love to see this problem go away once this vote happens. Unfortunately, there isn't any quick solutions. There is no silver bullet. If the federal government spent hundreds of millions of dollars immediately removing the over 600 abandoned and derelict vessels from Canadians' ports, beaches and shores, this would send a signal of irresponsible vessel owners that abandonment is the most cost-effective way of disposal option. We can't do that. We cannot give irresponsible vessel owners a get-out-of-jail-free card simply by making the taxpayers responsible for cleaning up someone else's mess. What I have proposed is that the government develop a comprehensive, long-term plan that will first and foremost try to prevent vessels from being abandoned in the future. We need solutions that give the government and law enforcement more tools in their tool belts to take action on vessel owners who are not being responsible, expanding the scope of the large vessel registry to improve owner identification, ratifying the International Marine Organization's Convention on the Removal of Wrecks, and making abandonment of a vessel making the abandonment of a vessel an offence are all steps that can help prevent abandonment from happening and encourage responsible vessel ownership. And we know that most Canadian vessel owners are already being safe and responsible. We know that a very small fraction of owners have not been responsible for a variety of reasons, and that this has caused an immense burden and headache on communities across Canada. And we need some way to address this as well. The only way the federal government can get involved is when a vessel is creating an immediate environmental hazard or is blocking a navigable waterway. Failing these, the onus dealing with the abandoned vessel falls on the unlucky province, community, port, landowner where the vessel was abandoned. And they bear the burden through the inability to sell land, expenses related to monitoring and inspecting of the vessel or the site, lost revenue from docking fees, lost revenue and the effect on tourism, and as well as public outcry. In cases where other avenues have been exhausted, where the presence of an abandoned vessel is creating an economic burden on community, M40 asks that the government identify options to assist in its removal, and this is an important last resort option. Our coastlines are a source of pride and economic opportunity, and our policies should safeguard them and the livelihoods of those who depend on them. Derelict and abandoned vessels are an economic burden and limit the potential of our waterways and our harbours. To that end, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues of this House to please support M40. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Madame Jordan, appuyée par Madame.
Ms. Jordan, seconded by Ms. Shanahan, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, take meaningful steps to address the issue of abandoned and derelict vessels within 6 months of this motion being adopted by the House. B, recognize the requirement for the prohibition against the abandonment of a vessel through potential amendments to any relevant legislation. C, incorporate an educational component within the government strategy to address the issue of abandoned vessels in order to inform vessel owners on the risks and consequences of vessel abandonment. D, improve vessel owner identification by considering ratifying the International Maritime Organization's International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks, 2007, and by considering widening the scope of the Canadian Register of Vessels, and E, create a mechanism for government to assist in the removal of an abandoned vessel where its presence creates an economic burden for a community.
Seconded by Ms. Goldsmith. Jones, move the following amendment that the motion be amended by A, adding after the word should the words in collaboration with provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous organizations. B, deleting the words by considering ratifying the International Maritime Organization's International Convention on the Removal of Wrecks 2007. And C, replacing the words create a mechanism with the words identify mechanisms. And D, adding after the words for community the words and F, consider measures to ensure owners are strictly liable for remediating abandoned vessels, such as acceding to the Nairobi International Convention for the Removal of Wrecks 2007. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes. All those in favour say yea. Yea. All those opposed say nay. I declare the amendment carried. Pursuant to, oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as followed. Moved by Ms. Jordan, seconded by Ms. Shanahan, move that, in the opinion of the House, the government should, in collaboration with provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous organizations, take meaningful steps to address the issue of abandoned and derelict vessels within 6 months of this motion being adopted by the House. B, recognize the requirement for the prohibition against the abandonment of a vessel through potential amendments to any relevant legislation. C, incorporate an educational component within the government strategy to address the issues of abandoned vessels in order to inform vessel owners. Dispense. May I dispense? Very good. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? No. All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. 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 In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuing to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 26, 2016, at the beginning of private members' business. Orders of the day.
Ordre d'amendement du gouvernement, projet de...
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Second reading of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act.
I understand we have 5 minutes remaining for questions and answers for the Honourable Member for Foothills. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that we know is very different between the former Harper Conservative government and this particular Prime Minister, and what the Government of Canada is trying to do here is the issue of Canada's pension plan. We had a former government that didn't recognize, that didn't listen to what Canadians really and truly wanted. They were completely out of touch with Canadians by not recognizing the importance of pension programs, in particular with respect to the CPP. What we're debating today, Mr. Speaker, is a piece of legislation, if passed, which is somewhat historic in the sense we are going to see increases to Canada's CPP, and that's working in collaboration with the many different provinces from every region of our country, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, the biggest benefactor is going to be the worker, and the worker that's going to be retiring in the future. My question to the member is, why is the Conservative Party still so out of touch with what Canadians really want when it comes to the issue of retirement? And my question is, why will the Conservative Party not support this bill?
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. I find it quite ironic that he's saying that we're the ones that are out of touch. I would ask him, who did they actually consult before imposing yet another tax increase on Canadians. You didn't consult anybody before the carbon tax. You did not consult anyone before changing the mortgage rules. You did not consult anyone before increasing the CPP tax hike. I have certainly heard from constituents across my riding, from people across the country, and certainly during the election, when I'm knocking on doors, I didn't have a single person tell me, I really wish you'd increase my taxes on CPP and a carbon tax. That's really what I'm looking for. So we had a tax-free savings account that was there that Canadians really appreciated. That's what I heard when I was knocking on doors, is I really appreciate the increase in the tax-free savings account, something that this government, once again, without consulting Canadians, decided to claw back and take away and imposing their own tax increase on Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the quick-footedness of my colleague here. I'd like to ask him the question. It's the Canada Pension Plan, depending on which accounting method you use, has either between a shortfall of $8 billion deficit to $24 billion. And these changes that the government has put forward will do nothing to alter that. Does he think that that the government is simply moving ahead ideologically and not looking at actual improvements to help keep the system stable and on a solid basis with Canadians?
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question and all the hard work he's done, and congratulations on his new post of Deputy Critic for Finance. Exactly. These changes are not going to do anything for Canadians right now. For seniors, baby boomers moving into that seniors, this is something that they will not feel for years, if not decades down the line. All this is going to do is increase an already exploding deficit that we have. And certainly the impact in the short term is going to be business owners are going to have to cut back hours. They're going to not be hiring people when we have a very low growth time. This is something that's going to cost business owners and Canadians more than $2,000 a year. When we are seeing growth at maybe 1.5% over the next year, what we're seeing predicted, we need to encourage business owners to hire and grow. This is absolutely the opposite. This will discourage them to grow and hire.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg South. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, our government is committed to strengthening the backbone of the economy, the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. It is with this commitment that our government has delivered on a number of platform promises that were made to hardworking Canadians. I am proud to stand and speak on Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. This legislation strengthens Canada's pension retirement system and was a key promise we made to ensure a secure and dignified retirement for all Canadians. I congratulate the Minister of Finance who delivered on this commitment by working in close collaboration and common purpose with our provincial and territorial partners. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that provincial leaders of every major political party, Liberal, New Democratic, and Conservative, worked diligently on coming to this historic agreement, which will benefit generations of Canadians, including my two young children, Natalia and Eliana. What is at stake is simple. We must strengthen our pension system to reflect the realities that exist today and ensure a dignified and secure retirement for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, to start our discussion on the proposed legislation, I believe it is best to review Canada's retirement system as it stands today and why strengthened CPP is required to address trends that are leaving so many Canadians unprepared for their post-work years. Today's multi-pillared system includes old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, which are paid out of general government revenues and act as a basic income floor for low and middle income Canadians. The CPP and QPP, which are funded through mandatory employer-employee contributions, and in the 1990s, the CPP shifted from a pay-as-you-go system to a pre-funded platform. Finally, we have private workplace pensions and discretionary individual savings, including tax-free savings accounts and registered retirement savings plans. Mr. Speaker, despite this multi-pillared approach, the retirement system, a number of trends are emerging that are leaving millions of Canadians unprepared for retirement and potentially facing a material drop in their standard of living. Mr. Speaker, extensive analysis conducted by the Finance Department found that around 1/4 of families nearing retirement, that's approximately 1.1 million families, are facing a drop in their standard of living. Furthermore, it is estimated that as many as 5 million Canadians do not have access to a workplace savings arrangement, and many of these middle-class Canadians are at greater risk of undersaving for retirement. Mr. Speaker, we must act and ensure all Canadians have a secure and dignified retirement. In addition, Mr. Speaker, younger Canadians today face circumstances not faced by prior generations in terms of saving for their retirement. Canadians now entering the workforce will face the prospect of changing jobs several times in their lifetime, and a portable pension plan that facilitates job mobility is now a necessity in this changing job market. Mr. Speaker, since the 1970s, we have seen a material decline in the overall participation in private sector registered pension plans, as well as an ongoing shift from defined benefit to defined contribution plans. Statistics Canada estimates that total private sector workplace registered pension plan coverage declined from 35% to levels now approaching 20%. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, fewer private sector companies are offering workplace pension plans, and many companies have closed or wound up their defined benefit pension plans. Defined contribution plans are not in their exact nature true pension plans, as they expose individuals to investment risk and swings in the beneficiary's pension plan assets and a subsequent shortfall in pension savings. Also, a lower interest rate environment, which influences the present value of liabilities and has placed cash flow demands on companies to maintain solvency ratios, combined with frankly unfavorable accounting rules on pensions, has hastened the move by many companies away from defined benefit pensions. Mr. Speaker, our government, in collaboration with the provinces, has taken a carefully targeted approach with this legislation to address the issues I have laid out, while striking an important balance between short-term economic consideration and long-term economic gains. So, Mr. Speaker, what does an enhanced or stronger CPP mean for Canadians? Quite simply, it means a secured and dignified retirement for millions of Canadians. It means that individuals retiring can worry less about making ends meet and more about spending time with their loved ones, including grandchildren. Once fully in place, the CPP enhancement will increase the maximum CPP retirement benefit by up to 50%. The current maximum benefit of approximately $13,000. In today's dollar terms, the enhanced CPP represents an increase of nearly $7,000 to a maximum benefit of nearly $20,000. The enhancement that is in this legislation does two things to make this happen for contributors. First, it will increase the share of annual earnings received during retirement from 1/4 to 1/3. This means an individual making $50,000 today over their working lifetime will receive approximately $16,000 per year in retirement instead of roughly $12,000 today. And second, it will increase by 14% the maximum income range to approximately $82,700, so those who earn more will receive more in retirement. Mr. Speaker, enacting these changes with Bill C-26 will result, as estimated by the Department of Finance, in a reduction of families at risk of not having an adequate retirement savings by 1/4, from approximately 24% to 18%, when we consider all pillars of the retirement income system. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these things are affordable, we will phase them in over 7 years, starting in 2019 through to 2025, so the impact is minimal and gradual. As noted by David Dodge, former Governor of the Bank of Canada, the fundamental challenge facing decision makers is how to provide for adequate retirement income for the future population of elderly people, while without imposing an undue burden of taxation on the working population in the business sector. Mr. Speaker, we have struck this right balance. For example, an individual with earnings of $50,000 will contribute about $6 more a month in 2019, and by the end of the 7-year phase-in period, contributions for that individual would be about $40 per month. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure, and this is very important, that for low-income Canadians, they are not financially burdened as a result of the extra contributions. We will enhance the working income tax benefit to roughly offset incremental CPP contributions with little to no change in disposable income, while still securing higher retirement income for low-income Canadians. Mr. Speaker, a strong CPP will be good for Canadians and will also be beneficial to the Canadian economy overall. As estimated by the Department of Finance, Greater CPP benefits will increase spending by retirees, providing for a boost to economic output. It is estimated that GDP will increase slightly, 0.05% to 0.09%, and then employment levels are projected to be permanently higher by approximately 6,000 to 11,000 jobs based on 2015 levels of employment. In addition, higher aggregate saving rate through an enhanced CPP will increase the amount of capital available for investment. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan is a solid program and actuarially sound. It is fully funded for future generations. In the most recent report, it noted that 5.3 million Canadians received approximately $38.7 billion in payments, while contributions totaled nearly $45 billion. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be understated just what the advantages the CPP offers. The CPP as a retirement vehicle for Canadians is, in my view, a model for the world. These advantages include the CPP provides a secure, predictable, and stable benefit. Canadians will not outlive their savings, and benefits are not subject to shocks. CPP benefits are fully indexed to prices, so inflation will not reduce the value of the pension. CPP is fully portable and fills the gap of a decline in workplace pensions. Overall, CPP is an efficient way to save. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the CPP Investment Board operates arm's length from the government with a mandate to invest CPP funds in the best interests of plan members. It is a model that is independent, transparent, and accountable. It is well regarded around the world for its impressive record of investment performance and management excellence, with a 10-year annualized rate of return of 6.8%. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Bill C-26 is the next step forward to ensuring all Canadians retire in a secure and dignified manner. I ask my colleagues to join with me in advancing this important piece of legislation that was brought forward in a collaborative approach between the provinces and the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his comments, his speech. I listened intently. A tax is a tax is a tax, and this is a new tax on the Canadian economy which will hurt business, it'll hurt jobs, and it will actually take money out of the pockets of Canadians. There was a quote, and I'd like the member to comment on this quote. It says that whatever the reason might be to expand CPP, it's not to eliminate poverty. And that quote was actually a book written in partnership by the finance minister. So the members talked about in his speech that this is to help low-income Canadians, yet the finance minister is saying it has nothing to do with that. And again, a tax is a tax is a tax. So if he would comment, does he agree with the finance minister or disagree with him?
Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. What I will say is that we increased the guaranteed income supplement by approximately $947 in budget 2016, and that's going to help approximately 1 million Canadians who are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. In addition, in reply to my colleague, the enhancement of the CPP, the working income tax benefit, will be worked in such a manner that low-income Canadians will actually be left better off with the imposition of the enhanced CPP than they were prior. And that will assist them in moving out of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think about seniors in my riding that are struggling to make ends meet. And what comes to mind is I met a woman during the campaign that couldn't afford to buy her medicine and had to make a choice between buying food or buying medicine. Challenges pensioners are facing right now. And met another woman that had gone to the food bank for the first time. And I went also to the Port Alberni homeless shelter recently, and they said they're seeing a skyrocketing amount of seniors at the homeless shelter. And I'm wondering how the member maybe can elaborate how this enhancement is supporting those people, because we look at the most recent figures available, and they show that 30% of single elderly women live in poverty. That number has tripled in the last 20 years. Only 4.5% of female CPP recipients receive the maximum benefit compared to 18% of men. How will this CPP enhancement plan lift vulnerable elderly women out of poverty? If the member could comment on that, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. And I'm well aware of the pressures faced by seniors in my riding as well as his, so I do note his comments with a large amount of empathy. What I will say is our government is committed to helping all Canadians. We did that with the enhanced guaranteed income supplement, and that was the first immediate step and immediate relief we provided to the most vulnerable seniors. Secondly, with the enhanced CPP, what this allows is for future generations and for current workers to save more for their retirement so they're not put in a position where they are unable to afford the basic necessities. I have to applaud our finance minister for his leadership on this file, for working together with all the provinces of whichever political stripe and coming to an agreement so quickly into our mandate. I think we should be applauded for that and the work that he's doing. And I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very quick question. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for those very thoughtful comments. I know he's been involved in the investment banking sector for a long time, and I know in his riding of Vaughan, he has a great deal of small businesses that operate out of Vaughan. I'm wondering what kind of feedback he's had from small business owners about with respect to the benefits of the expanded CPP to small business as well as to all Canadians.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge in 35 seconds or less, if possible.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and good friend for his question. What I will say is small businesses want to have consumers that spend. We want to see aggregate demand in our economy. And the Canada Pension Plan, through its payments to its beneficiaries, which are Canadians, hardworking Canadians, over $45 billion last year. What this will allow is for aggregate demand to increase. So people will have more funds to invest. It acts as an automatic shock stabilizer for our economy. And it allows those Canadians to go to those small businesses in his community, in my colleague's community, in my community, to spend their dollars and support local and small businesses. So the reaction has actually been quite favorable. They understand that people need a secure and dignified retirement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I was initially going to speak and split my time, but I believe I'm the second speaker in this time slot. I'm proud to speak this afternoon about Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. I'm proud to stand today in fulfillment of one of the key election promises that we made about a year ago. These changes will make life better for a new generation of retirees. In today's dollar terms, this means that the maximum CPP benefit will go from $13,110 to nearly $20,000 per annum. This represents the single largest change in the CPP in a generation. A change of this magnitude requires the consent of 7 out of the 10 provinces, and we have that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this proposal is long time coming. On June 10, 2010, the former Minister of Finance for Ontario, Dwight Duncan, wrote to the then Minister of Finance seeking expansion of the CPP. And I'd like to quote his letter. Ontario supports a pan-Canadian approach to reform that will provide tomorrow's seniors with better, low-cost tools to maintain their standard of living in retirement. Notwithstanding repeated requests for action, the previous government simply failed to advance this issue federally. The province of Ontario decided to go ahead on its own with the Ontario Retirement Pension Plan. As the program was rolled out and ready for implementation, our Minister of Finance took charge and developed a newly expanded CPP program. This is a historical development for our country, Mr. Speaker. This is not the solution for all of our pension and retirement woes, but it is certainly a great leap forward. The next generation of Canadians need to live with independence, dignity, and pride in their retirement. I would like to take this opportunity to commend and thank our Minister of Finance and all of his provincial counterparts for reaching this historic agreement on retirement security for Canadians. Under Bill C-26, contributions were gradually increased starting in 2019 to a total of an additional 1% of earnings for employees and 1% of earnings for employers by 2023. For self-employed persons, contributions will also slowly rise to a total of 2% of earnings by 2023. Employee contributions will be tax deductible, Mr. Speaker. For the first time since 1965, income from CPP will increase from 25% to 33% of pre-retirement income to a maximum income threshold of $82,700. In addition to changes to the CPP, our government has already implemented two key changes that will help retirees. First, we increase the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors by 10% to a maximum annual top-up benefit of $947. We know that Canadians work hard and deserve to retire in a timely manner, and as such, we rolled back the eligibility for old age security from 67 to 65 years. Even then, for many, the thought of retirement itself is highly stressful because many will not be able to maintain their pre-retirement standard of life. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to review the current options for retirement income. There are essentially two types of retirement funds available for Canadians. One is provided and administered by governments, and the other by individuals and corporations. Most Canadians have an element of both. The public scheme includes the Guaranteed Income Supplement, Old Age Security, and the Canada Pension Plan. I'll focus on the second option, which comprises a range of registered employer programs, often set up by employers for the benefit of their employees, and a host of private investment options, such as RRSPs, TFSAs, and other investment instruments. Mr. Speaker, for the generation before us, retirement was part of the life cycle. If you had a well-paying, secure job, you took retirement for granted. Workplace pensions were the norm, but with changes to the global economy, fewer and fewer Canadians now work in jobs that have registered pension plans. In fact, since 1993, the percentage of Canadians with workplace pension plans has dropped from 30% to just over 23% today. This downturn trend is likely to continue. Additionally, the trend has been away from defined benefit plans like the CPP, which guarantee set payments, to defined contribution plans that provide pensioners with much less security. Now, many Canadians are on their own for their retirement. They have to use their RSPs, TFSAs, private investments through multiple investment vehicles, and that is if they're lucky. The private options have several limitations. One, the current challenge in the job market is not the same as it once was. It is much more difficult for people in their 20s to find a job, nevertheless one that has a good pension plan. In 2012, the unemployment rate for youth in Ontario was a staggering 16.9%, and I know in some communities, including mine, it is much higher than that. If our youth in our communities have to work in low-paying jobs where they cannot earn a good living until they're in their late 20s or even in their 30s, how can we expect them to start saving for their retirement? Two, even if you had investments, you had a very vulnerable market in recent years. Mr. Speaker, you will recall the financial meltdown in 2008. As a lawyer at that time, I met many families that were exceptionally stressed about their future. They were worried about losing as much as 40% of their portfolio. Many, in fact, still have not recovered from that loss. Three, let's look at the issue of historical low interest rates. Today, we have many retirees who saved up, were diligent, and are now facing a decade of historical low interest rates. I searched the popular portals for the best possible advertised interest rates today. The current maximum payout is 2% per annum. They're the lucky ones. For the family who worked hard and were able to save $500,000 and place them into a bond or GIC, their maximum payout is $10,000 per year. Chances are historical interest rates will be around for a while. So those with modest or even good savings will not be able to meet their needs. Mr. Speaker, I think it goes without saying that one of the major benefits of the CPP is the exceptional management provided by the CPP Investment Board. Even in the most volatile times, CPPIB is one of the best-run investment firms in the world. They have managed Canadian retirement funds for 50 years with prudence, and yet in the last 5 years alone, they've yielded an annualized return of 10.6%. Mr. Speaker, I know my friends opposite feel that this is an additional burden on our employers and that it may limit job creation. Up until last year, I ran a law firm with about 20 employees at the peak of my practice. I prided myself on making payroll each and every pay period. For most small businesses, this is often the test. I ran the firm for 10 years, and during this time, my employees were the reason for my success. Without employees, I could not have been able to succeed, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that all small businesses succeed because of who they work for them. Most small businesses cannot afford to set up a private defined benefit system or extended health coverage. Most of us rely on our publicly funded and administered programs that are the envy of the world. Between student loans, high cost of housing, the cost of transportation, and the day-to-day expenses of running a household, there simply isn't enough money to save up for retirement. That's why an expanded CPP is good for small business. They can continue to retain good staff, be good employers, and ensure that a well-managed investment board is the custodian of our future retirement. I contend that the peace of mind and security of a better retirement will ensure a more productive workforce. Mr. Speaker, after a lifetime of working, we must do more to ensure that people are able to retire with dignity. We cannot leave this to the marketplace alone. Government, especially the federal government, must lead in filling these gaps. Mr. Speaker, today 24% of families nearing retirement age are at risk of not saving enough to maintain their standard of living when they retire. With Canadians living longer than ever, many Canadians also risk outliving their retirement savings. By enhancing the CPP, we will reduce the number of Canadians without sufficient retirement savings. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to applaud the Minister of Finance and the Department officials for introducing a bill which is so well thought out. It is a piece of legislation that is truly good for Canada. When people look back on this Parliament, the enhancements made to the CPP will be one of the things that will certainly have left a legacy. By taking steps now to improve retirement security for Canadians, we can ensure that more Canadians can retire with peace of mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his speech. I listened with interest. I have to say this, though. There is an alternative to increasing mandatory premiums. That alternative would be either to give individuals the option of contributing more to their CPP and then receiving more in retirement, or to maintain and indeed enhance the existing saving vehicles that we have that give people incentive and the opportunity to save more of their own money and receive a tax benefit for doing so. This government has chosen the mandatory route as opposed to the more choice for individuals route. They've chosen increasing mandatory premiums rather than giving individual flexibility. So I'd like to understand that we can all agree that we want to see people have a secure retirement, but if the member can help me understand why we should be taking away choice from individuals in the process of that and not simply empowering individuals with the means to save for their own retirement and the incentive to do so.
Absolutely. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
I'd like to thank my friend for that question and always engaging on a diversity of issues. Mr. Speaker, the CPP system is a universal system, one that's available to everyone that works. We know that the management of the program itself is essential. It's been the CPPIB, as I'd mentioned, it's been around for 50 years. They have an enviable record of success and prudence, even in the most volatile of situations. And if you recall the 2008 financial crisis, CPPIB board actually came out on top. They were very stringent in their management and ensured that the funds that Canadians depended on for their retirement was secure. That's the type of investment that's required for a collective retirement future. Of course, there are many other options available to people, as I had mentioned. Certainly the RRSP, TFSAs, and other investment vehicles are always available to people. And I think the studies typically show that they are not often maximized. So when it comes down to it, a publicly run system, I think, will be in the best interest of Canadians in the long term. That will certainly be augmented by many other private options such as RSPs and TFSAs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, in Port Alberni, the Port Alberni Housing Society, the shelter, has been having a very difficult time getting money and support from Ottawa. We're seeing a skyrocketing amount of seniors showing up day after day, new people showing up that are pensioners. And my question to the member is, what proposals are the government considering for reversing the increasing levels of poverty among seniors in Port Alberni and across Canada while Canadians wait for these enhancements to take place? If the member could address that, that would be greatly appreciated.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you to my friend for that thoughtful question. I know I don't have to really go that far, Mr. Speaker. My mother is a single mother. She's worked for over 30 years in this country. And at retirement, she's not that well off. The increase in the guaranteed income supplement that was introduced in the budget, I think, has helped. There's certainly a lot more that we need to do with respect to housing. It's a commitment that we have as part of our government. I believe there's $20 billion going forward for housing, and that will ideally go towards seniors housing as well. But certainly the issue of income security for seniors is a top of mind for us. It's one of the first things that we did as part of our commitment to increase the guaranteed income supplement. The rolling back the old age security from 67 to 65 will help seniors in the future, and certainly the increase in the increase program in the CPP as in C26 will also assist. So a combination of these programs will definitely assist, but I do share my friend's concerns.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Louis.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a certain amount of emotion today to speak about this bill because this is my first time speaking about the bill as the official opposition critic for finance. And last week I had the pleasure of asking several questions to the government. I didn't necessarily get the answers I wanted, but in any case, this is the first time I'll be speaking on the bill as critic.
To the confidence that I've shown the honourable leader of the official opposition to give me this so crucial, important role in the caucus and it's this democracy. When we're talking about finance, we're talking about the heart of the country because everything will depend of the facility that we have to pay or not for policies. And also, I'm very pleased to succeed as good as I can to the MP from Milton, who served so well as critic, and we all know who served so well as senior cabinet minister under the Harper government. Monsieur le Président, le projet de loi...
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 does have one advantage, and that is that it demonstrates very clearly the difference between the current government and our party.
Mr. Speaker, because what we see in this policy, in this bill, is that the Liberal vision of public money. For the Liberal, it's a good way to pick up money in the wallet of hardworking people, is to pick up money on the entrepreneur, those who create jobs, those who create wealth. But us, we prefer to let the choice and to give the tools to citizens to have money in their pocket and also to put money for other purpose, and especially to put money aside for their retirement. Alors, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, what is good about this bill is that it shows very well what the different visions are between the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals want to put their hands in people's pockets and take money from small businesses, but we want to give people the tools they need to be able to save for their retirement. So what does this bill involve? Basically, the bill increases by 9.9%, rather from 9.9% to 11.9% the deduction, and this is supposed to have a concrete means of assisting people in their retirement. But we know that when we do our income tax return, we know that the government has a lot of latitude and that the rules can change. Right now, the deductions to CPP are 9.9% between $3,500 and $5,400 a year, up to a maximum of $4,600, which is shared between the employee and the employer. And I will go back to this later. Over the next 40 years, the benefits will increase from 25% to 32%. The government is increasing the CPP deductions from 9.9% to 11.9%, and starting in 2020 3, we will have an increase as well in the insured earnings that will be affected up to $82,000, and this again will be shared. So that's a lot of numbers, that's a lot of information that to deal with a lot of aspects in the bill. So let's talk about the basic principles and why we feel that this is not a good bill. Increasing the CPP will take money from people, and we know that this will be up to $1,100 for some employees, and it will be double because the employers have to contribute as well. So if employees are working in an office or a plant, a business, then the employer has to pay as well. So that's $2,200 less for people to be able to raise their children. Something else as well, Mr. Speaker, we know that this government, when it comes to businesses, well, those aren't natural allies. They impose the carbon tax. They increased taxes on small businesses because they refuse to reduce the tax rate from 11 to 9%. And here we have the government taking another $1,000 per employee from small business owners' pockets. If we felt it was a good thing that could help in the immediate term, we would be in favor of it. But in fact, it will take 40 years. It does nothing for seniors now who really need help, because this is also an important aspect. We might want to improve the system over the long term, but we are very aware that workers will lose their jobs over the next 5, 10, 15 years. We know that the demographic changes will mean that this will happen. So the government should not be looking for more money from people. We know that we can take a proper step, as we did with the tax-free savings account, for example, which gives people control. We want to give people the tools they need to save money. And I'll come back to this. It's a very different version on this side of the House than the Liberals have. And I want to talk about that. So certain households, we're talking about working people. And I don't mean to make a distinction between men and women. I'm just talking in general. So some households will be paying up to $3,200 more. So somebody who is just starting out, who's finished their education and is starting their work career, then they need to be able to count on the money they make. They don't need a government that takes more and more of it. And this is what's happening here. Somebody just starting out in their career will not get any benefit from this. As well, people with families who want to be able to have enough money to spend time with their families, to do things, and small businesses that want to create jobs will be penalized as well. For every job, a business will have to pay $1,000 more. And they won't therefore be able to give their employees more money. They will have to pay the government that amount. They might have been able to buy new equipment or raise the salaries. It is small businesses that create jobs, that make our economy more productive and export around the world. We know that we are export dependent, but these businesses will have less money to invest in the future of their business and in their personal future. So we have a different vision, as I explained. We trust people. We have confidence in them that they can do the right thing. when our colleague, the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Oliver, took his action, then it was in that direction. We don't want to just increase money for the government. We increased the guaranteed income supplement. The Liberal government further increased it, and we thought that was a good idea. We agree that the seniors in our society need to have more money and need to be protected, and we were in favor of that. So if I was asked what was good in the budget, that was certainly one thing. We need to think about our seniors. If we can help them by increasing the GIS, that's a good thing. We did it when we were in power. This government did it as well, and that's a good thing. And we also brought in what is called the TFSA. This is the tax-free savings account. When it was announced, Mr. Speaker, I can still see my colleague, the member for Lévis-Bellechasse-les-Échemins, who has just indicated he will be running for the Conservative leadership. Now, he said people in Quebec are going to be very interested in this TFSA because this is one of the best things our government has done to help people. The tax-free savings account makes it possible for people to put more money aside for their retirement. We need to do that sort of thing. We need to give people incentives so that they can save for their retirement. Now, what is the government doing here? For every employee, employers are going to have to put in another $1,100, $1,200. The Liberals, though, don't have a good record in terms of managing our money. We know that they said we were going to have a $10 billion deficit. In fact, we're now at maybe $34 billion. So businesses are expected to put in another $1,100 per employee. I'm not sure that's a good investment. We really think that it is a lot better to trust people with their own money, give them individual choice so that they can decide how they want to spend that $1,100 per year and keep that money in their pockets. We all know that if the government moves ahead with this bill, the CPP deduction increase will harm the economy. We will see a raise from 0.4% to 0.7%. That will be the drop in the GDP, and this will hurt jobs. We'll see a reduction in jobs created, a reduction in income available to people, disposable income. This is not a stimulus. This does not create jobs or wealth. We see that investments, the GDP, and savings will all go down. That is a bad idea across the board. It is a negative way of helping the economy. The Fraser Institute has said that private savings would go down by about 1% as a result of these measures. Now, this is serious because people who get up in the morning, work hard for their income, they will have to pay another $1,000 a year. They will have, therefore, $1,000 less to be able to put aside for their savings. And that is what the Fraser Institute is telling us, because if people don't save, they are at greater risk. The Liberal government wants to tell people what to do. We have confidence that people will make good decisions. According to the Canadian Independent Business board, the most business owners do not agree with these measures. They feel that this will have a direct impact on their business. So this is the independent business group. They say it's a bad idea. 90% of small businesses think it is important to have public consultations before finalizing this legislation. Has the government done such consultations? When, where, how often, with whom? Well, I don't hear any answer much. The C.D. Howe Institute has said that small, low-income earners will not benefit from this because the net benefit to them down the road in retirement will be smaller than what they have had to pay in the meantime. It is really the guaranteed income supplement that will help them. So the government is making the wrong choices. We increased the GIS because when people were in a precarious position, that helped them directly. But the Liberals, well, they agreed with us and they did the same thing. And that was a good idea. But this bill, Bill C-26, takes more money out of people's pockets and puts people at greater risk. So Canadians do not support this bill. Only 9% of Canadians are following this current debate. But this is important legislation. This isn't something that will apply to a few people at some point and will affect everyone. But only 9% of Canadians are listening to what is going on in the House in these discussions. Most Canadians aren't at all aware of how the CPP is funded. Most Canadians are opposed to the changes. Over a third of Canadians feel that the changes are unaffordable. Over half of Canadians want more consultation. So this is the reality here. These measures will affect all Canadian workers. And people don't know what the measures are about. We need to have an exhaustive debate across Canada, and this has not happened, and this is a very important issue. So if we look at the situation of our seniors, 23% of households will find it difficult to maintain their current lifestyle. People who retire and have a low income seniors are poorer today than they used to be, and we have a high rate of seniors in poverty. 14% of Canadians are in difficulty. So we see that Canadians are not as poor as they used to be, so we are doing better with the measures we have brought in, which are positive, which are helpful to seniors, instead of what this government wants to do, which is to take money from people. Nantelli from the Canadian Business Council has said that the hours of work and wages will be affected, as well as the CFIB that has said that these measures will have a negative effect on businesses and on the economy. Increasing deductions will reduce the number of jobs, the hours of work, and wages. So this is not a good thing for the economy. The Quebec Business Owners Group said that this will have a negative effect on the economy. We want to encourage positive changes, but this will be a negative one on wages. The Fraser Institute has indicated that instead of taking this measure, which is a false step, we need to help Canadians, help the older Canadians who are at risk. So we feel that taking more money out of the pockets of workers is the wrong way to go. We want to avoid having small business pay more into the coffers of the government. We want people to have a secure retirement, but we want Canadians to be able to make the choices they want to make and that are best for them. Because people know what is right for their retirement. It is not the government that does. We want to have positive changes like increasing the GIS and the creation of the TFSA that enables Canadians to make the choices they need to for their old age rather than increasing taxes in this way. We want the government to interfere less in people's lives. We don't agree with the government's tendency to do that, and that's why we will not support this bill. Questions and comments?
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the member from Louis Saint Laurent for his new position. From my vantage point, it's always entertaining to see him present. I may not agree very much with what he says, but his presentation is very, very good to see. Now, there seems to be, in the whole big picture, a contradiction on the Conservative side. On the one side, we say that putting a price on carbon is going to take money out of people's pockets who can't afford it. Improving the CPP is going to take money out of the people's pockets, they can't afford it. But we should leave the tax-free savings account at $10,000. That doesn't connect very well, unfortunately. And it would be interesting to have seen how many people would have actually taken advantage of that huge lift in the tax-free savings account. But on top of that, we have household debt that's high. We have 60% of Canadians in the private sector with no pension plan. And I would ask the member what he sees off in the future when all these people who have not had the means, much less the choice, but certainly not the means, to save as maybe the elite have for the retirement, what the government would be facing when those people hit retirement and simply can't afford to live.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, we created the Guaranteed Income Supplement. It's such a good idea, and we increased it, and now the current government is following our example and increasing it once again. When he's talking about elites, you don't have to be a millionaire to set money aside. Anyone who's able to well manage their funds can save some money. But I also remind the member that what's happening is that we encourage people to save, as we did with the TFSA. People can put away up to $1,000 a year. And it'll take 40 years to take any benefits from this, but we feel that ours was the better one, and that's what they should still be doing today. Questions and comments?
For Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my honourable colleague's speech about the Canada Pension Plan and his views on it, particularly about giving people more choice and the fact that, the Conservatives stand for putting more money in the pockets of people. Well, I would argue that when you look at the poverty situation among seniors, many of those people don't actually, in fact, have a choice. The levels of poverty I've witnessed in my community among seniors, they really have no choice. It's a day-to-day fight for them. And, there have been studies that came out earlier this year that show that only 15 to 20% of middle-income Canadians without a workplace pension plan have saved anywhere near enough for retirement. I also take issue with the Conservatives calling this a tax. These are not taxes. This is a deferred wage for your retirement years. I don't know of any tax that I pay where I get money back later on. This is not a tax. You're contributing to your retirement security to provide you with a meaningful income. And furthermore, Mr. Seniors, putting more money in the pockets of seniors is a good thing for small communities because seniors spend that money in communities. They've often gotten to a point where they own their home, they own many of their housing assets, and that putting more income in the pockets of seniors is good for local communities. The Conservatives in the previous Parliament did support the pooled registered pension plans, but we show that most of those benefits went overwhelmingly to upper middle class Canadians. And so my question to the member is, will he now admit that those failed to improve the lives of middle and lower income Canadians, and that in fact it is a very smart policy to actually educate Canadians about saving more, because currently the statistics are showing that is not the case? Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I would not to start a fight of word, you know. Tax, is it tax or not tax? What I know is that the government will pick up money in the pocket of the people. Maybe it's not clearly a tax, but what I know is that the government will put his hand in the pocket of the people, and that is not good for the wealth of the people. And so this is why, Mr. Speaker, we established in our government, when we were in power, le CELI in French. I don't know the word in English, but the CELI, which is when people have the chance to put money aside for their retirement. And that is great. It's so great that this actual government keep on this project. So this is not so bad. It's not so bad. And also, Mr. Speaker, I want to give some figures, some number to the people, to the colleague who said that the elder citizen have some difficulties. We all know some people who have difficulties. Monsieur le Président, selon...
But, Mr. Speaker, according to Statistics Canada, the proportion of seniors living with a low income has gone from 29% to 70 to a higher percentage today. So we're not the ones saying that, we the Conservatives, it's Statistics Canada. So there's been a great improvement made. And the best way of preventing poverty in old age is to give the necessary tools to people to be able to put money aside and let them make their choice. They know how to manage their money, and particularly not for the government to go and put its hand into their pockets, especially that government. That's why our government put the TFSA into effect, and this is something the government should pursue. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Islay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his presentation, and I congratulate him on his new appointment as a finance critic. Mr. Speaker, I'm a business owner. I have 25 employees, and I have an associate and my daughter who are involved in the business. And this kind of a measure has a big impact on my business and on thousands and thousands of others across the country. Can my colleague give us an overview of what that might represent for a small business with 25 employees, and what impact it might have on, indeed, the reduction of number of employees because of the costs of this? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker, with this bill. The government's not only going to take money out of workers' pockets, but also out of employers' pockets. For a business with 25 employees, such as my colleague has, and of which he is the owner and director, I salute all generators of wealth, but still, that's $1,000 to $1,500 less in their pockets for each employee. So if that's 25 employees, that's $27,000 less per year. So for a small business, that can represent a part-time job. It could have an effect on the purchase of equipment, so that the business won't be able to go and sell more abroad, and that will impact their ability to generate wealth. And so I don't want to get into a war of words, but when we tax these employers and take $1,000 for each of their employees, that's $1,000 less for development, for salary increases, for all kinds of things. And so it's everything but positive and something that will boost our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Mississauga Streets. Oh, sorry. I'm seeing some heads pop up and down. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could tell the House or share with the House why it is he believes that the Conservative Party is the party that's right on this issue, when in fact we have provincial governments in every region of this country who have actually come together in Vancouver, where there was an agreement, I would argue a historical agreement, that this bill that we're debating today is in fact in the best interest of the workers, and Canadians as a whole are actually very supportive of it. So you have governments from all regions of the country. You have the national government demonstrating strong leadership on the pension front, and then you have the Conservatives who seem to be out of touch once again with Canadians. Can the member explain why is all the other governments wrong, but the Conservative Party, which I would argue is out of touch, seems to somehow be correct in their minds?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
The fact that my honourable colleague asking me a question, and then we'll take just a few seconds to say I really appreciate the fact that he's always there and he has always something to say, even if all we say is not all right, good, anytime good. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that my honourable colleague from Winnipeg are talking about the Vancouver meeting, the Vancouver Accord. May I remind him that the Vancouver Accord was based, first of all, on the principle of l'Accord de Paris. Huh?
The Paris Accord.
La déclaration de Vancouver.
The Vancouver Statement.
Provinces should support the decision all together, working together, and having the consultation on every province on environmental issue. And what happened 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago, the Prime Minister here in the House of Commons dictate a new way of the carbon tax. And so this is why he scratched down all the Déclaration de Vancouver, this famous meeting as he's talking about. And what we have seen 3 ministers who slapped the door because this government cannot recognize, it cannot appreciate, it cannot work with all the provinces.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to be splitting my time with the member for Brampton East. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying I am so honored to rise in this House today and speak to Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. To begin, a few basic facts about this program that has served Canadians so well for decades. It is a mandatory, contributory social insurance program that provides partial income replacement for workers in Canada and their families in the event of retirement, disability, or death. It began operation in 1966 and is overseen by federal and provincial finance ministers. Half a century ago, it took vision, diplomacy, and negotiation to reach this historic agreement. The Minister of National Health and Welfare, the Honourable Judy LaMarche, was the champion of this program, a senior member of the Lester B. Pearson government that brought us so many of our modern-day social programs. The CPP covers employed and self-employed Canadians. Quebec has the separate but comparable Quebec pension plan. Contributions are collected on earnings above the year's basic exemption, $3,500, and up to the year's maximum pensionable earnings, or $54,900 in 2016, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time the CPP needed modernization. In the 1990s, as life expectancies began to lengthen and unfunded liabilities increased, the need to make important adjustments became clear, Mr. Speaker. This change also required significant cooperation. Then Federal Finance Minister, the Right Honourable Paul Martin, helped by his Winnipeg Parliamentary Secretary, David Walker, worked with provincial counterparts to do what was in the best interests of Canadians, and the CPP was significantly improved. Today, again, we face the need for change. The proposed enhancement makes a couple of important changes. We will increase the amount of retirement pension from 1/4 to 1/3 of pensionable earnings, as well as the survivors and disability pensions and the post-retirement benefit, subject to the amount of additional contributions made and the number of years over which those contributions are made. We will increase the maximum level of pensionable earnings by 14% as of 2025. We will provide for the making of additional contributions beginning in 2019 and phased in gradually over 7 years. What is the reason for this change, Mr. Speaker? Why have we brought forward the need to modernize and enhance the CPP? First, a significant minority of Canadians approaching retirement age are not saving enough. Many middle-class families without workplace pensions are at risk of facing financial security in retirement. Only 15 to 20% of middle-income Canadians are retiring with enough savings, according to a study from the Broadbent Institute. These individuals, now aged 55 to 64, will face a dramatic drop in their standard of living, and many will fall into poverty. Furthermore, most working Canadians today do not have a workplace pension. This suggests that in the not-so-distant future, Mr. Speaker, more retiring Canadians will be at risk of falling into poverty as well. The bottom line is that the average CPP benefit is simply not enough to ensure Canadians the secure and dignified retirement that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, the previous government did not act, even though the writing on the wall was clear. Second, the economy of today continues to undergo significant transformation, rendering a far different landscape than the one for which the original CPP was designed. Most notably, the decline of workplace pension plans, as I've already mentioned, low interest rates on saving plans, and the changing nature of work. The latter refers to increasingly contract-based job markets. We must recognize these changes and ensure that our social insurance programs address the ever-changing needs of Canadians. On June 20th, 2016, Canada's finance ministers reached an historic agreement to make meaningful changes to the CPP. These will allow Canadians to retire with more money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes the necessary legislative changes to implement this historic agreement. The enhancement will be fully funded, which is a requirement of the existing CPP legislation. As a result, the enhanced portion of the retirement pension will accumulate gradually as additional contributions are made. The full replacement rate of 1/3 of lifetime pensionable earnings will be reached after 40 years of additional CPP contributions. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the proposed enhancement represents a separate addition to the CPP. Benefits under the current or base CPP will continue to be paid as before based on a contribution rate of 9.9% on earnings. The new or additional CPP benefit amounts based on two new contribution rates of 2% and 8% effectively serve as a top-up to base CPP benefit amounts. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this bill will be phased in slowly over 7 years, with the fully adjusted contribution requirements not coming into force until 2025. This will allow businesses the flexibility and long-term planning required. Total benefit amounts will be calculated using the same formula as under the base CPP. Mr. Speaker, in closing, these changes are long overdue and were promised in our election platform, thus representing the fulfillment of the needs of Canadians to secure their retirement and provide for greater financial security to vulnerable members of our society. It's important to note that Canadians back this change, Mr. Speaker. According to a recent Forum Research poll, over 65% of Canadians support making changes to the CPP. I look forward to continued debate on this proposed legislation and to working with members on all sides of the House to ensure its passage. Given the buy-in from provincial ministers across the country, 9 out of 10 provinces, Mr. Speaker, this truly represents a nonpartisan national consensus, one which I hope all of my honourable colleagues can get behind and support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way there for his speech. But what I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, is, I too am a small business owner like my colleague from Quebec earlier stated he was, and I have a partner that is running my business in my absence, but I'm wondering if the member across the way there, if he could explain to us, to Canadians, how taking money out of the pockets of employees is going to help them to have a better standard of living today, to better meet the needs of their children and their family. And also, for every dollar that the employees are going to be required to commit, the employer is going to have to contribute an equal amount. And so how does taxing the employer more than he's being taxed today, the Liberals already didn't reduce the small business tax like they promised they would do, but how would taking money out of the employer's pockets with additional CPP contributions, how would that help a business to grow and continue to create jobs and create wealth?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from Manitoba for the question, and Mr. Speaker, I heard the answer from my colleague from the NDP across the way. It was very persuasive to me, and I think it's we're very persuaded on this side of the House. We're going to have a 7-year phase-in to allow for that adjustment to business. And as my honourable colleague from the NDP said, this is not a tax, Mr. Speaker. This is an investment in our communities. This is an investment in the future of individuals. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party has always been on the forefront of investing in people in our communities and in the Canada Pension Plan, Mr. Speaker. It was resisted by the Conservative Party back in 1966, and I was just reading the records of the 1990 debate, and Mr. Harper's in his previous incarnation as a Reform Party member, along with Preston Manning, opposed changes to modernize the Canada Pension Plan back then, and indeed are opposing it today. And I would just add, the Honourable Finance Critic was talking about the GIS. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party put the OAS and the GIS back to 67, and we've returned it to 65. That would have left many seniors in poverty, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his impassioned speech. Of course, I rise to say that I'm going to support this today, but I have a lot of serious concerns. The people in North Island, Powell River have a lot of seniors with extreme poverty. I talk to my constituents who face challenges of asking themselves, will I pay for my medication or will I eat this month? Will I pay for my medication or will I have heat this winter? Those are real concerns. And so, this is a good solution potentially in the future for someone like my 16-year-old son. But is this the best solution today? And can we hear a little bit more about how are we going to invest in seniors today? And are we going to make sure that we don't see a clawback of the GIS in the future? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And it gives me the opportunity to talk about what this government has done for seniors, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying at the end of my last response to my Manitoba colleague's question, we've returned the age of collection of the OAS and GIS back to 65 from 67. That is going to put an average of $13,000 in the pocket of each and every senior, Mr. Speaker. Many who would have been finding themselves in poverty on social services roles. We have increased the GIS top-up for almost 1 million seniors, Mr. Speaker. Also, $200 million in seniors' housing will be investing over the next 2 years. And, Mr. Speaker, we are working very, very hard on a national poverty reduction strategy, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, seniors will be very much at the heart of that strategy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be back in Ottawa after a week traveling with the Finance Committee. But today's debate is a very pressing one. The changes our government is proposing to enhance the Canada Pension Plan is important to every working Canadian. Not only are they important, they're much needed. We know that today, 1 in 4 families nearing retirement, that's 1.1 million families, risk not saving enough for retirement. In particular, middle-class families without workplace pension plans are at greater risk of undersaving for retirement. A third of these families are at severe risk. To address this, a historic agreement was reached with the provinces in June to make meaningful changes to the CPP that will allow Canadians to retire with more money in their pockets. These enhancements will be phased in over a 7-year period starting in 2019. Once fully in place, the CPP enhancement will increase the maximum retirement benefit by about 50%. Enhanced benefits will accumulate gradually as individuals pay into the enhanced CPP. And to fund these enhanced benefits, annual CPP contributions will increase modestly over 7 years starting in 2019. I want to remind my colleagues in the House that our contribution rates in Canada are much lower than those in other countries with public pension plans. In fact, the CPP contribution rate is about half the average rate amongst 25 countries in the OECD that have public pension plans. This remains true even with the CPP enhancement. But what does this mean to Canadians? What does it mean to a young worker in her 20s? And recently, I spoke to Canadians, and I spoke to 20-somethings, and they asked me, so what do we get out of this CPP enhancement? A worker nearing retirement asked me, will this change my pension benefit? A low-income worker worried that any extra contribution will come straight out of his paycheck. These are very good questions, Mr. Speaker. And for the young worker in her early 20s, just starting out her career, this will be a great benefit for when she retires. By paying into the enhanced CPP, she will have more to retire on. The modest increase in contributions will be phased in over 7 years. So someone working with a constant earning of $50,000 will contribute an additional $70 per year or $6 per month in 2019. By the end of the phase-in period, that same person will be contributing $475 per year or $40 extra per month. By strengthening the Canadian pension plan, workers will receive more money from their pension, exactly 1/4 of their eligible earnings to 1/3 of their eligible earnings. So if a person makes $50,000 a year for their working life, they will receive about $16,000 each year in retirement instead of $12,000 today. That's $4,000 more dollars right into their pockets. In addition, the enhancement will increase the point at which a person stops making contributions by about 14% in 2025. I know that some are concerned about the increased contributions and what they will mean to their bottom line, most importantly, their paycheck. We thought about this and designed a gradual phasing so that contributions will increase modestly over 7 years. We also thought about employers in designing the enhanced CPP. We specifically designed a slow phase-in of the annual CPP contributions with the express purpose of minimizing the impact and giving employees and employers time to adjust to these new changes. The great news is, for our young workers, we'll see the largest increase in their retirement benefits. In fact, we know that young people, in general, find it difficult to save. Many are working in jobs that don't have company pension plans, which means they have to save on their retirement, for their retirement on their own. The fact is that a tax deduction instead of a tax credit will be provided to the employee contribution portion of the enhanced CPP. This will avoid new CPP contributions, increasing the cost of savings. For the worker in the middle of his career or nearing retirement, he will still benefit from our enhanced CPP, as the increased contributions that are made in 2019 and later will go towards an enhanced retirement pension plan. But what about the low-income worker who is worried about the effect of increased CPP contributions on his paycheck? Well, how will the enhanced CPP help him? I want to assure my colleagues and low-income workers all across this country that an enhanced CPP will benefit all workers, including those with low incomes. In order to make sure low-income workers aren't financially burdened as a result of these extra contributions, the government will also enhance the working income tax benefit. The proposed enhancement to the working income tax benefit is designed to provide additional benefits that roughly offset the incremental CPP contributions for eligible low-income workers. So with this enhancement, there will be no impact on disposable income and when he retires, he will also get a larger retirement benefit payment. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is if you're working in Canada and you're paying into the CPP and you plan to retire after 2019, you will have more money in your pocket from our CPP retirement pension benefit. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Brampton East, day in and day out, I speak to my constituents who call me personally about the issues that they face and their families face. I often hear that young Canadians have a hard time finding permanent employment and are worried about their financial future and outlook and saving for retirement. I hear from young families and established families alike who are thinking of retirement and realizing that they do not have adequate savings. This concerns me. This concerns many of us in this House. The Canadian Association of Retired Persons estimates that roughly 600,000 seniors are living in poverty in Canada today. That's more than the entire population of the city of Brampton. That is, frankly, Mr. Speaker, unacceptable. Our government is doing its part to ensure that in the future, no seniors will be living in poverty. We started by reversing the eligibility age of the old age security to 65 and boosting the general guaranteed income supplement, the GIS, by 10% to provide almost $1,000 per year more per GIS recipient, aimed especially at helping low-income seniors who live alone. However, that is not enough. Associations like CARP have been calling for a CPP expansion for years, and it's about time that we deliver. We feel that this is a win-win, Mr. Speaker. I urge my honourable colleagues to support an enhanced CPP. It will further help Canadians contribute to a safe and secure retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for Brampton East. I always appreciate his contributions to the House. He talks about 20-somethings. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard that that these kinds of increases from Dan Kelly from the CFIB has already said that employers will reduce hours or not hire. That's going to hurt 20-somethings the most. They're not going to be able to pay as much, even if they are working, Mr. Speaker, towards their student loans. They're not going to have a tax-free savings account where they can put, as large a tax-free savings account because of this government's action, because they won't be able to put that money aside for a house. His government has also made it more difficult for young people to get into the market by pushing down the amount that they can qualify for. So, Mr. Speaker, they are going to have less money to take home to pay for their student loans. They're going to have less money to put down for a down payment. And we know home ownership is an important investment that actually helps provide not just housing, but financial security for seniors. Why is his government not thinking of 20-somethings?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And as a colleague and a friend on the Finance Committee, I always appreciate our conversation outside this chamber. But I want to reassure Canadians, especially 20-something Canadians, that our government has done more in the first year of our mandate than the last government's done in the last 10 years of their mandate to help 20-something succeed in this world. And you know what? I speak here, I stand in this House with somebody who still has student loans to pay, because I was just in my 20s not too long ago. And our government has enhanced Canada's student loans program, which is going to help more young Canadians go to school and be less in debt when they graduate. The Canadian Pension Plan enhancement is important for young Canadians, and they will benefit the most in future years as we modestly increase this over 7-year phase-in to increase their contributions so they can retire safely and securely. And I encourage my honourable colleagues across the way to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's very important to ensure that everyone has a dignified pension. We know that currently some people are living in poverty. In fact, a lot of seniors in my riding are barely receiving $1,000 a month. So that doesn't show respect for our seniors who built our country and raised our families. Now, according to the latest statistics, more than 30% of senior women live in poverty. So that figure tripled over the last 20 years. So this is what I'd like to ask my colleague. What does he propose to help senior women who are vulnerable and who need to get out of poverty?
East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Our government has made a commitment to seniors. Our government has reversed the increase to the age of eligibility on OHS. on old age security back to 65. Our government has increased the guaranteed income supplement specifically to help single seniors help pay their bills. Our government is investing in Canadians. Our government has reduced taxes for Canadians. Our government is helping seniors provide for themselves. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Pension Plan is going to reduce the number of seniors. The Canadian Pension Plan enhancements is going to reduce the number of seniors in poverty in years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to join this debate. And as we start in on the issue of pensions, listening with some degree of incredulousness to the arguments coming from the government, I have to start off with a quote which I believe is from William Pitt, who said, "The facts of life are conservative." Hearing my Liberal friends talk, they say, well, people aren't saving enough, so if only we took more money away from them and put them somewhere else and then gave it back to them later, that would solve the problems. Well, there is a missing understanding clearly from the government about the fact that this money has to come from somewhere and the costs of that as it's going to unfold. The government members talk about a phased-in plan. Okay, without appreciating that whether it's phased in over 2 or 7 as is intended or longer than that, the costs will still be there. The costs will still be there for individuals, for small businesses. We will still very much see that negative impact. Now, Mr. Speaker, to start with, I'll just review where we are here. The core of this bill is that it increases the amount that individuals and employers have to pay as part of CPP deductions. This will eventually, not for current seniors, but eventually lead to higher payouts down the line. So we're not talking about improving the situation of those currently in retirement, but in the long run, we're talking about a system that would require individuals and businesses to pay in more and pay out more in the future. In terms of the magnitude of this change, the premium will increase from 9.9% eventually to 11.9%, and the maximum level of pensionable earnings will go up from just under $55,000 to $82,700 by the year 2025, and premiums will rise by up to $2,200 per worker, with the amount collected being split between employers and employees. So these are very significant numbers. We're talking about a significant cost and a significant impact on the economy. We think on this side of the House that this is a bad idea, and I'm going to outline in my speech what I see as 5 principal reasons why this is not a good idea. Those arguments are as follows: that people can save their own money more effectively. Secondly, that existing savings vehicles, which were cut by this government, in fact, provide the additional incentives and flexibility to be more useful to people involved. Thirdly, I'm going to talk about the economic costs of this plan. Fourthly, I'm going to talk about better ways we can help seniors. And finally, if I have time, I'm going to talk about the relationship between liberty and virtue as it relates to this policy. Now, first of all, on this point about people being able to save more money themselves, and I raised this point with one of the government members who had talked about how effective, in his view, and I would generally agree with that, the CPP has been in terms of generating return. But what he neglected to respond to, I think, is the fact that there are other ways that this could have been done. In fact, the government could have explored a voluntary option where people could choose to contribute more to CPP and collect more in the future. Of course, they could have stuck with or sought to enhance existing saving vehicles, and I'll talk more about that under the next point. But they have chosen not to do that, and I think they have to defend that policy. It's not enough to say we would like people to have more for retirement, but they have to actually defend a policy in terms of why it should be mandatory and not voluntary for individuals involved. Now, on this side of the House, we have a general preference for giving individuals as much freedom, as much liberty, as much ability to manage their own resources as possible, for the simple reason that people are generally in the best position to judge what constitutes their own interest, what they're going to need for retirement, what they're going to need in the present, what kinds of investments will be best for them in the short and long term. We prefer to believe that individuals are in the best position to judge what is going to be conducive to their own happiness than some external actor, in this case, the state. That the government is less likely to know what's good for me than I am. And I think that makes a lot of sense. This flows from this principle of subsidiarity, that those that are closest to a situation, that are closest to the practice of something, are in the best position to decide what is in their own interest. And that's why we favor choice in this case. We favor giving individuals the ability to control their own retirement. And I would note parenthetically, Mr. Speaker, that there is some irony in the government, a government that clearly is not capable of showing any kind of temperance in the use of public finances, that has ballooned the deficit beyond all proportion, including beyond what was promised in the election, then expressing concern that individuals aren't saving enough. This particularly underlines that this government, and perhaps governments in general, are in a less well-placed position to decide about savings for the future than individuals are, that we should give the power and the ability to individuals to make decisions about their own future. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I'd like to discuss existing savings vehicles, because the government has made a choice. They've made a choice to actually cut back on existing savings vehicles and move in this mandatory contribution direction rather than emphasize individual choice. Now, what we have in place right now in Canada are two primary savings vehicles for individuals: tax-free savings accounts and RRSPs. TFSAs and RRSPs function somewhat differently, of course. RRSPs, you save the tax up front. You pay the tax after you withdraw it, at the point at which you withdraw it in the future, whereas on TFSAs, you pay the tax up front, but then you don't pay tax on the interest and you don't pay tax on the money when you withdraw it. So two different kinds of savings vehicles, which may be advantageous to different people in different situations. Now, our previous Conservative government introduced tax-free savings accounts, and then we expanded them. We increased the contribution limit to $10,000 a year. This government, they cut back the tax-free savings accounts. They didn't replace it with any other kind of savings vehicles. They reduced the capacity for individuals to be involved in private savings, and then they have now, again, moved in this mandatory direction. And their argument for cutting back on the tax-free savings accounts was that, well, only rich people have resources to save. But here's the reality. Over 65% of tax-free savings accounts holders make under $60,000 per year. In fact, almost half of TFSA holders make less than $40,000 per year, and over half of those who max out their tax-free savings accounts make less than $60,000 per year. It seems, based on the data we have, that TFSAs are actually a preferred savings vehicle for those that are of modest incomes. And when you recognize the different mechanics of TFSAs and RRSPs, it's pretty clear why that is. Because given that RRSPs allow you to save the tax in advance but pay it afterwards, those who have very high incomes but project having relatively lower incomes in the future are more likely to use RRSPs, whereas if you expect to have a similar income at the point of retirement as you do, or at the point at which you're withdrawing from your TFSAs as you do earlier, then you're more likely to get the benefit from a TFSA. So if you have a very large income up front, you perhaps get, because of the income differential between what you're earning in the present and project to earn in the future, those with higher incomes are more likely to use RSPs. Relatively speaking, again, what is in an individual's interest is going to depend very much on personal circumstances and a variety of different factors that inform their tax situation. But generally, the numbers suggest that TFSAs are not sort of a savings vehicle that are exclusive to the rich. In fact, they are more likely to be used by those that are of modest and lower income. That's an important point. And I think there are a variety of ways the government could consider further expanding the use of voluntary savings vehicles. They could go back to the original withdrawal amount, the $10,000 a year that we had in place at the time of the election. I recently met with the Canadian Real Estate Association with, I think, a good proposal around expanding the home buyers plan, allowing people to withdraw more money from their RSPs in order to make that an initial investment in terms of buying a home. And these kinds of changes to these voluntary savings plan could encourage and increase their use. We have these existing savings vehicles that I think work very well and create good economic incentives and opportunities for people to make these sorts of investment. And yet the government has made a particular choice to move away from these vehicles, to cut the ability of individuals to invest there, and instead move in this mandatory direction. We think that doesn't show a proper appreciation for the value of individual liberty, individual freedom with respect to people's own funds, but also it misses the practical opportunities that come with these existing savings vehicles that are working very well. We favor the incentives, the voluntary opportunities that comes with things like TFSAs and RRSPs, and we see the value in continuing to use them and expand their effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, I would like to discuss the specific economic problems that come with the tax with the plan the government has proposed. When you levy a payroll deduction for individuals, and I would call it a payroll tax. I know some members say, well, it's not a tax because, you know, the person's going to get some of it back in the future. Well, hopefully that's true of all taxes, that we enjoy some benefit from all taxes. But this is money that the government requires to be deducted, and whether or not you call it a tax, it certainly behaves like a tax in an economic sense, insofar as it introduces a certain disincentive. If I'm an employer, with the introduction of this new tax, it becomes more expensive for me to hire someone. And that creates a marginally greater disincentive to hire that person. And in fact, there was a survey that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business did. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has been very vocal about that. They represent small business owners. And here's what they found when they did a survey on the ORRP, the kind of precursor within Ontario to the CPP, that business owners said 69% said that they would freeze or cut salaries, and 53% of businesses indicate that they would have to reduce positions in order to address the cost of increasing hiring. So really significant impact, more people likely unemployed, people having a cutback on their wages. And I'd say to members of the government, is it worth it? When you have the alternative of voluntary savings, there's no disincentive for employers or for individuals working if they're voluntary savings that an individual controls themselves. But that disincentive does exist with the mandatory savings. So you're getting nothing instead of something. And I want to read a quote specifically from the President and CEO of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business about this plan. He said, it is tremendously disappointing to see that the finance ministers are putting Canadian wages, hours, and jobs in jeopardy and willfully moving to make an already shaky economy even worse. That's what the Canadian Federation of Independent Business is hearing from their members. That's what they're saying about what the impact of this change would be. So members across the way need to think about the fact that there is a better alternative in place with voluntary savings, and that the plan they're proposing will have real substantial costs for business. Mr. Speaker, if you could give me a time signal, that'd be great. But on to my fourth point in the meantime. There are better ways in order to help our seniors. Now, what we did when we were in government is we pursued tax reductions to make life more affordable for seniors. We said instead of the government taking more of your money and making decisions about your future, that we should be giving tax reductions back to seniors. So here's what we did when we were in government. We increased the age credit amount by $2,000. We doubled the pension income credit. We introduced pension income splitting. We enhanced the New Horizons for Seniors program by increasing funding to that. We launched the Canadian Employers for Caregivers Action Plan. We expanded the targeted initiative for older workers. We undertook measures to protect seniors using financial services. The government talks about the GIS. Well, importantly, when we were in government, we increased the amount that the GIS recipients can earn through employment without any reduction in GIS benefits from $500 to $3,500. We increased the age limit for RRSP to RIF conversion to 71 from 69. Of course, the establishment of the tax-free savings accounts, and we introduced the largest GIS increase in over 25 years, which gave eligible low-income seniors additional benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. So there are things you can do through the tax system through tax reductions. But of course, we can see that there is a difference in philosophy here, that the government wants to take control away from seniors and manage more of their money for them. We want to give those resources back to seniors. Now, Mr. Speaker, the final point I want to make is about the relationship between liberty and virtue, and I think it's an important one, perhaps one of the most under-discussed aspects of this issue. Now, the government wants to increase state involvement and therefore reduce individual involvement in retirement planning by expanding the mandatory deduction for CPP. But the underlying objective is replacing private savings with state collection and distribution. This has a negative impact on the development of practice of those virtues which make for a strong society. As I've argued before, we should generally seek to individuals the greatest possible amount of liberty, because individuals can best judge their own interests, and because individuals are best positioned to be the most responsible managers of their own affairs. At a practical level, individuals generally know their own affairs better than anyone else. But I think there is a deeper and perhaps more profound argument for liberty, both in general and in this specific case. A more important argument than practical effectiveness. Now, liberty in general can play a critical role in the development and practice of the virtues. A virtue is a positive quality of character, perhaps the most famous being the 4 cardinal virtues highlighted by various ancient thinkers: prudence, courage, justice, and temperance. Though there may be disagreement about the origins of these concepts, and though they're rarely explicitly discussed in this place, I think we would all accept their importance. A society characterized by wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control is naturally a better society, one in which people have the means to more effectively pursue their own happiness and the happiness of others, and one in which strong and good communities can fulfill functions that the government otherwise would have to. Now, virtues are like muscles. A person who has never had to exercise self-control, for example, will be less likely to know how to exercise it when situations arise when it is necessary. The more that a virtue muscle is used, the stronger that it gets. I generally doubt the ability of government to make all-wise decisions, but even if I had more faith in the wisdom of the state, I would still wish for a society with as much liberty as possible. Because a society in which the state removes all possible temptation, occasion for injustice, need for courage, etc., is certainly a worse society, because it is one devoid of the practice of virtues, practice which will always be necessary in one situation or another, practice which is necessary to make perfect. Now, it's clear from some of the comments made by advocates of an expanded pension plan that many of those motivating this change actually want to create a society in which private savings for retirement are not necessary, one in which the practice of putting money aside for the future is not necessary, or at least less necessary, because the government is doing it for you. This removes one of the most vital ways in which many people learn and practice the virtues of prudence and temperance. The process of denying yourself things that you want in order to save for the future is certainly challenging, but recognizing the need for savings and learning to do that helps one to become a better person, more wise, more tempered, and more self-controlled. And the qualities of character or virtues that one learns by saving money are important and useful. They help us to develop prudence and temperance in other areas of life. Now, any government policy which purports to remove the need for people to develop certain virtues, I would argue, is deeply injurious to the social good. By robbing people of the means to save through this payroll tax, and by communicating to people that they no longer need to save, this government is taking away tools which I see as vital for the creation of a good society. I don't want people to have saving decisions made for them. I want people to be able to make decisions to save on their own. Yes, to receive some support to do so, to receive the agency, to receive support if they're not able to or choose not to, but also to receive the incentives and the information to make prudent decisions with respect to their own money. And to be able to live, by the way, in an economy which allows them the opportunity to live well into retirement if they do so. Now, I don't think we're yet at a point where everyone has the opportunity or the ability to save as much as they need and to pursue good retirement. And that's why we need a stronger economy. That's why we need to continue to create opportunities for small business. That's why the tax cuts, the changes that we made that make life more affordable for seniors are very important. And those things are, I think, critical for helping all seniors. But I'll say this as well, an economic system with more liberty more probably reflects that dignity of individuals, more properly I should say, because individuals are capable of making prudent decisions about their own financial future and should be given the ability by government to do so. They shouldn't have that pulled away from them. So I'll say to the government, perhaps instead of removing space for individual practice of virtue, the government can apply prudence and temperance in its own financial management. Indeed, the hallmark of good society, I think, is one in which the government is more focused on practicing the virtues themselves than on micromanaging the lives of others. Again, a good society requires virtue, and liberty provides critical opportunities for the development and practice of virtue. So, Mr. Speaker, just to review the points I've made today. First of all, I've made the point that people can save money for themselves. It's perverse to hear the government say, well, people aren't saving enough for retirement, so we'll take more of their money away and then give it back to them later. What they should be doing instead is looking for ways to give people back more of their own money, and indeed giving them the incentives and the opportunities to save more of their own resources. Secondly, I talked about the existing saving vehicles that are in place and were cut by this Liberal government. Existing savings vehicles like RRSPs and especially tax-free savings accounts, which we saw cut back on, that are used effectively, and the government should be looking, I think, for ways of expanding this. Again, I mentioned a proposal for the expansion of the home buyers plan. We can use those existing savings vehicles, I think, to very good effect. Thirdly, I talked about the economic problems associated with the government's proposal. That, in fact, what they're talking about is going to cost jobs. It's going to hurt wages. It's going to hurt small business. It'll have a negative impact on the Canadian economy overall. I talked about there are being better ways to help seniors through cutting taxes. And finally, I talked about how having a voluntary as opposed to mandatory system of savings is positive from a perspective of creating a good and virtuous society. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Before going to questions and comments, I just want to remind everyone that we are going through debate, and it's nice to see everyone getting along, being very cordial, but the hum kind of gets up and it makes it very difficult to get those questions out there. So questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I listened to the member opposite talk, and my fear is that his parents may have read way too much Ayn Rand to him as a child as a bedtime story. Failing that, perhaps he's on economic steroids and a drug test might be in order. But I've heard a description of the CPP as if it's a tax, which it's not. And then I heard that low-income families and low-income wage earners are going to get taxed at an unfair rate, and they won't be able to save as a result. Is the member aware, because I realize he may only be paying CPP for a short period of time, is the member aware that CPP is scaled to income, and that low-income Canadians who don't have the capacity to save benefit the most from this program, in particular when they retire? And in fact, under our government, a 10% increase to single seniors, the poorest group of seniors, are going to get that money immediately as a result of the steps we've taken to make sure that people can retire with dignity in this country.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was worried for a moment that my friend was channeling his inner Donald Trump, but fortunately he stopped after the drug test suggestion and didn't go any further. And it was interesting that he drew from some of my comments about virtue ethics that I have an interest in Ayn Rand. He might want to reflect on perhaps the philosophical differences between those two traditions. But more to the point, what I emphasized in my remarks was this choice we have between the mandatory and the voluntary route. We favor the voluntary route. And what I said specifically about low-income Canadians is that the cuts the government made to the tax-free savings accounts have a disproportionate negative impact on low-income Canadians. And I shared some of those numbers very clearly, that in fact those who are of modest incomes are more likely to use tax-free savings accounts because the differential impacts between the RRSPs on the one hand and the TFSAs. One of the stats that I quoted, for example, was that more than half of those who maxed out their tax-free savings account are making less than $60,000 a year. I see the member shaking his head. I encourage him to go to fin.gc.ca. The numbers are there. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the comments that the Honourable Member made, and I'm having a hard time not having an emotional reaction, actually, because it is very insensitive and it is an affront to suggest that seniors have made a choice to be struggling in their retirement. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have a regulatory regime that requires certain payments to be taken out of our paychecks. And we need to have the protection of deferred wages that are legislated. Because I'll tell you why. Some of the future seniors that will be struggling are making choices right now to remove money from those same savings accounts to help their children with student loans, because as you may well know, it is very brutal when it comes to collecting those student loans when you're in the workforce. It's very unrealistic the way that the member has portrayed the situation today. And I would like to ask the member if he understands that the GIS fund is actually what is taxpayer funded, and that the more seniors we have that do not need an income supplement, the better that is for taxpayers.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I do thank my colleague for her question. I certainly appreciate her contributions in this House. With greatest respect, I'll ask her to check the record in terms of my speech, because I at no point said that people make a choice to struggle or anything remotely similar to that. Here is the point, Mr. Speaker, I think that's perplexing to me, is that we hear members from the government and the NDP say people are struggling to save for their retirement, so let's take more of their money away and do it for them. I don't think that respects the autonomy of individuals, whether they are doing well or whether they are not. I don't think it respects their autonomy or their own capacity to plan for their own future. I think we're better off using tax-free savings accounts, again, a savings vehicle that is more likely to be used by those who are of modest means. I think we're better off doing what our government did, which was increase the guaranteed income supplement. We made some of these changes to try and address the issues of affordability for seniors, and I listed them, Mr. Speaker. I listed the many substantial changes that the previous government made to make life more affordable for seniors. But what's at issue is the lack of respect for the autonomy of those individuals by individuals in other parties. They think that if an individual's not saving enough, the solution is for the government to take more of their money away. I don't think that's a solution. I think if individuals aren't doing well, we shouldn't be taking more of their money away. In fact, we should be looking for ways for us to pass resources back to them. I think that's exactly what we're better off doing. That was the proposals that we had. That's what we had in place with the expanded form of the tax-free savings accounts. Thank you.
The time for questions and comments will resume after question period. There will be 4 minutes remaining. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, October is Women's History Month, and I want to acknowledge some exceptional women in my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Women who exemplify strength, dignity, and compassion. Women who are not afraid to tackle tough problems head-on and do what is right for our community. Our community is lucky to have women such as Susan Carr, Vice Chair, School District 42, and Chief Susan Miller of the Catesy First Nation, both who work tirelessly to advocate for our community. Part of being a good leader, Mr. Speaker, is not shying away from difficult issues. With a population poised to double within the next 15 years, my riding is facing many challenges. The Mayor of Maple Ridge, Nicole Reid, is not one to back down from the challenge and confront some of these difficult realities. These are controversial issues that require a huge undertaking, and the solution will not please everyone. But Mayor Reid knows that these issues must be addressed. Mayor Reid and her team happens to be in Ottawa right now, Mr. Speaker, and I ask my honourable colleagues to join me in welcoming her today.
Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the life of Victor Kopecky of Swan River, Manitoba, who sadly passed away on July 27th. Victor was a farmer, a constituent of mine, and a proud Conservative. He was passionate about politics and was always ready to volunteer on campaigns. When I began my political career, Victor was one of my early supporters, and I will always treasure his loyalty, friendship, and good advice. And we were both very proud of our shared Czech ancestry. We also shared a love of the outdoors, and Victor was always ready to volunteer for conservation projects in the Swan River Valley. A deeply spiritual man as well, Victor was passionate about his country and protecting a legacy of faith and freedom for his children and grandchildren. Victor is survived by the love of his life, Edna, wife of 46 years, and children Kevin and Janelle, plus grandchildren Sabrina, Noah, Hannah, and Sarah. People like Victor are all too rare in our society, and the legacy he leaves will live on. Victor was a credit to his family, his community, and his country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Grand River Film Festival on the launch of their 10th annual event in the riding of Cambridge. Starting today, October 24th, and lasting until October 29th, the Grand River Film Festival provides the residents of Waterloo Region and the visitors from all over southwestern Ontario an opportunity to view bold, reflective, and inspiring films from across Canada and around the world. This year, film enthusiasts have the opportunity to enjoy 13 films at seven different venues across the region, 5 of which are located in Cambridge. Mr. Speaker, the festival like this cannot happen without the countless volunteers and sponsors contributing their time and resources to make it a success. I think I speak for all movie buffs when I say thank you. I encourage the people of my riding to take advantage of this exciting event, and I congratulate the organizers on their 10th year. I wish them a very successful festival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo! The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
On behalf of Canada's New Democrats, I rise to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the Hungarian Revolution. After World War II, the great nation of Hungary was occupied by the Soviet Union. But in October 1956, Hungarian patriots rose in rebellion for freedom. They were successful, installed democracy, and restored civil liberties. However, just weeks later, Russian tanks rolled into Budapest. Fighting valiantly, over 4,000 Hungarians were killed, thousands arrested, and 200,000 fled to freedom in the West, including Canada. As a proud member of Hungarian heritage, I have been touched by these events. My Hungarian grandparents helped settle many of the refugees, and my godmother married one of those patriots, András Pinces. So today we pay tribute to all Hungarians who fought for freedom and to a strong, independent Hungary. Today we honor their words. Esküszünk, hogy rabok tovább nem leszünk. Isten áld meg a magyart.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to the efforts of high school students of Nickel Belt and Greater Sudbury. Les élèves
The students of the Champlain Catholic Secondary School in Chelmsford organized a fundraiser and food drive for the homeless. More than 100 students participated in the Evening for the Homeless, collecting $4,000. The students at Franco Cité Catholic Secondary School in Sturgeon Falls also gathered 19,000 pounds of non-perishable goods.
Poverty Drive, organized by the Confederation Secondary School in Valcarron, raised over $3,000 to help put together a student food bank and breakfast club. Thank you to the youth for your efforts, inspiring others.
It is therefore obvious that these young people are today's leaders. They care about the environment, the fight against poverty, and the economy and well-being of our seniors.
Promising future ahead of us with these young leaders of today. Merci.
Thank you.
For South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute on behalf of my constituents in the riding of South Surrey White Rock and all those who knew Bing Tom as a friend, father, husband, and extraordinary architect. Bing was a great admirer not only of our community, but across Canada and around the world. He was an exceptional individual and a dear friend. He unfortunately passed away suddenly while on a trip to Hong Kong this month. Bing's architectural work helped shape cities around the world, from Seville, Spain, to Washington, D.C., to Hong Kong, and in my own home city of Surrey. As a former mayor, it was a privilege to be part of his work and his process, but it was an even greater privilege to be able to call him a friend. The creative energy, contagious smile, and his dedication to the community made him an extraordinary man. I would like to extend my condolences to his wife Bonnie and to all of his family, friends in this time of grieving. Bing, thank you for your incredible heart and artistic foresight. You will be dearly missed.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, we recognized International Day of the Girl on October 11th as part of Women's History Month. This got me thinking about a young woman from South Shore St. Margaret's who has broken local ground in marksmanship, a historically male-dominated field. Mackenzie Corcoran, a grade 12 student, joined the Bridgewater Army Cadets a few years ago and has shown her skills in Nova Scotia and at the national level. She recently completed a camp at Connaught National Army Cadet Summer Training Centre in Ottawa, where she was awarded the Bronze Cross for shooting the 3 highest possible scores. She is the first cadet in the history of the 2688 Kinsman Army Cadets to make the National Rifle Team, which will be competing in summer 2017 in England. Please join me in sending best wishes to this talented young woman and all team members from the Royal Canadian Cadets National Rifle Team as they make their mark internationally in marksmanship.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the continued efforts of our government to strengthen Canada-Sri Lanka relations. Canada and Sri Lanka have enjoyed diplomatic relations since 1950, and we continue to build on this relationship. For example, our Minister of Foreign Affairs recently visited Sri Lanka. This was to support and promote constitutional reform, economic development, as well as transitional justice and reconciliation. This was a follow-up to the commitment that Sri Lanka has made in the United Nations Human Rights Council resolution, which was co-sponsored by Canada. Sri Lanka is a fragile democracy, and our government continues to support the timely reform process and strengthen democracy and peaceful pluralism for all Sri Lankans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Polio Day, a day to celebrate the work that Rotary International has done to help eliminate polio and to work toward the final goal of eradicating it. 30 years ago, Rotarians launched the first initiative to tackle global polio eradication. Since then, Rotarians have contributed more than $1.6 billion and countless volunteer hours to immunize more than 2.5 billion children in 122 countries. Today, the number of confirmed polio cases globally has fallen by more than 99.9%. There are only 3 countries where polio has not been eliminated: Afghanistan, Nigeria, and Pakistan. But there's more work to be done. Canadians can help in this fight by donating to Rotary and can learn more by visiting the website endpolio.org. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the work of Rotarians in Canada and right across the globe, we're this close to eradicating polio. Let's work together to finish the job.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Señor Presidente, buenos tardes. It is my pleasure to announce that the first ever Hispanic Day on the Hill will be celebrated this Wednesday, October 26th. The diversity of this great country is a gift that we must cherish and cultivate every day. Indeed, it is what makes Canada great. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says that we are stronger because of our differences and not in spite of them. That because we have so many...
Order. The honourable members should know that we're not allowed to name. We don't use the names of honourable members in our comments. The honourable member has 30 seconds to finish her statement.
As a daughter of a Mexican immigrant and the Member of Parliament for Davenport, the Hispanic community is very close to my heart. Davenport has a vibrant, growing Spanish-speaking community, whether from Mexico, Argentina, Ecuador, Colombia, Cuba, Spain, El Salvador, or any other Spanish-speaking country. I'm proud to celebrate their culture and contributions, both to my riding and right across Canada. I happily and warmly extend the offer to all colleagues here today to join us in the celebrations this Wednesday. Señor Presidente, vivo los hispanos en Canadá y vive Canada.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today is a special day. In the House of Commons, we work for all Canadians and, of course, for the constituents in all of our ridings. We're used to shuttling between our ridings and Ottawa, but it's rare that it's the people of our ridings who come here. Today, however, is an exception for more than 50 municipal officials and social and economic leaders of my riding, Thérèse de Blainville, for whom I've organized a special orientation day with Parliament and with meetings of ministers, MPs, and heads of various departments. I'm sure that the people of Thérèse de Blainville will benefit from this. It's by working together that I want us to make the difference for the well-being of my riding of Thérèse de Blainville. I want to thank each and every one of you for your participation and for having agreed to participate in this. Welcome to Ottawa. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 19th of October, the people of my riding will experience a very important riding. This is several years after the railway accident, we're ready to reopen the center town of our town. There are several activities for families, and also there's a big welcome that will happen at the railway station where people can find out about future projects for Centretown. I tip my hat to all of the members of the team who have worked since May 25th, working on a sustainable park and the decontamination of the old municipal garage and the repairing of the Centretown. Mr. Speaker, I will be present in this very important moment. And on behalf of the people of my town, I formally invite the Minister of Transport to join us on Saturday. We hope that he will confirm the building of an alternative route around the town soon.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the 60th anniversary of the 1956 Hungarian Revolution. Courageous Hungarians took to the streets throughout their country demanding freedom and democracy. By October 31st, it appeared the revolution had succeeded, with the Kremlin announcing peaceful negotiations. Then, at 5:20 a.m. on November 4th, a grim Hungarian Prime Minister Nagy announced a major attack by Soviet forces. Hungary was viciously crushed by the Kremlin's tanks as an impotent West watched. Mass arrests followed on the orders of Kremlin leader Khrushchev and his Hungarian puppet Kadar. Thousands were slaughtered. A mass migration of 200,000 surged across the borders into free Europe. In response, Canada provided sanctuary for more than 37,000 Hungarian refugees in less than a year. Today, let us celebrate the indomitable spirit of the Hungarian Canadians who kept the dream of Hungarian independence alive and who have contributed so greatly to our country.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, last week I heard from a Victoria man who serves in our Coast Guard. After long weeks at sea, his backlog of overtime unpaid was because of the government's new Phoenix pay system had reached $15,000 and prevented him from buying a house. For him and his shipmates, financial stress worsens the isolation at sea. But he's far from alone. In fact, some 400 members of our Coast Guard are waiting for thousands of dollars in overtime pay. Wednesday was payday at the Coast Guard station, and my constituent heard promises that the problems were over. Instead, he wasn't paid at all. These workers want to serve Canada, but they can't afford to volunteer. So I ask the government to please reach out immediately to Coast Guard workers in BC and offer them straight answers about when this burden will finally be lifted from their shoulders.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the 60th anniversary of the 1956 Hungarian Revolution. It was a time of economic hardship, violent purges, and draconian communist order. What started as a student march became a spontaneous uprising which took the communist authorities by surprise, prompting the Soviet Union to invade Hungary. It marked the first attempt by a country, a nation, in the Eastern Bloc to revolt against Soviet oppression and achieve national freedom. In a matter of weeks of violent fighting, the Soviets put a brutal end to the Hungarian Revolution, with 2,500 Hungarians giving their lives in the cause of freedom. In the wake of the uprising, 200,000 refugees escaped Hungary, of which more than 37,000 were admitted to Canada. It was the late Jim Prentice who in 2010 announced the designation of the refugees of the 1956 Hungarian Revolution as a national historic event in Canada. Canada and Hungary share a common love for freedom and today make common cause in the promotion of liberty and democracy.
Well said.
Member for Surrey Centre.
In 1983, Inspector Baltaj Singh Dillon came to Canada from Malaysia and settled in Surrey. A few years later, he volunteered with the RCMP as a block watch student, and soon after he applied to join the RCMP, but was to choose between service to his country or wearing his turban. He was confused, faith or career. Little did he know it would spark a nationwide debate. We were fearful that Canadians might lose the very symbols that help define Canadiana, define who we are, who we want to be, and what we were told to the world. Instead, the fact that he was allowed to wear a turban and be a Mountie became Canada's identity and brand. He never felt he was a trailblazer, nor did he feel as though he was anyone special. For him, he was Baltaj Dillon, regimental number 42848. Baltaj, on behalf of all of those in the House, happy 50th birthday.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honneur député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we saw the Minister of International Trade leave the negotiation table from the CETA negotiations last week. She threw up her hands and gave up. This government is unable to conclude significant trade agreements like the free trade agreement, like the TPP, for example, or the softwood lumber agreement. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister ensure that Canada will sign this significant agreement with Europe before it's too late? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Canada has done its job. We negotiated a progressive agreement that will create jobs and economic growth for the middle class. This was a difficult action, but it was a necessary one. The former communications director for the member for Abbotsford said, and I quote, "For Canada, leaving the table at this point is the right thing to do because it's up to the European Union to negotiate this among themselves and come back to Canada with a proper solution. We remain committed to this."
The
honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Minister of International Trade throw her hands up in despair and leave the negotiating table of the economic agreement with Europe. This is the same government that has been unable to sign major trade agreements like the softwood lumber agreement and the TPP. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister sign Canada's largest trade deal since NAFTA before it's too late?
Honourable Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite that we have signed TPP. As for CETA, that deal was stalled under the previous government, and we got it back on track. It is now supported by 27.5 out of Europe's 28 member states. As the President of the European Parliament said, and I quote, "It's quite clear the problems on the table are European problems. Canada has done its job. It's now up to Europe."
The member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, ce gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, this government is simply incapable of signing significant agreements. The former government took us toward the agreement, but today we're taking a step backwards. Since the Minister of International Trade seems to have thrown in the towel, can the Prime Minister perhaps go over to Europe, meet with the leaders there, and get this agreement signed? It's a historic agreement, and it's good for the future of all provinces of Canada. The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
The only thing the Conservatives gift-wrapped for us was a decade of slow growth and cynicism. CETA was stalled under the previous government. It's our progressive changes to the investment chapter that got this agreement back on track. Our hard work with many member states, including France, Germany, Italy, and Austria, has produced results. Now 27.5 of the 28 EU countries support this agreement. But as the Europeans themselves admit, the ball is now in their court.
For Battleford's Lloydminster, order.
Mr. Speaker, the deal was gift-wrapped and left on the doorstep for them to carry in. The Trade Minister at the beginning of her mandate said, and I quote, "It's not my job to persuade anybody that TPP is good." Well, I guess now the same goes for CETA. As the world witnessed last Friday, Canada's Trade Minister's meltdown as she was throwing in the towel and fleeing the scene of important implementation talks with the EU. The deal was done and signed in principle, but her Liberal need to placate every opponent of free trade across Europe has caused this mess. If she can't get a deal with Wallonia, what makes her think she's up to the job getting a deal with China?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has done its job. We negotiated a progressive agreement that will create jobs and growth for middle-class Canadians. And for Canada, walking away was absolutely necessary because it's up to Europe to solve its problems and come back to Canada with a solution. As for my visible emotion, I do take this deal very personally. I'm all in for Canada when I am at the negotiating table. I was disappointed and sad, but also tough and strong. I think those are the qualities that Canadians expect in their ministry.
try to have a little quieter. Order. Let's start off the week on a good, nice note when we're listening to each other, and we make sure that only those who have the floor are speaking. And now the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster has the
Well,
floor.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada had done its job up until October of 19th of 2015. Now the trade minister has turned her back on not just the EU, but gave up on Canadian jobs when she walked out last Friday. She's failed to deliver now on two vitally important agreements, softwood lumber and now CETA. Since the trade minister is incapable or unwilling to do her job and ratify this vital trade deal, will the Prime Minister grab some adult supervision, get on a plane and go back over to Brussels and get this job done?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government has delivered for Canadians on trade time after time. I can't say the same for the previous government, however. The only thing they delivered when it came to Europe were $100,000 parties paid for by taxpayers celebrating a deal that wasn't even done. CETA was stalled under the previous government. Our progressive changes to the investment chapter got it back on track. Our government has worked hard. We've done our job. Now it's up to Europe.
Member for Victoria.
The minister's attempt to bully Europe into submission on CETA isn't working and it's unbecoming. Wallonia isn't caving into the pressure, and the fact is millions of Europeans and Canadians share concerns with the agreement and its potential impact on drug prices, dairy producers, and environmental regulations. This delay is an opportunity to improve the deal. So will the government drop the manufactured deadlines and sit down at the table to fix the problems with this deal?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has done its job. And in fact, even the Minister-President of Wallonia, Paul Magnette, recognizes that. He said, and I quote, "Amongst Europeans, discussions were very difficult. That's perhaps the unfortunate paradox in this story. With Canada, things are simpler. We are very close to the Canadians. I'm very happy that the part with Canada was concluded and thus that the discussions we had together were very useful. We have done our job. It's up to Europe now."
The honourable member for Victoria.
Wallonia is not the only region that's concerned, Mr. Speaker. It's defending the interests of millions of people who are concerned by the consequences of investor-state dispute resolution mechanisms. The Liberals would have heard similar concerns from Canadians if they had held public consultations as promised. Canadians want an agreement that respects their interests. Will the minister put the interests of Canadians before the Prime Minister's media appointments and improve the agreement?
Minister.
We negotiated a progressive agreement that will create jobs and growth for the middle class. This agreement has the support of the provinces, particularly of Quebec. Last week, the Vice Chancellor of Germany, a Social Democrat, said that this provides an opportunity to implement good and fair rules for progressive globalism. Manuel Valls, the Socialist Prime Minister of France, said that this is a good and exemplary agreement. So is this something that the NDP can support?
Monsieur le Président, au cours de cette...
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, the Finance Minister said that Canadians would have to accept that precarious jobs are becoming the new normal in Canada. This statement came a few days after the Bank of Canada downgraded its growth forecast for our country. Many Canadians are facing job precarity. They deserve a government that shows leadership instead of just telling them, get used to it. Unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister finally take action against the increase in precarious jobs in our country? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
It's my pleasure to indicate to the House that it's modern changes because of technology changes and rapidly, extremely rapid, will make it a new world of work. To address that concern, our government has announced the Youth Expert Panel on Employment and made massive investments on skills and training for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Churchill-Huat-Nokaski.
Mr. Speaker, with a non-answer like that, the minister and his government may come to figure out that their jobs are precarious too. Millennials in Canada facing a precarious future. Today, I would like to invite the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Youth, the Prime Minister, to a national forum that we are hosting on the rise of precarious work in the millennial generation this Wednesday on Parliament Hill. Young Canadians expect more from their national leaders when it comes to dealing with the insecurity that they face. So today, I ask the Minister of Finance, will he step up and show leadership to fight against the rise in precarious work for young and all Canadians?
The Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to indicate that not only have we formed a youth expert panel, but we've invested in skills and training to the tune of $175 million to each and every province and territory in Canada. We've provided more money for the Canada Job Fund. We've increased innovation. We've built a STEM sector and continue to do so. We are investing in WIL training, work integrated learning. Mr. Speaker, we are working with Canadians to make a successful future for all of us.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of spending and no jobs as a result. The Canada-EU trade agreement is the most important agreement negotiated since NAFTA. The benefits to workers, families and businesses in every region of the country are enormous. But the Trade Minister has failed to secure these benefits for Canadians, and the Prime Minister is too busy hosting liberal fundraisers with his millionaire friends to even notice. When will the Prime Minister start doing the jobs that Canadians expect, take the trade deal seriously, and personally get involved in sealing this deal?
Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has done its job. In contrast with the previous government, we negotiated a progressive agreement that will create jobs and growth for middle-class Canadians. Walking out on Friday was tough, and it was absolutely necessary. In fact, the member for Abbotsford's own former Director of Communications said, and I quote, "For Canada, leaving the table at this stage is the right move because it's up to the EU to negotiate within and come back to Canada with a proposed solution. We remain committed to signing when the EU is ready."
Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives negotiated this comprehensive trade deal which will create much-needed jobs in Canada, but the Liberals are failing to get the ball across the finish line. Is it the Liberal strategy to actually look weak and inept? Because if it is, they're actually succeeding at that. Or do the Liberals secretly not want this deal to succeed? Do they want the deal to fail?
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing the Conservatives delivered was 10 years of slow growth and cynicism about politics in Canada. They did not deliver CETA. CETA was stalled when we formed government, but we got it back on track. We got the deal through the legal scrub. It is now supported by 27.5 out of Europe's 28 member states. As the President of the European Parliament said, and I quote, "It's quite clear the problems on the table are European problems. Canada's done its job. Europe has to do its job now."
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Last week, our millionaire Minister of Finance was speaking to an elite group of wealthy Liberals, but his message was for truckers. Your services are no longer required, he told them. He said these 250,000 hardworking Canadians will soon be out of a job. Now, trucking is not glamorous like inheriting a fortune from Dad, but it's honest work and it delivers the goods to Canadians. It'll also be among the hardest hit by new Liberal gas taxes and payroll taxes. Why is this elitist Liberal government driving truckers out of work?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to clear the record that this is a government that's investing in infrastructure, investing in training, investing in job creation. This is from coast to coast to coast, providing opportunities for truck drivers, scientists, and those that are in the workforce today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Carleton.
But it's not just truckers that the millionaire minister finds obsolete. He told the same elite group of wealthy Liberals that workers across Canada will become human ping-pong balls, bouncing from one unstable job to another. But the solution is staring him right in the face. Scotiabank revealed last week that the vast majority of job growth is actually coming from businesses with fewer than 100 employees. Why won't the finance minister get off the backs of these job creators, restore conservative tax cuts for small businesses so that they can continue to create jobs for hardworking Canadians.
The Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to remind the House that not only...
Order. Perhaps members weren't happy with the question, but they should listen to the answer. Well, if they feel they need to pipe in also, obviously they're not satisfied, but let's listen to the answers. No interruptions are allowed. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to point out to the House and to all Canadians that this is a government that's investing in skill development and helping small businesses, the foundation of job creation, by providing breaks on employment insurance rates, which dropped from 183 to 163, a significant change in their premiums, which will help every single SME in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected barely a year ago, promising a small deficit of $10 billion, which was supposed to stimulate economic growth. But a year later, it's not a $10 billion deficit, it's $30 billion or worse, and the growth isn't there. Mr. Speaker, today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the Bank of Canada both downgraded their growth forecast for the economy. So what is the Minister of Finance going to do to retake control over public finances and stimulate the necessary growth for this country? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, that's a good question, because I know that it's very important to have a plan for investments in our country. We've decided that it's important to make investments in the future so that we can have a higher level of growth than we've had over the last decade. That is exactly what our plan is. With our investments in infrastructure and in the future of our country, we will get to a better situation for the future for our children and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the Minister of Finances, without consulting anyone, announced new rules for mortgages. We've learned that some Liberal MPs, I don't know who will stand up and say this, but some of them are not happy with them. For example, the Liberal member for Surrey Centre had concerns. Others as well have spoken confidentially.
All Canadians overall, and no consultation. I don't know what to say. Alors, Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce que...
So, Mr. Speaker, what does the minister have to say to his other caucus members? I remind the member that it is always important to direct his comments through me. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Address this House on this very important issue. We know that the long-term stability of the housing market is of critical importance to all Canadians. To those Canadians who are struggling to buy a house, those Canadians that have a house. They want to know that this investment is sound for the long term. So we took measures that we know will help ensure that over the long term, people's most important investment is stable and secure. That's better for our economy, that's better for Canadians, and that's better for those people who want to buy a house for their family. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU.
Mr. Speaker, while severe concerns are being raised about mercury poisoning from the Muskrat Falls Dam, the response from the member of St. John's East was not to worry, just eat less fish, he said. Wow. The answer is shameful and goes against the Prime Minister's own commitment to Indigenous peoples. The Nunavut government is asking that the project be delayed until these issues are addressed. Is this government going to listen? Is this government going to uphold its constitutional duty to Inuit of Labrador?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I understand that the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador is working with the proponent, with Indigenous peoples and stakeholders with respect to this project. We expect the province will meet its responsibilities to ensure the health and safety of Canadians. We're encouraged that Premier Ball will be meeting with local Indigenous peoples. Our government will continue to make our scientific expertise available to inform discussions between Newfoundland and Labrador and Indigenous governments related to the Lower Churchill project.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Wenjack and Downey families have shown Canadians what true reconciliation looks like, and the Prime Minister promised solemnly to stop fighting residential school survivors in court. But the Justice Minister is in court, fighting against a ruling in favour of a childhood rape victim at the St. Spanish residential school. And this week she filed documents actually stating her lawyers did nothing wrong when they misrepresented evidence regarding a notorious pedophile and had the case thrown out. Will she explain why she is breaking this Prime Minister's vow and why she is fighting these survivors in court?
Here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action has provided Canadians with a renewed path for reconciliation with Indigenous people. And a whole-of-government approach is being coordinated to collaborate and track all of those calls to action on implementation. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that we do the right thing as a government to support the victims, Mr. Speaker, of residential schools. That's why we have continued to make this a priority, and we will continue to do so going forward.
I want to remind the member for Timmins, James Bay, that the time to speak is when he has the floor, not when he doesn't. The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, now that we know that the Finance Minister participates in partisan fundraisers worth $1,500 per person, it's clear that the line between donations made out of personal conviction and donations made from interest groups is becoming increasingly blurred. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be very little protection against ministers engaging in conflict of interest. So what reassurance can the minister provide? The Honourable House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All parties have fundraisers, and they all have to follow the same rules. These rules were implemented by the previous government. I would like to remind my colleagues that on July 9th of this year, around 3 months ago, the Leader of the Opposition, along with former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, held a barbecue in Calgary for a fundraiser worth $2,000 per table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it's 2016, but it seems like we're watching an old rerun of The Godfather. Again, we're seeing scandals, we're seeing the old Liberal culture coming back. Are Liberal ministers selling their time to the highest bidder? Mr. Speaker, how can the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister reassure this House that they are respecting the Code of Ethics and that they're avoiding conflicts of interest or the appearance of conflicts of interest? The Honourable House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are rules in place, and we are following them. We are following the same rules as all of the members in this House. These rules were established by the previous government. If they respected them when they were in government, why not now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, Jim Spatz was appointed to the Halifax Port Authority on the recommendation of his good buddy, the President of the Treasury Board. So on October 13th, Mr. Spatz attended a $1,500 a ticket cash for access fundraiser. Now, the Prime Minister's open and accountable government document says that public office holders like Mr. Spatz must not participate in political activity that is seen or is seen to be incompatible with their duties. So Mr. Spatz has clearly violated the Prime Minister's ethics rules. When will the Prime Minister start acting like a leader and enforcing his own rules?
Here. The Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, earlier this year, this government put in place new appointment measures that were open and transparent, in order to choose the best qualified people to serve in public holders' positions. As you know, all government appointees must follow ethical and political activity guidelines for public service holders, as well as the Conflict of Interest Act. And we expect all of our appointees to do this, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Spatz for his service to the Halifax Port Authority.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, the open and accountable government document means absolutely nothing. We're not talking about the Elections Canada rules, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking about the rules the Prime Minister instructed his ministers and himself to abide by. So when the Finance Minister accepted $1,500 from Mr. Spatz, a public officer holder, he clearly breached the Prime Minister's instructions. So who's enforcing these rules? Or is it just another case of the Liberals saying one thing and doing the other?
Here, here. Honourable Minister of Transport.
Before, and perhaps the member will be listening this time, all appointees to the government must follow very clearly ethical and political activities guidelines, as well as the conflict of interest law. We expect all of our public appointees to follow these laws. They're in Schedule E of the letters patent for the Halifax Port Authority, and I'd like to take this opportunity once again to thank Mr. Spatz for his service to the Halifax Port Authority.
Order, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals promised a sunny approach to our public service, but these workers have been waiting for more than 2 years for a contract. Respect for public workers is more than a slogan. You have to show up. But so far, the Liberals have come to the bargaining table with the same old Conservative agenda. So, will the government come to the table with the Conservative playbook, or will they finally show respect for our public sector workers?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we have immense respect for our professional public service in Canada. In fact, we have reversed much of the regressive Conservative measures and legislation against Labour, including against our public service. We're negotiating in good faith at the bargaining table, and we will continue to do so. Unlike the Conservatives, we're not going to negotiate on the floor of the House of Commons or through the media. We will negotiate in good faith at the bargaining table with our public service.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to RCMP members, the Liberal government has been taking the Conservative approach as well. The men and women of the RCMP put themselves on the line every day for Canadians, but on average they're making 11% less than their counterparts across the country. That's why back in 2015, the RCMP Commissioner submitted a pay raise to the Treasury Board Secretariat for approval. It's now been over a year since the Liberals were elected, and RCMP members are still waiting for action on that raise. So I want to ask the President of the Treasury Board, why is it that RCMP members are still waiting for the respect and pay that they deserve?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the pay issues with respect to the RCMP are important. This is an iconic police force. We want them to serve Canadians with professionalism and distinction, and we will take their requests fully into consideration as the government makes its decisions with respect to future salary arrangements.
Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I know that all members of this House share my grave concern for the Yazidi people and the genocide being committed against them by Daesh in Syria and Iraq. Men, women and children are being murdered, raped and enslaved. An entire people is being destroyed. The victims of these atrocities need our help. Would the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship please update this House on the action he is taking to provide asylum to victims of atrocities, including genocide, that are being perpetrated by Daesh against Yazidis and other peoples in Syria and Iraq?
Well, Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his commitment on this issue. We have already welcomed more than 30,000 Syrian refugees, and it has always been our intent to welcome additional Yazidis as well. And I know there is no one more in favor of welcoming Yazidis than are the members on this side of the House. And so it is my pleasure to say, Mr. Speaker, that I will be recommending that Liberals vote in favor of this motion.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Words are not enough.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to hear this development. I'm pleased to hear that the pleas of Nadia Murad and the women that are being raped at the hands of ISIS are finally being taken into consideration by this government that has wasted time in bringing them to here. But the question question is, words are one thing. How many people, how many Yazidis will the government bring to Canada, and how quickly will they do it?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly didn't waste time when we brought 25,000 Syrian refugees to Canada in the space of 4 months. And the honourable member should know that it is not easy to bring the Yazidis here from the places where they are, but my department has sent an expedition out to the terrain, and we are committed to bring them in within, as the motion says, 120 days or less.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in this case, it is easy to make priorities. We should be bringing Yazidi women here. Mr. Speaker, what Nadia Murad wants to hear before she leaves Canada is a clear commitment to numbers on how many people the minister will bring here. Germany brought over 1,000 sex slave survivors to their country. Can the minister stand up and commit to her and to her people a specific number within the 4-month period on how many Yazidi survivors will come to Canada under this government's protection?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we committed to the words of the Conservative motion. I would have thought that might have been enough for one day from this member. And we are working very hard. We have just come back from a mission in the region to determine how many and from where and over what time period we will be welcoming more Yazidis to Canada. We have committed to do this, and it will be done.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration tried to excuse the Liberals' refusal to rescue Yazidi refugees in Iraq by saying his officials couldn't get to them because of the battle to liberate Mosul. Well, we hope that many Yazidi prisoners will indeed escape as ISIS retreats. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are already thousands of Yazidi women and girls in the relative, if inadequate, safety of Western Iraq. Words are not enough, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals fulfill Canada's Genocide Convention obligations and act?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals will be voting in favour of this motion, and it is my hope that this is no longer a partisan issue given the gravity of the situation. It is my hope that this House will vote unanimously in favour of bringing Yazidis to Canada, and we are looking into all of the options. We will do so as quickly as possible. We agree with the Conservative Party that this is a matter of high priority, and we are working on it as we speak.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the many thousands of Yazidis in Iraq, particularly the women and girls, are not recognized by the United Nations as refugees. As internally displaced persons, they're stuck in a terrible limbo, enduring discrimination and segregation in Muslim-run UN camps. Now, German Chancellor Merkel has called for a coalition forces to create a safe zone for Yazidis. Canada? So, Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals address Canada's Genocide Convention obligations and actually act?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we denounce wholeheartedly the actions that have been taken against the victims, the Yazidi people. We certainly have contributed to help people. $1.1 billion has been committed to help in Syria and Iraq, and we have committed money specifically for the Yazidis. The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, a report entitled The Canada Brand has been published today, and it documents dozens of murders, attacks, and harassment incidents against opponents of Canadian mining projects in Latin America. The NDP has long called for major reforms to the corporate social responsibility regime to ensure that no Canadian companies are involved in such abuse. My question is simple. Is this government prepared to make the necessary changes to this regime, yes or no? The Honourable Minister for International Trade. Thank you for the question. This is an important issue. We are analyzing the report, and Canada is concerned to make sure that our mining companies always follow the rules, and they do, but we know that there is room for improvement. We are going to be looking at how we can reinforce the regime, and I'm continuing to discuss the issues with mining companies. Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Quebec. Mr. Speaker, since the 1960s, thalidomide has created serious harm. This House voted in favor of an NDP motion calling for compensation for the surviving victims, but many of these survivors aren't eligible for the promised compensation because they are asked to do the impossible, which is to prove that they were given, their parents were given, mothers were given thalidomide, and they can't. So does the government intend to give this compensation?
Speaker, our government is sympathetic to thalidomide survivors and is committed to offering support to help them live the rest of their lives with dignity. There is no definitive medical test for thalidomide, so an objective review process has been used to assess individuals to determine who is eligible for financial support. Based on this process, I'm pleased to announce that 25 more individuals have been added to the Thalidomide Survivors Program. It brings the total number of individuals to 122. This demonstrates that the current review process is working. Additional new survivors may still be identified as some of the applications continue under review.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada were silent when the Prime Minister threatened Atlantic representation on the Supreme Court, and they said nothing when he appointed an MP from Greater Toronto to represent Atlantic Canada at the Cabinet table for HoC. But now the Agriculture Minister has told us why. He says that Atlantic Canada is better served by having a Central Canadian at the Cabinet table. Does the Prime Minister share the opinion that of the 32 Liberal Atlantic MPs, not one of them is qualified to serve as Minister for HoC?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, you know what the problem here is? For the last 10 years, we had a Conservative government that pitted one region against another, one Canadian against another. Now we have a government that believes not only in ACOA, but all the regional development agencies, and we've elevated the importance of economic development as part of our overall economic growth agenda. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's about investing in our businesses and communities and our people. That's at the core of our economic development agenda. And I'd like to thank the member from Cardigan for his kind remarks. It's an honor and privilege to serve with 31, including the member from Cardigan, 32 member of parliaments from Atlantic Canada.
The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, those were some excellent Central Canadian talking points, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture has said that ministers from Central Canada can best look out for Atlantic Canada's Economic Development Agency at the Cabinet table. Not someone from King's Hants, not someone from Beausejour, not someone from Bonavista Buren Trinity, and certainly not someone from Cardigan, someone from away, from Greater Toronto. When will these silent Liberals stand up to the Central Canadian PMO, stand up for the region, and start speaking for Atlantic Canada?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, according to the member's logic, he would want a minister from Atlantic Canada being responsible for Atlantic Canada. How did that work out? How did that work out? How did that work out for the members opposite? How many seats did they win in their last election campaign? You know why, Mr. Speaker? People are sick and tired of these partisan games of pitting one region against the other. We are investing in Atlantic Canada. We're investing in post-secondary institutions. We're investing in businesses and communities and people, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of our agenda, and it's an honor for me to work with outstanding MPs from Atlantic Canada.
Member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Ag Minister is silent on another issue as well. His Chief of Staff is a failed Liberal candidate who owns $140 million worth of egg quota. Canadians shake their head because the minister has blindly and blatantly ignored this obvious conflict of interest. Now, this week, his Chief of Staff faces allegations in court of perjury over the purchase of egg quota and egg grading. This is an issue of integrity, Mr. Speaker. When did the minister find out about this court case, and why hasn't he removed her as Chief of Staff.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly pleased to serve in a cabinet that works for every region of the country. Without a doubt, it's an asset to serve in a cabinet that works for every region. They help me and I help them. And my Chief of Staff is an outstanding member of her community, a successful lawyer and businesswoman, and has been awarded the Citizen of the Year in her community. She has deep commitment to Canadian agriculture and Canadian service. I am fortunate to have her. So is Canadian agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the 2016 Canadian harvest and the farmers who produce it, can the Minister inform the House what steps our government is taking to invest in agriculture across this country from coast to coast to coast?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm pleased to thank my colleague from Tobique-Mactaquac for his question and for all his hard work on the agricultural files. Our government has invested nearly $70 million in agricultural research and infrastructure, gained access to key markets around the world, with a record $60 billion in exports and $27 million to help farmers reduce greenhouse gases. We will continue to work with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture and our stakeholders to make sure that Canadian agriculture thrives in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian police officers work hard and put their lives on the line every day to serve and protect Canadians. And that's why they've earned a position at the table on the Federal Judicial Advisory Council. Now the Prime Minister has decided to revoke that membership. Why is the Prime Minister showing such disrespect for the men and women who serve and protect Canadians, and will he reconsider this bad decision?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate being able to speak to the new appointments process for Superior Court justices across the country. We certainly recognize and respect law enforcement officers for the work that they do. The purpose of the new judicial advisory committees is to open up the process, to be more public, to be more transparent, to ensure that we are doing and making a concerted effort to ensure that there is diversity on the bench so Canadians can see themselves in terms of the judges that they see.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we learned last week that Bombardier would be cutting 2,000 jobs, including 1,500 in Quebec. This is a hard blow for our economy. For 10 months, the government has talked a good line on Bombardier, but nothing has been put on the table. The workers just want one thing, that is to keep their jobs. Could the 40 Liberal members from Quebec put pressure on the Minister of Industry to finally make public his plan for Bombardier?
Economic Development.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with my colleague because our government understands the importance of the aerospace industry, and this is why we made a commitment with Bombardier, and I am confident that we can find a good solution for Bombardier, for the whole sector, and for all Canadians. The honourable member. Like all Canadians, I am very concerned about the allegations that well-off Canadian taxpayers are not paying their fair share of taxes, especially in the real estate sector. Can the Minister of National Revenue inform this House of steps being taken by the government to prevent tax avoidance in real estate transactions? The Honourable Minister, I would like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her question. It is unacceptable for Canadians to take part in tax avoidance schemes and tax evasions. In British Columbia and Ontario, our efforts have brought in $243 million in taxes and over $1 billion in penalties. 70 inspectors are working in the real estate field in Ontario and Canadians. We are defending the interests of Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Works told us in committee last month that the backlog of the 82,000 government employees affected by the Liberal Phoenix pay fiasco would be cleared by October 31st. We're now being told by the Minister that they will fail to meet this deadline. It's unacceptable that some employees are waiting months and months to get paid.
Why does the minister keep making promises she knows she can't keep? And when will she call in someone who will actually get the job done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
The ongoing public service pay problems are completely unacceptable. Many employees across the public service are facing financial hardship because of the current pay issues. Department employees are working tirelessly to meet the deadline, but we are tracking behind our project schedule. Resolving these cases is our priority. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the free trade agreement with Europe is important for Quebec. Our role is to be the bridge between Europe and America, and the intransigence of this government is an obstacle to that. Today, the people of Wallonia are concerned about some provisions in the agreement that might enable multinational companies to reduce state sovereign rights. These concerns need to be looked at. Rather than slamming the door, could the Minister of International Trade not show openness and finish the negotiations so we have an agreement? The Honourable Minister. We have put this agreement back on the rails because the former government didn't do the job right. As the president of the European Union said, the problems are European problems, and we will be pleased to negotiate. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister of Health would have needed to be behind closed doors in order to be transparent. If government is refusing to increase funding for health, then it's because there's no political gain. When it comes time to help patients, there are no ribbons to cut, no checks with a little Canadian flag on them. That isn't good for the Minister of Finance. Can the Minister of Finance get serious and stop taking patients hostage because they just don't give him enough political mileage?
Ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, last week I met with my provincial counterparts and I reiterated our commitment to sustainable, stable funding for health care. Canadians expect us to work together to improve our health care, but the investments have to go to health care. We need to make sure we have a system that meets Canadians' needs. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Liberals have to find reasons to invest in health. It has to be politically worthwhile to them. According to the Minister of Health, the only thing that the Minister of Finance wants to know about health transfers is what's in it politically. It's so cynical, you'd think this was the House of Cards show. Does the Minister of Finance realize that this political calculation may compromise thousands of Quebec patients? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I will never play games when it comes to health. Health is a very important issue for Canadians, and it is something that when I met with my provincial colleagues last week, we discussed. We talked about how we could improve the system, how we could invest in health, but those investments have to be directly linked to health results.
For today. Alors, j'encourage la députée de...
I would encourage members to take their discussions outside of the House.
Into the lobby, so perhaps the antechamber. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32, I'm honored to table in both official languages a film co-production treaty between Canada and the People's Republic of China, done in Beijing on August 31st, 2016, and also an audiovisual co-production treaty between Canada and New Zealand, done in Toronto on September 11th, 2016. An explanatory note accompanies each treaty.
Order. Alors, dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
The ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Weber, moves that Bill S-217, an act to amend the Criminal Code, detention in custody, be now read a first time. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to introduce Bill S-217, also known as Wynn's Law, which last week passed the Senate by a very wide margin. In December 2015, Constable David Wynn was shot and killed in St. Albert by an individual who was out on bail, notwithstanding that that individual had more than 50 prior criminal convictions, multiple outstanding charges, and numerous failures to appear, and yet none of that information was brought to the attention of the Justice of the Peace at the bail application hearing. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-217 seeks to close this glaring loophole in the bail application process by requiring the Crown to lead evidence of past criminal convictions, outstanding charges, and failures to appear. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind that had Wynn's Law been the law, Constable Wynn's killer would have remained behind bars where he belonged, and Constable Wynn would be alive today. I urge this House to join the Senate in the speedy passage of this important legislation.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Singh Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by over 25 campers who stayed at Gordon's Park Eco Resort on Manitoulin Island, Ontario, which is located in the beautiful riding of Algona, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with less than 5 full-time year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise again on behalf of the hardworking people, the resilient people of Shawnigan Lake, who are again petitioning the government about a contaminated soil dump in their watershed. I know it's primarily a provincial issue, but they would sure like some help from the federal government, so I'm pleased to present a petition on their behalf. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam. Port Moody, Coquitlam.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition in support of my private member's bill to strengthen the Fisheries Act, Bill C-228. The petitioners know that moving harmful open net pens to safe closed containment systems will ensure a healthy West Coast wild salmon population, and they're calling on the government to pass my Bill C-228 when it comes to a vote later this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. They are e-petitions. The first one deals with the support for a bill that is making its way here from the Senate. It's Bill S-203, and it is for the banning of holding whales and dolphins in captivity. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is extensive. The petitioners have done a tremendous amount of work in setting out a range of actions for the legalization and normalization of cannabis, including for those convicted of cannabis offenses on a case-by-case basis, giving pardons, and repealing Section 462.2 of the Criminal Code. I submit this petition, Mr. Speaker. I can only cover some of the surface of its many recommendations.
Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm tabling a petition I sponsored about e-commerce and online shopping. This petition was signed by 15,257 Canadians. This petition is to help the debate on the level of duties when importing small goods into Canada. Canadians are buying more and more things online, so I sponsored this petition to help us discuss the current rate of duty and tax penalties across the border when shopping online, such as buying from Amazon, who just expanded a facility in my riding this past week. I thank all the Canadians who signed and engaged in this debate through this process. Thanks.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition signed by many suggesting that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. In July of 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched an intensive nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have been detained in forced labor camps, brainwashing centers, and prisons, where torture and abuse are routine, and thousands died as a result. They're calling upon Parliament and parliamentarians to do what they can in a public way to in essence, to say this is a bad thing. We got to deal with it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present two petitions. The first regarding electoral reform. It says that the Liberal Prime Minister has committed to changing electoral system that would be self-serving. They're calling on Parliament to hold a referendum before any changes are made to our Canadian electoral system. Second petition deals with palliative care, and it says that in the last Parliament there was a motion that passed unanimously calling on the government to create a national strategy on palliative care, and they're calling on this Parliament to establish a national strategy on palliative care. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From 27 Yukoners and one from 160 other Canadians. In both of them, they say Falun Gong is a spiritual discipline which consists of meditation and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. And Canadian lawyer David Mattas and former Secretary of State for Asia Pacific David Kilgour conducted an investigation in 2006 and suggests tens of thousands of Falun prisoners of conscience were killed and their organs were seized involuntarily for sale at a high price. So these petitioners are asking the Canadian Parliament to amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting and publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions in order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I have notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Battlesford, Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeking leave for the adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing an important matter requiring urgent consideration pursuant to Standing Order 52, namely last Friday's breakdown of implementation talks of the Comprehensive and Economic Trade Agreement, or CETA, between Canada and the European Union by this Liberal government. Canada has been negotiating this key trade agreement in good faith for past years with the European Union. By walking away from these implementation talks instead of remaining at the table, the government's actions put any future trade talks at risk. It's imperative that the government and ministers remain at this negotiating table because by failing to continue, thousands of jobs are now at risk. Given this action, which occurred last Friday, I therefore formally request an emergency debate on this matter. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Member for raising this matter. These issues are certainly important. However, I do not find that they meet the exigencies of the standing order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate. At second reading of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act.
There are 4 minutes remaining in questions and comments after the speech of the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The
honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Notice during the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan's patrician lecture on virtue that he seems to believe that people who do not have the income to put money aside has something to be ashamed of. That people who do not have the revenue to take advantage of voluntary deferred revenue programs like RRSPs or TFSAs lack virtue. That to have virtue, one requires at least some wealth. That those who do not have any disposable income should be judged by how they spend that same disposable income. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the member that he has never had to choose between his housing and his retirement, between his food and his medication, between his education and his immediate need for income. Those problems may not be his reality, but I can assure you that this represents the daily life of many virtuous Canadians. Can the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan confirm that he believes that someone who simply does not have the revenue to put money aside has no virtue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say that it is really shameful that when we try and engage in substantive discussion of issues, the member across the way would so flagrantly misstate what I said in questions. I don't know if I should add anything to that. I mean, the record is very clear in what I talked about. What I talked about is a choice between giving people the means voluntarily to control their own circumstances and the benefits of that situation, and the alternative being one in which the government tries to take away the means for them to control their own circumstances. And I advance the argument that giving people more control over their own circumstances is good, not only because it gives them because they're able to leverage their own greater knowledge of their own circumstances for their own good, but also because it provides them with the opportunity to practice and to deepen virtue. And that's not in any way a function specifically of a person's wealth. It's a question of whether these decisions are made by individuals or by governments. And I specifically said that for those who are struggling, the alternative, the better alternative, is for the government to cut taxes to give more resources to those who need it. I'm sorry to say this, but I think the member should really be ashamed for asking a question in that way, which so deeply misstates the speech. You'd be better off to listen and to pose questions that reflect what was actually discussed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words of my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I think what we've heard on the other side is government knows best. Big government, give us your money, we know best. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you give Canadians options, they will make choices that best reflect their situation. But taking away methods for them to save, taxing them more, is not a good policy. And I wonder if my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, could also comment on this. Basically, what happens if you pass away before you collect CPP? You get zero. That is a big issue, especially when you want to pass on your inheritance or your savings to others. So maybe he can comment on that through you, Speaker.
Response? Member for Sherwood Park.
All very good points from my colleague, and this is one of the advantages of the savings vehicles that I've talked about, the voluntary savings vehicles, because it remains an individual's own money. They have no disincentive to put money aside and to save it because they know that that money that they put aside will be theirs for them to use in the future or to pass on to someone else. That's another very good reason why the voluntary approach, as opposed to the government knows best, government takes it away and gets to spend it approach, is a better approach for society. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Family and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to share my speaking time with my colleague for Mississauga, East Corseville.
With you, Mr. Speaker, for this very important, and I would call it historic, debate. The changes our government is proposing to enhance the Canada Pension Plan are important to every working Canadian and will have a lasting impact for generations to come. Not only are they important, they are needed. We know that today, 1 in 4 families nearing retirement, that is 1.1 million families, risk not saving enough for retirement. This is even higher for middle-class families. A third of middle-class families without workplace pension plans or at a risk of not saving enough for retirement. It is estimated that the enhancement debated today, once fully in place, will reduce the share of families at risk of not having adequate retirement savings from 24% to 18%. This, Mr. Speaker, is close to 300,000 Canadians who will be lifted out of post-retirement income insecurity. Chez les familles à risque, on estime que
Among families at risk, we estimate that the average difference between current retirement income and that required to replace 60% of pre-retirement income will be reduced by half, so going from $8,300 to $3,700. This represents a substantial increase in income security for the 18% of remaining retirees. This enhancement will be implemented gradually over a period of 7 years, starting in 2019. Retirement benefits, which will increase gradually as people begin to contribute to the enhanced CPP plan, will be paid for by a slight annual increase in contributions, again over a period of 7 years. This progressive increase in contributions will reduce consequences for employers and employees and give everyone time to adjust. I would remind the House that contribution rates in Canada are far below those of other countries that have a public pension plan that people contribute to. In fact, the contribution rate for the Canada Pension Plan is only half the rate on average of 26 other OECD countries, which have similar plans. Even with the enhancement of the CPP, this rate will be barely above the average. So, Mr. Speaker, someone who earns $50,000 a year will contribute about $70 more to CPP per year, or $6 per month in 2019. At the end of the implementation period, this worker would contribute $475 per year, or $40 per month, to be able to benefit from this enhanced plan.
Pension plan, workers will receive more money from their retirement pension. The amount will increase from 1/4 of their eligible earnings to 1/3. This means that a person making $50,000 a year over a 40-year career will receive about $16,000 each year in retirement instead of today's current $12,000. That's a $4,000 more each year right in their pockets. A more modest earner, one averaging about $35,000 a year, will receive almost $3,000 more a year above the $8,500 currently provided by today's CPP. In addition, the enhancement will increase the point at which a person stops making contributions by about 14% in 2025. And this increase in eligible earnings will further increase the retirement benefits that all of these Canadians will receive. Avec cette bonification, non seulement
With this enhancement, not only will more Canadians have access to this public plan, but because of the increase in benefits for low-income workers, the incentive to work will be higher. So people with a lower income will win in the short term because they will have higher disposable income, and they'll also win in the long term because they will have a better retirement. There are 6,000 low-income workers who will be lifted out of poverty in the short term.
Speaker, is that our younger workers will see the largest increase in their retirement benefits. Younger Canadians often find difficult to save in safe, reliable, and efficient ways. Many are working in jobs that don't have a company pension. Workers in the middle of their career or nearing retirement will also benefit from an enhanced CPP, as the increased contributions that are made in 2019 and beyond will go towards an enhanced retirement pension. Les Canadiens qui vont profiter toutefois le
But the Canadians who will benefit the most from this enhancement are those that do not currently have access to a private pension plan. The advantages of public plans are considerable because they effectively protect people against financial risks, and they are transferable across companies and across provinces. They don't cost much to administer for employers or employees. So the enhancement of the CPP is an inclusive policy that will benefit the middle class for several significant reasons. This enhancement gives all Canadians the opportunity to take advantage of a public pension plan. And it creates an incentive for low-income people to work. It decreases poverty for low-income workers, and it increases income security for our seniors. So we believe that all Canadian workers will benefit from this enhancement, but particularly middle-class workers and all of those who are working hard to join the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to enthusiastically welcome this historic change, this enhancement of the CPP. It's a measure that is good for our country and for all Canadians. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the minister. And I guess maybe I would ask him, when we take a look at the holistic package in dealing with seniors, today we're talking about CPP and this historical agreement with our minister and this government with other provincial jurisdictions, which is good for CPP, good for future pensioners. We also saw through the cabinet an issue dealing with the guaranteed income supplement, where there was a substantial increase, especially for the Canada's poorest of seniors, Mr. Speaker, where we'll see some single seniors receiving upwards of $900 more a year as a direct result. And then we have OAS, again, the third pillar to our pension program, where this government has made the decision to return it back to the age of 65. The Harper government increased it to 67. We've returned it back to 65. My question to the minister is, would he not be of the same opinion that we have a government that's really in touch with what Canadians want and expect when it comes to pensions?
L'honorable ministre de la Famille.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Congratulate my colleague for making very clear that not only we're concerned about the present circumstances of our families, our middle-class families, but we're also looking for the future to make sure that our families and our citizens, our workers, when they retire, have the income security that not only do they deserve, but they also want. It's, I think, a great fortune for us around this House to be standing here today and at this time of our government's agenda to be able to celebrate this historic change in the CPP, which we will remember and celebrate for many years to come, because the impact of that magnificent change, I think, will be felt and again celebrated for many years to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, in my riding in Courtenay Alberni, we have a disproportionate amount of elderly women that are living in poverty, women that are going to the food bank for the first time, pensioners that are struggling to make ends meet. They can't even afford to buy medicine. Even some of them are going to the homeless shelter. The most recent figures available show that 30% of single elderly women live in poverty. That number has tripled in the last 20 years under Conservative and Liberal governments. Only 4.5% of female CPP recipients receive the maximum benefit compared to 18% for men. How will this CPP enhancement plan help lift vulnerable elderly women out of poverty? And in our communities where we're having this homeless problem, we're not getting the support we need for homeless shelters. And we need beds. So if the member could help answer the question, that would be greatly appreciated by the people in my community.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate and I welcome this opportunity to say that this enhanced CPP is also going to lead to an enhanced disability and survivors benefit. We know how difficult some of our senior women find themselves when they become widows. when they find themselves both in economic and social insecurity. This enhancement in the CPP will serve to support the income and social security of all members of a family and all members of a couple. So this is good news for workers. It's also very good news for all of those members of a family that depend on a particular worker's both earnings and savings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time today to speak on a topic that's very important to many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, during last year's general election, I knocked on many doors and visited with many residents, and many of them asked about the enhancement of the CPP. After years of hard work, Canadians have earned a secure retirement, but because of continued escalations in the cost of living, many wonder if that secure, dependable retirement will be possible in the future. As the cost of bills rise, fixed income stays stagnant. To address this disparity, we made a commitment to Canadians to strengthen the Canada Pension Plan to assist in securing a strong, secure, and stable retirement. Mr. Speaker, in order to make meaningful changes to the CPP, a significant change in approach from the previous government from the past 10 years. With more than 1/4 of Canadian families approaching retirement, 1.1 million families who are facing a drop in their standard of living will be able to retire with dignity and confidence as a result of the enhancement to their CPP provided in Bill C-26. This first major reform of CPP benefit levels since the establishment of the CPP in 1966 is without a doubt timely, and it's designed to address the futures of our children and grandchildren. Seniors today are benefactors of prudent planners of the Pearson government in the mid-60s and of the Paul Martin government in 1997, who realized that times and opportunities were changing. They accordingly made adjustments to retirement funding and investment therein for seniors, with the first CPP in 1966, the GIS in 1967, and the CPP Investment Board in 1997. These were pivotal changes to simplistic, tax-based earlier plans initiated in 1952 with the inception of Canada's first pension called Old Age Security. And now it's time to adapt our pension to fluctuating, unpredictable conditions that prevail in everyday life, conditions that will dominate the lives of those approaching retirement and the experiences of our young people. Contemporary global economic and social conditions have radically altered from those experienced and encountered by current retirees when they were in the workplace or raising young families. An evolution of financial and social conditions, even for my peers, has rendered some of their future economic planning ineffectual and erratic. Our young people, as we often hear frequently, make do with contract jobs or short-time jobs if they are lucky, or jobs below their education, with maybe sometimes no benefits, expensive, almost unattainable housing, an inability to save regularly or to undersave, and no stable retirement plan beyond RRSPs, that they cannot afford to tend and relatively low rates of interest on any savings. Bill C-26 will help young people address those challenges of coping with ever-changing, unstable conditions of life by shaping a firm, reliable pension plan, a reasonable enhancement of the current plan, something they can count on. An updated CPP is one way that the government can assist these young people in arranging for their senior years with a fully national plan. Already, this government returned the retirement age to 65 as being the right place for a meaningful retreat from the workplace. Young Canadians just entering the workforce will see the largest increase in benefits, the right place for a meaningful phased-in enhancement, as these young adults and their descendants will be the most vulnerable to the labour market in the 21st century. The provisions of the enhanced plan will increase how much Canadians will get from their pension, ultimately from 1/4 of their earnings to fully 1/3. This will be a good boost to many Canadians who do not have workplace pensions to look forward to. Mr. Speaker, the previous government for over 10 years refused to address the needs of our most vulnerable, but this government sees the enhancement as a priority and has set it up in a logical, progressive way. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 is easy to support in the way that it sets up the enhancement. With this gradual phase-in approach, contributions are shared by both the employee and the employer based on the yearly maximum pensionable earnings of the employee with the specified contribution rates. By 2025, the enhancement is fully phased in, and as the making of the additional contributions is provided for in the bill commencing in 2019. The vision of this government in establishing the provisions of Bill C-26 is level-headed and logical, balancing modest increases of contributions by employees and employers with stable results, with appropriate counterbalancing taxation deductions for all participants. In Bill C-26, this government understands economic vulnerability, especially of our children and grandchildren, to the consequences of societal change. It accordingly focuses its priorities on pension remediation with an equitable, realistic approach. Mr. Speaker, so far I have addressed Canada Pension Plan alterations as well as concurrent tax changes represented in Bill C-26. The third aspect of it is the subject of the amendment of Bill C-26 is the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act. The amendments here for the Investment Board are necessitated by the practicalities of the other two changes, Speaker. Because of the alteration to the mode of the acquisition of pension funds, the staging of additional contributions, it is necessary to supply suitable instruments and modus operandi to provide for transferring of increased contributions and in preparation of statements. Bill C-26 links the board to the new additional Canada Pension Plan account. This alteration, however, is a reflection of the positive outcomes of the enhancement phase. The Investment Board, an arm's-length independent entity accountable to Parliament, is responsible for the workability of the plan. The board is in charge of the investment, Mr. Speaker, of the monies of the contribution phases of the enhanced plan as well as the regular contributions. With the enhanced plan, there is more money to invest because more has been contributed. Accordingly, pensions will increase. The Department of Finance has declared that once fully in place, the CPP enhancement will increase the maximum retirement benefit by about 50%. For example, the current maximum is $13,110. Compare that to enhanced CPP with a maximum benefit total of nearly $20,000. Whereas early quasi-pensions in the 1950s were funded by taxes, current ones rely on good long-term investments of employee and employer contributions. It is a big contrast from the $40 a month or $480 a year, even in 1952 dollars. Investment is how all Canadians can save for retirement today and sustain the CPP through the instruments the government initiates and modifies. Bill C-26 confirms the adjustments to the role of this board. That is so instrumental in helping Canadians have a decent retirement. The enhancement of the CPP is vital and most helpful to our youth. It is also, Mr. Speaker, will significantly reduce the share of families at risk and not saving enough for retirement. Canadians are assured of a dignified retirement. Mr. Speaker, the enhanced CPP provides for the first substantive change to our national retirement scheme. And really, the time has finally come to do something about retirement security. Yes, the time has come for this House Speaker to adopt this well-conceived and formulated bill. In all respects, Mr. Speaker, I stand behind Bill C-26. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to get up and ask questions of the government today on CPP changes, something that is not at all evidence-based. It's strictly a public policy and hope to garner votes. And
why hasn't the Liberals been more upfront with Canadians, Mr. Speaker? It's going to be 40 years till the entire contributions of this change to CPP is realized by seniors. We aren't going to see it even start kicking into 2025, so today's seniors will not benefit from any of these changes, but they're being sold this bill of goods from the Liberals without any opportunity to benefit from CPP enhancements. Now, the main question, the main issue that us as Conservatives have with this bill is the way it's going to impact on small and medium-sized enterprises. Canadian Federation of Independent Business has said that this will force more and more businesses to make a decision whether they hire a new person or whether they just maintain what they have or actually lay off to deal with the increased contributions that they have to make now in this whole process. And if the member could talk to that on how this is going to hurt small business and hurt employment when we need a situation where the economy is stagnant under this government. There needs to be opportunities to increase job opportunities. So will they, first of all, listen to small business and change the way they're going about getting employee contribution or employer contributions into the CPP plan? And secondly, would they reinstate other saving mechanisms that we had in place, like the tax-free savings account? Tax-free savings account was $10,000, helping Canadians save money for their retirement along with their RRSPs, and was something that was well embraced by Canadians and especially by our seniors. Will they bring that back up to $10,000 rather than the reduction they did, taking it back to $5,500?
Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member's question, and what I've heard from the member as a Conservative member has been a vigorous attack on our CPP and on the enhancement of the CPP. The member in his question spoke about seniors. Well, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, there are millions of seniors that today are benefiting because somebody made the right decision in 1966 to bring forward a CPP. I would like to know if that member were in this House at that time, if he would have voted against the CPP, Mr. Speaker. The CPP is something that I know in my community we hold as a Canadian value, one that provides support for millions of Canadians. And this is the right time to enhance the CPP. If the member cannot see that, how the labor market has changed and how that is affecting our young people, and today making the right decision, the same way that those did in 1966, Mr. Speaker, then the member has really does not have vision or any foresight into our future. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the decision that we have made here, or that we are making, to enhance the CPP and how it will better the lives of millions of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member across the way what he sees as some of the ways that we can reverse the increasing levels of poverty among seniors today. Because as we know, this CPP enhancement, which we do support, will not be fulfilling its full intent for almost 50 years. So what would he envision would complement this momentum that we're starting here today?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the excellent question. And yes, we have to look at our most vulnerable citizens, our seniors, and provide supports in a very comprehensive way. That's why our government came forward with an increase to the GIS, Mr. Speaker. That's also why, I met a number of those soon-to-be retired seniors that were feeling a lot of anxiety when the previous government looked to raise the retirement age from 65 to 67. We've repealed that. I thank the member for her support on that. And now with the enhancement of the CPP, looking at this holistically, Mr. Speaker, it is a virtuous circle, and we have to be prepared to especially help those that are most vulnerable. I'm glad with the enhancement of the GIS that many of those very vulnerable seniors are seeing at least a $900 increase to their incomes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-26, an act to amend the Canada Pension Act and other bills, other acts. I will be sharing my time with the excellent member for Vancouver Island North Powell River. This is a very important day, Mr. Speaker. Of course, every day is important here in the House of Commons, but today is important because we are talking about our seniors and how we can show respect for them. They built our country, our structures, our culture, have raised their families, and we need to show respect for them. Every year, I visit seniors' residences in my riding, and I'm always very pleased to hear from seniors. They tell me that they are concerned about their financial situation. They say, I've worked all my life and I have such a little bit to live on now, just a few $100s a month in some cases, barely $1,000 in pension, and they've worked all their lives. So that's a very difficult situation for our seniors. It's important to discuss this issue and to try to improve it. The first thing I would like to do is to congratulate the Liberal Party for finally understanding, as the NDP has for a long time, that this action needed taking. The Conservatives wanted to raise the retirement age to 67, and it was largely through the efforts of the NDP that the Liberals realized this was the wrong step to take, and they brought it back to 65. That was a good thing. It is possible to do better for our seniors, but improving the Canada Pension Plan is a first important step to take to help seniors and help those that will be moving toward retirement. Unions have worked very hard, among others, to create the basis for this agreement. We know that other steps need to be taken to help seniors because these seniors that we have today, people moving toward retirement, will not have any advantage from these changes. So we do need to take more steps to help them, but these provisions in the bill will help young people as they move through their career. We know that in Canada, many Canadians have not been able to save enough to ensure that they can maintain their lifestyle, their standard of living in retirement. Right now, people in my riding are asking me a lot of questions. They say that people working full-time at minimum wage are having difficulty. In Quebec and in other provinces are in this situation, and they can't even pay for the basics. We're talking about people working full-time at minimum wage, and in order to meet the needs of their families, they have to get help from organizations. They have to take charity. So these are important issues. There has been an erosion of the benefits under pension plans. 6 out of 10 Canadians have no pension from their employer, so no employee pension plan in their work. Yes, they can contribute to an RRSP, but not everyone can do that. So we're talking about people working full-time, not lazy people, and they still can hardly make ends meet. So, of course, they don't have any money to put into an RRSP. They have to get money from charities, help from charities in order to make ends meet. So this is something that we certainly need to try to take action to improve. The maximum pension benefits are $13,100 a year, so a little over $1,000 a month. So that is really a basic minimum that people can use to survive. It is below the poverty line, so $13,000 is very little. And we're talking about our seniors here, people who have given their lives for our country, to raise their children, and to build our culture. Those people are not getting the respect that they deserve. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also add the need that we feel to improve even further the Canada Pension Plan to be able to provide better benefits for our seniors. The NDP also urges the government to make sure that we have defined benefit plans rather than defined contribution plan. People work hard, Mr. Speaker, to try to provide for their retirement, but with the defined contribution plans, they don't know what benefits they're going to get. In 2008, these plans were brought in. And we need to make sure that we have defined benefit plans so that our seniors will be able to live well and that we too, when we get to that age, will have a good standard of living. There needs to be a long-term vision, not just for the Canada Pension Plan, but also for health care. The Liberals are continuing with the Conservatives' bad decision to cut $36 billion over the next 10 years. When we talk about our seniors, well, as we get older, we know that things start to go wrong. They need good health care services. It is not through $36 billion in cuts that the Conservatives were in favor of, and now the Liberals are as well, that we're going to get there. When I talk about my parents and I think about other people that work hard in my family to help seniors, well, what they are doing, it takes a great deal of dedication. With $13,000 a year, as I've said, housing has to be very affordable. So we need to have affordable housing. I know that in Drummond, there is a lot of need, a lot of requests for affordable housing. How can seniors live when they have so little income? So the Canadian Federation of Municipalities has indicated that many cities have great need and growing needs for social housing, and people are at risk of becoming homeless. So when we think about that possibility of seniors being homeless, we know we need to act. So we need to improve the situation for seniors, and I want to thank the government for introducing Bill C-26, which will improve the CPP, as the NDP called on the government to do. But we need to have an overall vision that includes health care and the needs of people who live near or below the poverty line. We need to deal with healthcare needs, with housing needs, and right now we have an unacceptable situation. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Drummond for his good work. I've had an opportunity to work with him in the past in committee, and I know he's very passionate about these issues. My question for him today, though, is as the Liberals move forward for these changes in CPP, he mentioned that it really isn't doing anything for seniors today. And one of the challenges I have in my community, he knows I'm from a manufacturing community in Ontario, and we're seeing some government policy changes that are really starting to affect our competitiveness. We have in Ontario the highest electrical rates in North America, and we're seeing that affecting our manufacturers. We've lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. They're putting in a new carbon tax, which is going to make us less competitive. And now with the CPP implementation at this time, it really is meaning that anybody who wants to do work in Ontario or this part of Canada is at a disadvantage versus just sometimes literally 10 miles across the border, whether that's Michigan, New York, or some of the other states. So I was wondering what his ideas would be to help actually solve the problem with some of our seniors today, but also keeping in mind the necessity to make sure that Canada remains competitive in this global marketplace.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have indeed had the honour to work with my colleague on the Committee of Environment, and I am always shocked to hear Conservative members say that a carbon price is a carbon tax. Putting a price on carbon means that we are taking into account the costs of carbon, and we know that people interested in the environment want to have the money invested in helping the environment. There's no doubt that the Liberals have to take into account the needs of our manufacturers, our large businesses and smaller ones as well. Certainly in Drummond, we have a lot of small businesses. He has raised a few points that I didn't include in my speech. People need to obviously put money aside. Employers have to contribute more to the CPP, but employees will too. And this should reduce the negative effects because these contributions will be considered for a tax credit. This is an investment. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, I know I have had the opportunity over the years to table many petitions in regards to what my constituents, and I would argue all Canadians, want to see, and that is a stability and potential strengthening of our pensionable programs. And I'm making reference to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, our Old Age Supplement, and what we're debating today, the CPP. And I guess the question I would have for the member is to ask him, specifically when you think of CPP, it caters to one of what I believe is one of those fundamental three pensionable programs in which all Canadians as a whole feel fairly confident and want to see in a very tangible way. And maybe if he could provide some of his thoughts about that package. It's the three as a package, and how government needs to attempt to move forward with all three of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, indeed, it's really important to continue to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, as I mentioned in my speech, and I agree with the Liberals on that. But I'm just saying that's a first step. We can't forget either that we have to deal with significant challenges. My colleagues said earlier, they're saying that women are a lot poorer than men when they are retired. Many more women receive smaller pensions and pension payments than men. And so we have to find solutions quickly to that kind of problem. That's urgent, and that's a pressing problem now. So we need to have a whole range of measures to deal with that. The $36 billion cut in healthcare is not going to help with affordable housing, for example. So we need to have a whole group of solutions. And I congratulate the Liberals on this initial step, but there's a lot of work that remains to be done.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy today to rise and speak on this bill, Bill C-26, and I will be voting in favor of it. I am very proud to represent the riding of North Island Powell River, which is full of hardworking people from many sectors, largely from a history of resource sectors, and it's in a wonderful place of transition right now. But I do know this, that all the hardworking people in my riding work hard towards a good retirement, and that's a priority for all of them. You know, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I take a lot of time to speak with seniors. Earlier this year, I was really proud to travel around Campbell River and go to several different senior centres the day before Canada Day. And I have to say that I really appreciate Carol Chapman and the Canada Day Planning Committee, who work so hard to allow dignitaries to go into these homes annually, be with the people, the seniors, the day before, and really get an opportunity to speak and chat with them. And it was heartbreaking in some cases to talk to members, senior constituents of mine, who have multiple challenges as they age, concerns around how they're going to make ends meet, how they're going to afford their medication. So that is a reality in this country and in my riding. This bill will take 49 years to reach full implementation. Mr. Speaker, my son just turned 16 in June, and he will be experiencing the full benefit of that. But the reality is many seniors are living in poverty, and it's growing in my riding. On a weekly basis, constituents are contacting my office to share real challenges. The truth is, Bill C-26 will not address these issues. My office hears about seniors who are making choices between purchasing medication, buying food, paying for their heat, or figuring out how they're going to be paying for transportation. This is not a discussion that I think seniors should be having in a country like Canada. In the numerous town halls I've held on seniors' issues in the riding, seniors say that what they really want to see is a national farmer care program. These seniors were very clear that medication that is affordable would be a real change, that would make a real difference for them. There was also a clear demand that we need a national senior strategy. And I can see why, Mr. Speaker. Nationally, we know what is happening. There is a Broadbent study, an analysis on the economic circumstances of Canadian seniors, and it tells us a startling story. The study found that 47% of Canadians aged 55 to 64 are without an employer pension plan. It also found that roughly half of Canadians aged 45 or 55 to 64 are without a workplace pension and have less than $3,000 saved for retirement. The seniors' poverty rate has increased from a low point of 30.9% in 1995 to 11.1%, or 1 in 9 in 2013. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the particular privileges of a Member of Parliament is that we get to speak and be in our communities. And I was heartbroken. I had one person who worked with the homeless population for over 30 years make time to come see me. And what he told me was in the last 3 years he had seen a startling change. The change was, for the first time, seniors were walking through the door, telling him stories of being at risk of homelessness. Seniors, people in their 70s that were couch surfing. How can that be in Canada? How can it be that seniors are now seeing homelessness as one of the options that they have to face at a time when we should be taking care of them? In my riding of North Island Powell River, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing these issues increase. For example, in Campbell River, where the projections to the year 2030 see a population increase of overall of about 16.3%. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the population of people 75 years and older is expected to increase by 128%. In the Comox Valley, where seniors 80 years and older are currently at 4.7% of the total population, there will be an increase to 7.4% in 2031. And most startling, Mr. Speaker, in the regional district of Mount Waddington, the population is expected to decrease by 9.8% by 2030, while the population of seniors 75 years and older is expected to grow by 263%. And in Powell River, that's a community across Canada that is 9th out of 10 locations for having the highest population of seniors 65 and older, at 23% of the population. Mr. Speaker, the issues of seniors in my riding are real and they will be growing, and this bill is a start for my child, but it is not a solution for the people that I serve. Mr. Speaker, we know that only 11.5% of CPP recipients receive the maximum benefit, and for women, it is only 4.5%. These numbers are telling us an important story, Mr. Speaker, on why we need to see the CPP increase. As Susan Ing, former president of CARP, said, so why is a CPP increase needed again? Canadians are not saving enough for retirement and government can help. Those braying too bad for them need to realize that every pension dollar reduces the need for the taxpayer-funded payments of old age security, guaranteed income supplements, and even welfare. Mr. Speaker, the other reality is that young workers are facing a more precarious work environment than we have ever seen before. Many people are facing that reality of a patchwork approach to employment. Seasonal, part-time, temporary, it's precarious work, and it is put together by people to try and support themselves and, in many cases, their family. Mr. Speaker, the reality is only 4 out of 10 people have a workplace pension plan. I have had young families speak to me about the debate that they're having to make the decision of if they're going to save for their children's education or save for their retirement. I believe that's shameful in this country. The majority save for their children's education, Mr. Speaker. This should not be a debate that they're having. Sadly, I also have constituents who have to go to the food bank weekly just to feed their family. They cannot afford food and have challenges paying for their housing and their everyday costs. How will they put away for retirement? A tax-free savings account won't make their life easier. The other reality is I spent many years in the nonprofit sector, Mr. Speaker. The people who work in that sector are tremendously passionate about the people and the organizations and the services that they provide, but very few of them have workplace pensions. And when you look at the return on investment that we get from those nonprofits, it seems just the right thing to make sure that they get a return on investment for their retirement. Mr. Speaker, poverty is also not very good for business. In a world where we live today with so many financial challenges means that there will be future challenges for many. Small businesses, people who have lower incomes spend money locally. This bill will mean less abject poverty in the future, which will result in more local spending. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 is a start, but I still have many concerns. I want to know how this government is going to address the eroding of workplace pensions in Canada. How will the current government address the increasing levels of poverty among seniors while we wait for these enhancements to take place? This bill does not address the 30% of single women seniors who are currently living in poverty. How do we lift them out of poverty now? Seniors deserve better, Mr. Speaker. This is a step in the right direction, but it can be better. The people of Canada and the people of my riding deserve it. Thank you.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech and her support on this bill. I agree that there is always more that can be done, and I would like to give her this opportunity to tell us, in a perfect world, what would the perfect policy look like for seniors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
I thank the member for his important question, and I will just outline that it was already said in my speech. What we need to do is put forward a policy that is a national framework around seniors. This is a growing population in our country. We need to make a plan. One of the realities is we're not working with all of our partners provincially, territorial, and municipally. We need to get together and figure out how we're going to create those solutions. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, often these issues arise most powerfully in municipalities, in regional districts, in towns and villages across our country. And I am very impressed what they do every day to make a difference. So I thank those communities for stepping up, but we need a national strategy where all of those partners are working together to make a difference for people who are suffering today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her speech. It's very centered on her community, and we can see that they're very lucky to have a member of parliament who is so aware of their problems. And indeed, this enhancement of the CPP, it's really interesting to hear that her son will be able to fully benefit from that. But in my riding of Saint-Hubert, the waiting list for affordable housing is around 2,000. The waiting lists are endless. And does my colleague really have the hope that this government will work on this issue that seems to be the biggest part of anyone's budget, young people in particular?
Well, thank you so much to my colleague for that very important question. And you know, I'm always accused of being an optimist, and I think that sometimes that's a positive life choice. I'm hopeful. I'm guardedly hopeful. But this is a real reality in our communities that we serve. We know across this country, housing is a bigger and bigger challenge. Affordable housing is devastating. And I've talked in this particular context to many seniors who are having to make terrible choices. You know, for example, I talked with somebody recently who her husband is in care, and 90% of his pension is going to pay for him to be in care. And so her housing, her life is totally at risk because she's only getting 10% at a time when women stayed home for a longer period. And so we really need to be having that national strategy so we can look at what issues are really facing seniors, and we can provide a really rounded approach on how we move forward in the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to allude to a question I'd asked to a previous member of hers, and that is in regards to, today we're talking about the CPP and the importance, and we're investing into the future. She made reference to a young person and how the benefit will be there. But she also put a great deal of emphasis on poverty and seniors in poverty. And I'm wondering if she would at the very least acknowledge in this last budget, where we saw a substantial increase for the guaranteed income supplement, to the degree in which well over 10,000 seniors in poverty will actually be lifted out of poverty. And would she not acknowledge that at the very least, when we deal with the senior issues, it's much more complex than just the one issue of the CPP. The CPP, what we're debating today, is one step forward, but we still need to improve where we can.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and just want to clarify the young person I was speaking of was actually my son. His name is Kai. He just turned 16 in June, and he's 6'3". So just to be clear, that's who we're talking about. You know, I thank you. I'm always appreciative of people listening and trying to help people out of poverty. But there's some real parts that are left out. So when you look at what's happening in my community, largely, resource-based economy, a lot of seniors, a lot of people retiring in the beautiful location, what we really need to see is a pharmacare strategy. So, I'm glad there's some of those steps being made, but they're not solutions that are long-reaching. If you look at medication and what families are struggling with every day, we really need to have a solution that's based on making medication more affordable.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to share my time with my colleague from Newmarket, Aurora. In my riding, it's one of the most beautiful, one of the biggest in the country. There are many of my constituents who will become seniors in the next decade or so. Young people are leaving the region in great numbers and are not prepared for retirement. So all changes made for seniors are greatly appreciated. As a government, we have a tendency to plan in the long term and not just in the short term. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly pleased to rise in this debate on C26, a bill to amend the Canada Pension Plan, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, and the Income Tax Act. There are many reasons for this. This bill is the promise of a better future. It meets the government's commitment, that of helping Canadians to achieve their dream of a secure retirement. It's a long-term project for the future for young people who today are preparing to become part of the active workforce. This next generation will also have the assurance of being able to take their retirement in dignity. This is a way to help people who will come after us. We're following in the line of the decision makers of the 1960s who set up the CPP and enhanced the age security and guaranteed income supplement and took measures that in the long term would substantially reduce poverty among seniors. Moreover, we are here in a true federalism because this enhancement of the CPP is done in the spirit of collaboration with the provinces that approved it. Was this enhancement of the CPP necessary? Absolutely. It's essential. And I will tell you why. Canadians of the middle class work hard, but they don't always have the feeling that they're making progress. One family in four is nearing retirement. That is to say 1.1 million families risk having not enough money saved for their retirement in order to maintain their lifestyle. This situation demands action on our parts. We also have to admit that there are fewer and fewer businesses that offer defined benefit pensions, and that fewer and fewer Canadians are part of those systems. That's a real challenge for Canadian families, and it's time to face that problem. The agreement that we reached with the provinces will increase retirement income for Canadians in difficult situations while promoting economic growth and job creation. And how would this enhancement work? Well, there are two main elements to this, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the CCP, the current CCP, replaces 1/4 of average annual eligible earnings. The new CCP will bring that to 1/3 and put more money into the pockets of future retirees. If I take the example of Mila, the mother of a family who earns $50,000 a year, with the current system, she'll get $12,000 a year when she retires.
Secondly, there's a ceiling for eligible gains, and that would increase by 14% by 2025. This means that the annual maximum benefit, the CPP, which is currently $13,110, would go up to $20,000 in current dollars. The enhanced CPP would represent an increase of 50% in the maximum benefit. It's very clear that the changes to the CPP will improve the fate of Canadian workers when they retire, and it will help them meet their goal of having a predictable and reliable retirement. So how much will this cost? Well, Mr. Speaker, for most Canadians, the contribution rate will increase by only 1%. I'll take the example of a person, let's say his name is Kevin, who earns $55,000 a year. His contributions will increase by $6 a month in 2019, and at the end of the implementation period in 2025, Kevin's additional contributions will be about $43 per month. This slight increase will be largely compensated for by his retirement income. Thanks to this enhancement, Kevin will receive approximately $17,500 per year in retirement benefits through the CPP in current dollars, or $4,400 more than under the current plan. It's also important to know that employees' contributions will continue to be tax deductible. So we can proudly say that Canadians will have more money at the time of their retirement with the implementation of this new CPP. For low-income workers, their budget will not be affected because the working income tax benefit will be increased to compensate for the increases in the contributions. No doubt that the government has decided to allow for a lot of time to allow for the implementation. This will be a progressive implementation over 7 years between 2019 and 2025. This is a responsible approach, ensuring that companies and workers can adapt. We are aware of the difficulties that exist at a provincial and national level. We've discussed this with the provinces, and we continue to talk about each province's particular situation. We have ensured that we will be able to implement these changes in ways that will not negatively affect companies, because we want all companies of all sizes to trust us. So we're implementing these changes without harming the functioning of the Canadian economy. As I said, Mr. Speaker, the government is preparing a better future for Canadians, particularly those of the middle class. And this will have consequences for everyone in the population. We need to have a long-term vision here. So higher benefits, CPP benefits, will lead to an increase in domestic demand, which will stimulate the Canadian economy. Savings will increase thanks to the new CPP. And the funds available from investments will be higher as well. So we expect that over the long term, GDP will increase from by between 0.05% and 0.09%, which represents the creation of 6,000 to 11,000 new jobs. So this means more savings and a better retirement for Canadians. Middle-class Canadians will be able to focus on what really counts, like spending time with their families, rather than worrying about not being able to make ends meet. This is a great move for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague across the way speaking about the people in his riding. And some families who earn relatively little. Now, obviously, his riding is not made up only of people who are retired. It's made up of people who will one day retire. It's also made up of people who own small businesses. So what does he have to say to small businesses that are currently having to hire people and who also have to contribute to the new plan? Because both employees and employers have to contribute. So there's a potential job loss in his riding. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, concerning job losses, I'm proud that we're planning for the future. This is an important strategy. We're increasing the guaranteed income supplement, and we're doing a lot to improve the lives of seniors later. If we hadn't done that 50 years ago, where would we be today? The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to ask him a question. Now, of course, everyone's happy to see that the government is moving in this direction. Everyone's happy to see that, made that decision 50 years ago. And we want this plan to be viable in 50 years for people who are just entering the workforce. So what has he heard from people in his riding about the current state of precariousness and poverty for a lot of seniors? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, there's no question that a lot of seniors in my riding are concerned. It's not a very rich riding. There are 42 cities in my riding, and not everyone has a lot of money, so this is a real concern, and we want to do better for seniors. So we've already made changes to 2 programs, and now this is the 3rd change we're making. But if we had already done our work, we could just leave. Of course, there's always a lot more work to do, and I think that this is a very positive change for our seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. With the increase in these contributions for the CPP, could my honourable colleague tell us more about the personal advantages that this can bring to individual Canadians? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is going to help people in the future. It'll give them more money. And it's a very important program for people's long-term retirement. So this is one thing that we can do, but it's not the only thing we can do. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of my colleague. One of the things that my own children want to make sure is I stay financially healthy so I never live with them. So I understand how important this is. They said they lived with me for 20 years. That was enough. But one of the things, again, that mentioning, I know you've mentioned a lot of one side of it, but again, back to the job creators of our communities are our small businesses. And I've had many small businesses talk to me about the concerns with this, as in Alberta, they are fighting the fine line to stay in business, and they find this another piece that's going to create difficulty for them to stay in business. So in response to it, you haven't mentioned anything about the small businesses and the cost it will have for them. Thank you.
Before going on to the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle, I just want to clarify. I'm sure he didn't mean I meant it. He meant the. I just want to clarify that for everyone in the room. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, you had not mentioned it either, so that's fine. Mr. Speaker, I think there's a very large opportunity for businesses to plan ahead. This doesn't even start for 3 more years. It's not into full scale until 2025. Businesses have an opportunity to prepare for this change. It's not a huge change from that side of things. The important thing is that we're planning for the future, that our seniors later are able to take care of themselves, like our ancestors, we can call them that, plan for us today. And I think it's very important that we do this work, that we don't slow down or slack off on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his contribution today. And he, like all members in this House, realize how important I think Bill C-26 is and how important it will be to our society, how important it will be to ensure economic growth of all of our economy well into the future. And today, Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are worried that they won't have enough money for their retirement. We all heard this knocking on doors during the campaign. And middle-class Canadians I know that have worked hard their whole life, are working harder than ever, but are still concerned that they won't be able to afford their own retirement. This is wrong, Mr. Speaker, and this is not a great policy for Canadians, and we should all make sure that we make the necessary changes today so that retirement income is there in the future. And that's what Bill C-26 at its essence is all about. The facts tell the story, Mr. Speaker. Fewer and fewer Canadians have workplace pensions to fall back on. The days of working for one company for 35 to 40 years, although a romantic notion, I'm afraid those days are over. And that's the reality we face. We can all harken back to Mad Men. I know everyone here enjoys Netflix, and I'm sure everyone here has watched an episode or two of Mad Men. But those days of working for one company for an entire career are over. That may be good, that may be bad, but what the consequence of that reality is, there's not a company pension that we can all look forward to at the age of 65 when we punch out of work for that final day, say goodbye to all our friends of those 40 years, get our gold watch from the boss that you probably never really got along with, and ride off home into the sunset to put your foot on the footstool, have a cold beer, and ponder about the next 20 years of your life, wondering when the kids are going to call. That does not exist. That is not the reality for so many of our Canadians. Perhaps it should be, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps we wish it would be. But wish and hope does not put food on the table of our seniors, Mr. Speaker. We need to make sure that we are responsible as our government and make decisions today that, yes, they are difficult, Mr. Speaker. And yes, there are challenges to those decisions. But at the essence, Mr. Speaker, they are the decisions that will help in the future. And it's not only going to help the seniors to be, I think we all hope to be seniors today. Some of my colleagues already are, but I hope to be one day. And I want to make sure that I live in a society, in a country, in an economy, Mr. Speaker, where everybody can live in dignity and can afford not only to buy the necessities of life, but can afford to contribute to the economy. And this is right, Mr. Speaker, not just for social reasons, but for economic reasons, Mr. Speaker. For businesses to thrive in any economy, there needs to be consumers. Consumers need to have money. Seniors who don't have money cannot consume. Therefore, small businesses, big businesses, medium-sized businesses are limited in the amount of profit they can make because the market is smaller than it ought to be, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I think Bill C-26 is important as well. This is about the future of Canada. This is about the future of Canadians, but it's also about the economy of the future, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to be part of a government that has brought in Bill C-26. And, you know, we made a commitment to strengthen the Canada Pension Plan in order to help all Canadians secure or achieve a strong, secure, and stable retirement. And those three words are important: strong. Strong meaning you don't have to worry from day to day. Strong meaning you can become and remain an active part of Canada's economy. Strong meaning you don't rely on your children or grandchildren or the food bank for groceries. You don't have to ask someone to help you pay your rent, keep the hydro bill on. You know, you don't have to worry how you're going to pay your monthly bills, Mr. Speaker. And that's important. I think we can all agree that's important to all Canadians. But they also need a secure retirement, meaning they can plan for the future. Canadians are living longer, yes, which means retirements will be longer. Well, we don't want any Canadians, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, to be in a position where they're dreading that their money will run out before they do, Mr. Speaker. That is not ideal. That is not a secure environment, and that, I don't think, is what anybody in this House would want. But we also want a stable retirement, which means, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, that Canadians can enjoy their retirement. The Canadians that have worked for 40 years, Canadians who have grown our economy, who have put children through college and university, who have bought houses, who have consumed cars, automobiles, washers and dryers. They buy clothes, they buy groceries, all the things that sustain and grow the Canadian economy. These people, if no one else, deserve to live in the stability, deserve to live with peace of mind in their waning years, Mr. Speaker. And the sad truth is, too many Canadians aren't living in these circumstances today. And that's what Bill C-26 tries to address, Mr. Speaker. And I would be hard-pressed to find anyone in this House who doesn't agree with at least the goal of Bill C-26. And that is not only to ensure a stable, strong, secure retirement for Canadians, not only to ensure a strong economy well into the future of Canadians, but to make sure, and the other issue is, Mr. Speaker, of course, demographics are making this more urgent than ever. More than 1/4 of Canadian families nearing retirement today, well, that's over 1 million families, 1.1 million, will face a drop in their standard of living and will not be able to retire with the dignity they deserve. This demographic reality should make all of us realize something needs to be done. And Bill C-26, Mr. Speaker, does exactly, in my opinion, what needs to be done. And, you know, there's always change, but change needs to be done moderately and modestly, and I think this bill also achieves those goals. We want to make sure these changes, Mr. Speaker, are affordable. We will phase them in slowly over 7 years, from 2019 to 2025, so that the impact is small and gradual, which I think is an important component of this bill, Mr. Speaker, one that ought not to be overlooked. This deal will boost, Mr. Speaker, how much each Canadian will get from their pension, from 1/4 of their earnings now to fully 1/3, which I think is an important facet of the new legislation, which needs to be fully appreciated. And I think it makes this bill strong social policy and, as I mentioned, strong fiscal and economic policy, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know that this deal came about because of the agreement in principle reached among all the provinces, with the exception of Quebec, who we know are going to be working towards something similar, or we hope are going to be working towards something similar. But this is important, Mr. Speaker. This is an important fact. It's an important element of today's debate. When we can get an agreement in principle with our number of provinces, with our diversity and our diverging points of view on so many policies, so many topics in Canadian life today, it's hard to find any consensus. Well, this was I'm not going to say it's easy, but we've reached the agreement in principle now, and that needs to be given some weight, Mr. Speaker, when we consider how we're going to vote on Bill C-26. Because whether you live in BC or Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Labrador, or any of the 3 territories, Mr. Speaker, wherever you live in Canada, you deserve, Mr. Speaker, and I think we can all agree with this, you deserve the right to retire with dignity, Mr. Speaker. You deserve the right to retire with stability, Mr. Speaker. You deserve the right to retire with a strong retirement, Mr. Speaker. This, I think, is inarguable. How we get there, I think the best approach to get there is what we see in Bill C-26. Anybody, Mr. Speaker, who cares about seniors today or tomorrow, cares about Canada's economic integrity well into the future. Anyone who cares about these things, I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, would be hard-pressed to vote against Bill C-26. Every Canadian deserves a secure and dignified retirement after a lifetime of hard work. Through this enhancement, Mr. Speaker, we have taken a powerful step to make that happen. Let's not lose this chance, this historic opportunity, to make sure every Canadian today, tomorrow, and well into the future retires with the dignity they deserve and they've earned. To do anything else would be foolhardy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sat and listened to the member here, and I think he would get 10 for Big Finish. Big Finish. Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate his vote, but in some ways he painted a very dire picture of what's happening in retirement. He talked about wanting to retire, and he said we deserve the right to retire with dignity, and that's what he wants to do, put up his feet on the table and retire in dignity. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, McKinsey and other people have done studies on this, and let me just show some of the things that they have said. 83% of Canadian households are on track to maintain their current living standards in retirement. According to Statistics Canada, the share of Canadian seniors living on low income has dropped from 29% in the late 1970s to 3.7% today. So I agree with him. We all want to live with a dignified retirement. But what I would suggest is, Mr. Speaker, that by far the majority of Canadians are. In fact, Canada is one of the best countries for seniors around the world. Seniors with pensions and seniors with savings. And so my fear with this bill is that they are using a big hammer for a very small problem. And, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, the CPP, as important as it is one of the strong pillars of our retirement. It is not the main pillar of our retirement. Savings like tax-free savings account, RRSPs, private pension plans, these are all part of a comprehensive strategy for retirement. And so my fear, and what I would leave with this member, is in a time when our economy is slow, taxing small business, medium-sized business, and money out of the pockets of employers, doesn't he feel that is actually going to hurt the economy?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's opposite question, and I appreciate him listening intently to my contribution as he did. Mr. Speaker, I was not up here to paint a dire and bleak picture of Canada. Of course, we're lucky to live in Canada. We should all feel blessed to live in Canada. And whether we use the McKinsey numbers, which say 83% of people are doing well in retirement, or the numbers that I quoted saying 1.1 million Canadian families are worried about their retirement, which represents 25% of Canadians, I'm talking about how are we dealing with the 17% or the 25% of Canadians that aren't going to have a dignified retirement. And it's fine to say, well, the majority are doing well. Well, that might be fine for you. That might be fine for the member opposite, Mr. Speaker. But it's not fine for me when you have to look into the eyes of those people and say, they say to you, Mr. Speaker, what can we do for retirement? And I agree. Canada is a great place to live. Many Canadians are living in a great retirement, but unfortunately, many are not. And that's what this bill tries to address. And that number of the have-nots are going to grow based on demographics, based on where we are today and where the trends are going. So, Mr. Speaker, what our government is trying to do is make sure that 83% number gets bigger. Why can't it be 90%? Why can't, Mr. Speaker, 100% of Canadians live in a dignified retirement, in a stable, secure retirement? Why is that should not be the will and the dream of everyone in this House, Mr. Speaker? I, for one, think it should be. I think it's the better approach, and I think it's the outcome Canadians deserve, Mr. Speaker. We all agree better is always possible, and when it comes to pensions, that's perhaps the place where we should prove it the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons le temps pour une question.
We have time for a very short question. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that everyone should have the right to a dignified retirement and that the public pension plan should be improved. But there is an increasing number of people that have precarious employment, part-time work and so on, and don't contribute to a pension plan. That includes a lot of young families. So I would like to know what the government intends to do with those people that don't have a pension plan.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Hochelaga for her question. It's a good question, and I, like her, share her concern with those who are not able to participate fully in Canada's economy as it is today. And I agree, those people are going to have trouble, people who are precariously employed, when it comes to preparing for their retirement. But in a sense, Mr. Speaker, this bill helps to not necessarily address that specifically, but what it helps to do is address the people who are perhaps left behind by the current system to improve it, and I look forward to working together, perhaps with people from her party, to help other people who might be left behind by the current system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to rise in this place and to speak on behalf of my constituents at Battle River Crowfoot against this Bill C-26, the Liberal bill simply known as the Liberal CPP tax hike. Because I think, go ahead, Mr.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. There was a little bit of a slip-up on my end here. I have to read the deliberations that will take place tonight. If I can interrupt for maybe a minute, and then we'll go from there.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to the following points will be raised in the adjournment debate. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, Employment Insurance, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and the Honourable Member for Tibi-Temiskaming, National Defence.
Member for Crowfoot for understanding, or for Battle River Crowfoot for understanding. You may proceed.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was starting to wonder if it was something I'd said or something I'd done, but thank you for your allowing me to come back and to say a few more about this important debate that we're having here today. And again, Mr. Speaker, I introduced it by saying that I believe that this is another tax increase. It's a payroll tax increase, and we'll go into that a little bit later. You may wonder why we would say that, and that's what I want to talk about. I think perhaps the Liberals have read reports, and I mentioned it in my question previously, the McKinsey report, finding that 4/5 of Canadians are on track for a good, adequate retirement income. The report also says this compares very favorably with other developed countries. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what the Liberal government has done here is they've said, oh, we got 1/5 of the people that we can help, but let's hit everyone with the tax. Let's hit small business, let's hit every employee, and let's see the coffers go up in the CPP investment, and we'll just do what we can to increase taxes at a time when our economy is faltering. And this is the problem. The problem is timing. Is this a good time over the next 5 years to invoke new taxes, to hit the pocketbooks of employers and employees. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, it isn't. And in fact, every time we turn around, there's another story in the papers about our finance minister meeting with the economists trying to figure out why our economy isn't growing. So the question comes, is there a retirement crisis in this country? Do we have a retirement crisis? The Canada Pension Plan is but one pillar of a very strong, strategic pension retirement strategy that every Canadian should have and that this government, I think, believes that Canadians have. The first pillar is a strong, solid CPP pillar. The second pillar is the pillar of the OAS and the GIS. This pillar is there for lower-income Canadians. In fact, I know that our government enhanced the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement. This government has said that they are going to do the same. Those are areas where we can affect the change of that other fifth or that other 3.7% that are living and not in poverty, but are living below where we would like to see them living in their retirement. So is there a crisis with CPP? I think, Mr. Speaker, there isn't. The first pillar, CPP, the second pillar, OAS, the third pillar, I never hear the Liberals and the NDPs talking about. And that pillar is the pillar of personal private investment. Right. Things like RRSPs, things like tax-free savings accounts. Mr. Speaker, the record that our government had, and I was privileged to serve with Minister Flaherty and Oliver on the pension file and on dealing with CPP, is that we wanted to be certain that Canadians had a dignified, secure retirement. And so we did things like brought forward the pool registered pension plan, where those 60% of Canadians who don't have a pension plan could be part of a pooled pension plan that would be administered by the provinces. And so we brought that forward. We brought forward things like the tax-free savings account, making certain that Canadians could put $5,000 a year in and watch it grow, watch the power of compounding interest. And then, Mr. Speaker, we said, listen, there's 60% of Canadians earning under $60,000 that are topping up the tax-free savings account. And so we doubled it. We took it to $10,000. And Mr. Speaker, by far a large majority of the people investing in the tax-free savings account were pensioners, were seniors, putting their savings and trying to watch the power of compounding interest work for them. Mr. Speaker, what else did we do? We brought forward pension income splitting for seniors and pension income splitting, all of which the Liberals said, we're either going to cut this back or we're going to eliminate it. We're going to get rid of the way that they serve. Because why? The way that they save. Why? Because the Liberal way is the big government way. Let government look after you in your retirement. And I'll tell you, I got fears about what happens even now with some enhancement if people stop saving. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the total household net worth of Canadians was $7.7 trillion, split almost equally between pension assets, CPP, QPP, RRSPs, employer pensions. Also included in that were retirement or real estate equity and other financial and non-financial assets. Pretty well diversified. Most Canadians had a good portfolio when it comes to their retirement. But I've heard over and over today where members have said, you know, people are scared about their retirement. They're uncertain about their retirement. Yeah, that may very well be the case. Because who knows how long one will live? Who knows how much money is enough? I know people that will actually do better in their retirement than they're doing through many years of working if they sell their home and move into a downsizing home. They will have a better income in their retirement, but they're still fearful because one doesn't know the amount of time or the amount of money needed. Mr. Speaker, this bill will take money out of the pockets of those Canadians over 40 years, and it will leave them with very little. It will leave them with, it's not like another pension plan where when you pass away, when I pass away, all my savings from CPP goes to my wife. That's not what happens. She gets a very small portion of the dollars over 40 years that I may have invested in it. And when she passes away, how much out of this pension plan then is passed on to our estate, to our children? Zero. It's not so much the greatest pension plan in the world when you compare that to just about everything else. Is it a needed pillar? Absolutely. Absolutely. There are some who depend on it, and we absolutely want that pillar strong. But to sit and listen to the fact that they're going to solve, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals feel that they will solve the pension crisis when there is no pension crisis, and that they're going to do it by taking money out of everyone, putting it into a fund that when I'm gone, it goes back into the CPP. It stays there. Mr. Speaker, I think it's certainly not the best investment for your retirement. Currently, CPP premiums are set at 9.9% of an employee's pensionable earnings, between $3,500 and $54,900 per year, up to a maximum contribution of $4,959.90 per year, split evenly between the employee and the employer. 83% of Canadian households are on track to maintain their current living standards, according to the study by McKinsey that I've already referenced. According to Statistics Canada, the share of Canadian seniors living on low income has dropped from 29% in the late 1970s to 3.7% today. It is amongst the lowest in the world. We should be encouraged, and yes, you know, I mean, the member from Newmarket Aurora says if there's only one senior out there living in poverty, we need to do something to help the small number of seniors. But, Mr. Speaker, this is something we can actually be proud of. Do we have to help the 3.7%? Yes, we can. But let's do it in a measured way. Let's do it in a way that is not going to hurt our economy more than what we have right now. The other good news about retirement savings right now, and when I was in Cabinet, that was one of the other things that we were encouraged by with Canadians. Canada's savings rate has climbed from 7.7% of pay in 1990 to 14.1% today. It's according to the CD Howe. People are starting to realize that if you encourage them towards their own private portfolios, the tax-free savings account, the RRSP, pool registered pension plans, they'll invest in those things. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals cut back those measures. Why? Well, I'm thankful they didn't cut the seniors' income split, pension income splitting like they had said they were going to do. At least thank you for that. But, Mr. Speaker, they don't believe that the personal incentive and initiative should count. Big government will look after you. It's a typical socialist plan and strategy is just sit back and allow government to look after you. But Canadians are catching on, and savings rates are actually going up. We need to make sure that the poorest Canadians are looked after with a strong OAS and GIS. Finance Canada's analysis shows that the higher CPP premium will hurt the economy. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on that for a few moments. Right now, our economy is hurting. In Alberta, where I represent, it is not uncommon, and I should also say, not only in the gas and oil sector, but to the Liberals over there, we have right now a crisis in agriculture where 40% of the crop is under snow. And typically we've seen a little of that many years ago in September, but when you're coming into November, there may be a write-off of many crops that are out there under snow. And so be aware of that. But we have right now small business who are being hurt by the low price of gas and oil, where they know that many of the businesses are laying off employees and employers are scrambling with incentives to stay and job sharing and all these things, and they're frustrated that their incomes are dropping and that they can't keep their employees busy. And then, Mr. Speaker, they hear that the government is coming with a new carbon tax, a tax on everything. We saw where feedlots said we're shutting down, and one of the reasons we're shutting down, like these are 100,000 head feedlots, we're shutting down because, you know, the red tape, the carbon tax, all these extra taxes that this government is throwing at it. Now they come with another scheme on the CPP. Every employee, it's going to cost you more. It's going to cost you more. It hurts the economy, Mr. Speaker. In the many of the discussions that we had with the finance ministers from across the country, they all said, let's wait until our economy is strong. Let's move forward with CPP renewal or enhancement when the economy is strong. And I see our finance minister who meets every week with economists who keep trying to explain to him why our economy is slowing down, not meeting the expectations. And the Liberals' answer is another tax. Poor strategy, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion. Poor strategy. It's a strategy that does not help. It will not help seniors. I have seniors calling saying, Kevin, I think it's all right that we have a CPP enhancement. When I tell them that not one nickel will go to you, they say, well, yeah, they're going to enhance my CPP. No, they aren't. This will help you 40 years down the road. It isn't going to get started. It's not going to reach the full enhancement until into the 2025 or 2023-25. But, Mr. Speaker, there are no seniors today or no one close to approaching their senior years that will benefit from this bill. This is a bill that will help someone who's 20 years old today, and it will only help him marginally, and it will hurt him magnificently. So that it's going to hurt because it'll hurt the economy. A CPP tax hike will reduce employment by 0.04 to 0.07. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business said that if they move ahead with CPP enhancement, and this group represents over 100,000 small businesses. If they move ahead with this, many of those businesses, I think it was close to 60% of those businesses said, we will either cut hours or cut employment. High percentage said, we will not be hiring any new workers. If we have another increase in our expenses, if we see another input cost expense, we are not going to be hiring new. We're going to hire less. We are going to cut hours or cut employment. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you want a strong, dignified, secure retirement, you better have a very secure, dignified job today. Because if you don't have a job, there is no dignified retirement. Mr. Speaker, and that's the problem I hear. That's the problem. The problem is exactly that we have a government that is driving this economy into the ground, and more people are being laid off and unemployed. And so again, he hit the nail on the head. That's our problem. Our problem is that we have a government that is not recognizing what we need to do to have an economy that's moving headstrong. Mr. Speaker, we also know Finance Canada's analysis said that 1,050 fewer jobs per year for 10 years. It would reduce the GDP by 0.03 to 0.05%. It would reduce business investment. It would reduce disposable income of the average employee. It would reduce the private savings by 7% over the long haul, the long run. Why is that? Because there are Canadians today who will say, oh, a CPP enhancement. I don't have to put money into my RRSP. I don't have to top off my tax-free savings account. I don't have to go out and save like I'm saving. Because CPP, OAS, GIS, all that's going to look after me. And Mr. Speaker, that's not the message that we want to give to Canadians. According to the CFIB, a full 70% of small business owners disagree that the enhancement is modest. They see this as having an impact on their business, a big impact on their business. And I would remind this government that these are the individuals, 90% of jobs created in this country are created by small and medium-sized business. And they say this is not a modest increase. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is running down. 90% of small businesses think it's important to have a public consultation before anything on this is finalized. That's according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. A paper released by the C.D. Howe Institute shows that the Liberal CPP plan will not benefit low-income workers. They will see their premiums go up. Yet their net increase in retirement benefits will remain low, since higher CPP payments will be offset by clawbacks in GIS benefits. Canadians are unaware of the implications that this CPP enhancement has. Angus Reid found that 9% were following the debate, and really very few understood what it meant. The CFIB Ipsos survey found that the majority of Canadians do not know the design of CPP and how it works. In fact, they found that many people believe that the government pays into CPP, whereas we know that it doesn't. It perhaps pays into the GIS and OAS, not into CPP. And so, Mr. Speaker, many of the Canadians we know, we always like the idea of an enhancement, until we realize that they're taking money from one pocket and putting it into the other. They're stealing from Peter to pay Paul, and typically you don't have any complaints from Paul when that happens. It's usually Peter. But in a way, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this government is determined to push C-26 through. They're majority government. Obviously, they can do that. They can do that. They're going to go ahead without employees' consent, without employers' consent. They're going ahead, contrary to what the provincial finance ministers had said, wait until the economy is strong. They're going ahead without that. There is more education needed for the average worker and for firms. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are many other alternatives. And that I wish I had more time to speak on. The tax-free savings account, many people said at one time, why would you even go there? I mean, it can't work, it won't work. And we found out 12 million people bought into it. 2 million people maxed out on it. And, and 70% of them made under $75,000, 60% under $60,000. So it was something that the very low and middle income Canadians were seeing the benefits of. Why doesn't this government grab some of that and say, yes, you know what? We can do these things, we can make some enhance, but we're also going to enhance the way that they can save. Mr. Speaker, we want a secure, dignified retirement for all Canadians. I think that these are not the measures that will get us there. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I have to say to my honourable member, we have had many discussions over the last 5 or 6 years about just what is the best way to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, or to provide some secondary vehicles to encourage people to be able to save for tomorrow. And the same rhetoric that I have heard for the last 5 years is the exact same thing. Your government introduced the pooled pension plans, thinking that that was going to be a positive alternative, and clearly it wasn't. We clearly seen that very few people were actually taking up on that. So I understand the ideology difference, but without the CPP, thousands of people today certainly would be in real poverty. So a small amount of money per month from the employer or from the individual builds up for a better pension for them for tomorrow. Clearly, how can you possibly object to that?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, philosophically and ideologically, I object to higher taxes all the time. Listen, I stand here because I believe that we need to lower taxes on Canadians. We need to put more money back into their pockets. We need to give them the ability so that they can depend on a solid CPP, and that's what we have at this point. They can depend on the solid pillar of OAS, Old Age Security, and GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement. But we also have to be certain that we're allowing them to save as well. Are the other two pillars standalone pillars? There is no three-legged chair that can stand on two, but we have to make sure that they are all secure. Now, she referenced the pool registered pension plans. Again, another idea thought up by the Conservative government with the tax-free savings account and income splitting for seniors and others that depended on the province's buy-in. And we had provincial buy-in. We had some provinces that were buying into it fairly quickly and others were trying to manage the legislation. Ontario said that they would buy into the pool registered pension plan. But now, Mr. Speaker, some of those provinces are saying, well, listen, do we really have to do that if we're going to start enhancing the CPP? And with pool registered pension plans, unlike the CPP, when something happens to me, my estate, my wife, my children will see the benefits of my saving. CPP, my wife will get very little of the survivor benefit, very little of what I have accumulated over 40 years. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't hear governments objecting to the fact that all of a sudden all this pooled money will come in back to the big pension plan. We need to keep money in the pockets of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
I'm glad to have this opportunity to ask a question of the Honourable Member, and I guess to stress that what we're talking about here with CPP enhancement is not wealth management. So this pillar definitely is important. It's really nice to hear. It's really nice to hear about how in certain circles that you move in, everybody's doing okay. So there isn't a crisis in retirement. Actually, to have Canadians hear that is really a disservice, because we do know reports like the McKinsey report that I've done extensive research on is calculated using the value of retirees' real estate as well. In an area like mine, where real estate values are not as high as, let's say, in the GTA, people do not have that nest egg. But guess what? Our pharmacare that is non-existent is something that hangs in the air for us and is very oppressive, because our medicine costs the same. Because when you have to go to the lab and get an extra blood test, those costs are the same. Nursing home costs are the same, no matter where we live. Right. But the fluctuation in our values in retirement mean that, yes, you're going to have a certain percentage of Canadians who weren't able to maximize and leverage their real estate. So it's really, really disconcerting to hear this all day today. The lack of understanding on what that pillar of CPP is supposed to be achieving and what personal investment is supposed to achieve. There's a clear difference there. And for us to be using the time here today to confuse Canadians about what this really is alarming to me. So I'd like to hear the member's plan for how the Conservatives would address the exponential increase in poverty among elderly women, especially single women, in the last 20 years.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, listen to what Statistics Canada says. Statistics Canada said in the late 1970s that 29% of Canadians were low income, seniors living on low income. That number of 29% by 2014 has dropped to 3.7%. Now, my member over here will say, oh, but 3.7, you don't care about the 3.7. You better believe we do. That's why we brought forward measures specifically to those 3.7%. The GIS, TFSAs, OAS enhancements. That's the reason we did those things. I will commend the government today if they will continue to move towards enhancement of survivor benefits. We did some. I think there's perhaps more room for that measure being done. But, Mr. Speaker, we have, again, a Liberal government working together, I believe, with the NDP, who would say, we need a sledgehammer for a very, very small problem here. Now, I hear my NDP saying, oh, small problem, 3.7%. No, Mr. Speaker, typically Canadians are better off today than they were in the 70s. And we got to continue to enhance it. I'm not saying that we should never make any adjustments, but I am saying that when our economy is like it is now, the last thing that we should be looking for is ways to increase taxes on the average Canadian, the middle-class Canadian, low-income Canadian. The last thing we should do is say, here's government taking more. And they're doing it with a carbon tax. They're doing it with payroll tax increases. They're continuously doing it by measures that mean that Canadians don't have the disposable income they have. And that's why we will also continue to see household debt continuing to rise.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for really defining the problem. Because we've heard in the House today, I've been listening to the speeches, they're saying, you know, retired single females are having a real problem today. Well, my colleague explained it really well, that what the Liberals are trying to do is not going to help anybody who is suffering today. And the challenge, like I'm hearing with the youth in my community that are looking for jobs, frankly, they don't trust the government to look after their savings moving forward. With the way things are going right now, the job losses, especially out west with manufacturing and in my community, it's like, what is going to be the solution of this government moving forward? Are they going to be ending up devaluing people's savings and their investments in their real estate? So I wanted to talk to my colleague about an issue that is being missed by the Liberals and the NDP, and it's about competitiveness and how this incrementalism that's being put forward in government policy that's really affecting our competitiveness, especially in Oshawa and for manufacturing. But whether it's the highest rates for electricity in North America we suffer from in Ontario, this carbon tax that they're bringing in, or now with the increase in payroll taxes, I was wondering if you could explain to the NDPs and the Liberals why this is so harmful in attracting new business to our country when countries that we compete with don't have these burdens.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot in 60 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very good question from my friend. I thank you for that. I first of all want to say this, that one of the things that our Conservative government did, among all the consultations we did, we listened to what seniors said, not just on one issue, but on many. And when they came to us and they said, we would like you to reduce the minimum withdrawal requirements from our RIFs, another measure that we gladly did, meaning that they could take their portfolio and would stretch it right out over a much longer period of time until they were 85, 90, 95 years old. Now, the member talked about competitiveness. We have, Mr. Speaker, a presidential election going on in the United States. If you can stand to watch any of it, you've heard them talk about jobs going to Mexico, jobs going everywhere else. Why is that in the States? Jobs will go to where they can be competitive, to where they can have an advantage. We've seen it in the provinces. We have Premier Wynne here, who has a problem on her hands. She's watching manufacturing leaving because it's not as competitive anymore as with other provinces. This is a massive problem. Competition, competitiveness, productivity, all this can hurt.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition for recently naming me the spokesperson for work and opportunity for the Conservative caucus. And I will approach this issue and all issues by breaking them down into those two constituent parts, work and opportunity. The reason that those two things are so important is because they will determine the well-being of our people. The best anti-poverty program is a good job. The greatest social safety net we have is a strong family and a strong community. I'm here today to talk about how we can use the power of work and opportunity to lift people up, particularly people who are less fortunate. And it is through that prism that I will comment on the government's proposed increase in Canada Pension Plan payroll taxes. Let's start with the impact of that policy on work. What will be the impact on work? First of all, it will make it more expensive to work. Anybody who has a job and receives a wage will pay higher payroll taxes, according to one estimate, as much as $2,200 in extra payroll taxes, and that, Mr. Speaker, will be matched by the employer. $2,200 per household, and then an equivalent amount for each contribution by the employee will then be paid by the employer. And that deals with the second half of the work dimension. Not only will it be more expensive to work, it'll be more expensive to hire. And when it becomes more expensive to hire, understandably, less hiring happens. That is particularly the case for small businesses, whose ability to take on marginal costs like payroll taxes is lower than that of larger firms. Now, this is particularly important, Mr. Speaker, because new evidence has emerged this month showing that small and medium-sized firms are vastly outpacing big business when it comes to hiring people. A report from Scotiabank said, and I quote, "Annual payroll growth among small firms, fewer than 100 employees, averaged 1.4% from 2010 to 2015. Significantly stronger than the 0.9% increase among larger firms, 500 or more employees, though lagging the 2.0% gain among mid-sized firms, those with 100 to 499 employees. Small firms generated more than 5,000 net new jobs over this period, or 45% of national payroll gains. In other words, Mr. Speaker, small companies were responsible for half of the net new hiring that occurred between 2010 and 2015. And large businesses, the kind that the Liberal government likes to associate with, are not generating jobs in the same numbers as the small and medium-sized enterprises are. This new payroll tax will make it more expensive for these small companies to hire people, and therefore they will do less hiring. Anybody who's been out in their communities and talked to small electrician firms, small construction companies, local mom-and-pop shops will tell you that they are hearing of the increased burden of government that applies every time a small business tries to hire somebody, whether it's restrictive labor laws, higher payroll taxes, provincial and municipal building code restrictions, or the endless volumes of paperwork that a small business must complete for the mere crime of creating jobs and providing goods and services in a community. All of these burdens make it more difficult for our entrepreneurs to hire and grow their payroll. And this new development, this new payroll tax, will make it harder still. Now, let's be clear. The government has argued that the CPP payroll tax increase is not a tax at all. It's simply deferred income, that it goes in one end of the CPP machine, and when the person retires, it comes out the other. That is not the case for the small business. The entrepreneur will pay an increased premium, but he or she will get absolutely nothing in return for it. Their pension will not go up as a result of the increased payroll tax. Their costs will go up. Now, the reality is that they don't have spare change sitting around waiting to throw at the government, so they'll have to make difficult decisions. And the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has already said that large numbers of employers will either cut wages or cut jobs to make up the extra cost that this new tax will burden them with. That is the particularity of this new tax on small business. But what about businesses in the export market? Canada is a trading nation. Without exports, we don't have an economy. And I look at the struggling manufacturing sector in Ontario, already hammered with literally tens of billions of dollars in inflated electricity prices imposed by the provincial government to reward well-connected so-called green energy firms. We look at the new carbon tax that these firms will have to pay just to keep their factories operating. And now they will have to pay new contributions to CPP. Large manufacturing firms, particularly in the auto sector, have already warned that this triple whammy will make it more difficult to create jobs here in Canada. We have a global supply chain, and investment goes where the returns are. And if the returns on hiring Canadians are lower because the costs are higher, then these firms will just go and build and hire somewhere else. And they have lots of options. Other places around the world are fiercely competing for opportunities and jobs for their people. And they're doing it by lowering taxes and streamlining red tape. This government is doing precisely the opposite of that. And so we can expect that this new and expanded tax on jobs will mean fewer jobs and less work. As the critic for work and opportunity, I think that's terrible. We need to expand job opportunities for people by lowering the cost of hiring. If we do that, Mr. Speaker, then our entrepreneurs, large and small, will come here and hire in record numbers. And that is the agenda that we should push. And let me remind our colleagues across the way, they say we need to have more contributions to CPP. If someone loses their job, the contribution they're making to their CPP retirement is zero. Zero. They get absolutely nothing put away in a rainy day fund, so in their retirement nest egg. So if you want to ensure that people have enough money to retire, make sure they have a chance to work so that they can contribute to their savings in the present day, rather than taxing them out of a job. So let's move to the second part of my new duties as critic and spokesperson on the issue of opportunity for Canadians. What kind of opportunity will this proposal bring to the Canadian people? Well, the government says we need to increase mandatory contributions to CPP because people cannot afford to save for their retirement. Let's think about that for a second. People cannot afford to save for their retirement, so we're going to force them to. If the government's position is that nobody has any money to set aside at the end of the month, then how are they going to afford to pay this new tax? It's got to come from somewhere. It's not magic. If it's the amount that their government is proposing the average family contribute is $2,000. If they don't have, Canadians don't have $2,000, what are they going to do when this new tax kicks in? They're not going to have a lot of options. When in fact, options is precisely what we should be providing. We should live in a big, opportunity-filled, free enterprise economy where Canadians get to choose what is right for them. That's what free enterprise means, and that's why it is the greatest poverty-fighting machine ever invented. So, prior to this government taking office, we as a Conservative government introduced the tax-free savings accounts. Now, the government does not actually understand the purpose or the use of those accounts. It has suggested that tax-free savings accounts are merely a tool for the rich. In fact, they are exactly the opposite. RRSPs, it has been proven, tend to be weighted more in that direction. TFSAs are weighted to favor low-income people. Why? One, low-income people often don't have access to the biggest tax-free savings account that has ever existed in Canada, which is capital gains tax exemption on a primary residence. We already long had a tax-free savings account for real estate. It's that you can grow the value of your property infinitely without paying any capital gains tax at all, as long as it's your primary residence. But what about low-income people who do not have a primary residence, who instead rent because they've never been able to afford a down payment? A tax-free savings account is precisely the equivalent for them. It gives them the ability to save tax-free through equities and other savings instruments, the way that more affluent Canadians already have saved tax-free through their ownership of a principal residence. Two, lower income people pay a lower marginal tax rate because they're in a lower tax bracket. As a result, an RRSP doesn't necessarily save them as much money when they contribute to it. So if your marginal tax rate is somewhere around 20%, an RSP contribution does not defer nearly as much, either in percentage terms or in absolute terms, as if you are a millionaire, like the finance minister, and pay a marginal tax rate of 48%. You, the millionaire, Mr. Speaker, would save 48%, whereas the working class person would only save or defer 18 or 19% on an RSP. With tax-free savings accounts, Mr. Speaker, not only does the savings accrue over time, but it also exempts a low-income person from having eventual GIS and OAS benefits clawed back later in life, because TFSA earnings are exempt from that clawback. So lower income people can retain the GIS and the OAS while they take gains out of their tax-free savings account. Now the government will say, oh, well, we know low-income people never contribute in the first place. Actually, the stats from Finance Canada prove exactly the opposite. The average income of a TFSA contributor is $42,000 a year. Now maybe the government doesn't consider that middle class. Their so-called middle-class tax cut did not give a penny to anyone earning below $45,000 a year. I consider that middle class, and at the very least, the people who earn $42,000 a year are working hard to join the middle class, and TFSAs are one way to help them do it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, of those who actually maxed out their tax-free savings account, the average income is about $60,000 a year. Now, across the way, our friends will say it's impossible for someone earning only $60,000 a year to max out a $5,500 tax-free savings account. And that is because the Liberal government does not understand when and how people contribute to those accounts. They don't do it always out of their income. They do it out of big life events. A spouse dies, and an elderly survivor takes the inheritance and wants to put it in a place where it will not be taxed. And that's why they take that inheritance and put it in a tax-free savings account. Or a senior gets too old and can no longer climb the stairs in their large multi-level house. So when they dispose of the house and they move into an apartment, they've turned a hard, real asset into a liquid asset, and they can put that money in a tax-free savings account. And that's why the people who've maxed out TFSAs are not all rich. They're often people with low incomes who've had major life events that cause them to turn their assets into cash, and they want to turn that cash into a tax-free income. We want to give them the opportunity to do that, and that's why we created the tax-free savings account, and that's why we increased the amount people can contribute to it. The government, on the other hand, wants to force everybody to contribute through the CPP, arguing that instrument is the only way people should be allowed to make their new contributions to their savings. But increasingly, we're finding data that shows that it is not the best savings instrument compared to other alternatives that are out there in the marketplace. In fact, a recent study by Fraser Institute demonstrated that the 1.07% management cost, that's the cost of just running the CPP, is actually quite high. It's not low, as was earlier argued. It's actually quite high. And increasingly, Canadians can have access to exchange-traded funds, which you can buy with a click of a mouse on the internet, with very reputable firms like Vanguard or iTrade or others, and they are massively diversified with extremely low management costs, much lower than the CPP. In fact, you can own the entire American stock market, the entire Canadian stock market. In fact, you can own the entire worldwide stock market, be diversified into every single company that exists and is publicly traded on planet Earth with a management expense ratio that is lower than the current CPP. In fact, Warren Buffett was recently asked, how would you encourage the average investor to prepare for their future? And he said, given that most people don't have the time or expertise to pick one stock at a time, he would suggest exchange-traded funds because of the extremely low management expense ratio, because it costs so little to invest the money, and because it diversifies so widely that it protects the investor against major losses. Now, that is just one vehicle, but there are all sorts of other vehicles that are available to people if they so choose. I am not here to offer them financial advice. I mean, I think most of us in this place, we struggle just enough to plan our own financial futures. But we do acknowledge that there is a cornucopia of opportunity for people out there in the private sector, and Canadians are smart enough and they are wise enough to make those decisions for themselves, and those decisions should not be robbed from them by a government that thinks it knows best how they ought to prepare for their future. And that is exactly what this government is doing by forcing people to invest more money in an expensive-to-manage CPP savings account. I conclude by turning the House's attention to a column recently written by Kevin Libin in the Financial Post, who said, and I quote, "So if a new report by Morneau Chappelle, the human resource firm once chaired by our current federal finance minister, finds that the new enhanced CPP doesn't significantly tackle all that much, and in some ways makes our retirement system even worse." The article goes on. Even Bill Morneau, before he was a politician and still worked at a human resources firm that bears his name, co-authored a book with Vitesse that repudiated the fear-mongering media, quote, fear-mongering.
Order. I see the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island rising on a point of order. I started to detect this commotion. I didn't hear what perhaps the member for Saanich Gulf Island could enlighten me on.
Entirely inadvertently, I'm sure, the official opposition advocate for opportunities used the opportunity to use the personal name of the Minister of Finance, and I think he will regret that. Just a hunch.
I appreciate the intervention there by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The honourable member for Carleton may recall that even, and for the benefit of the House actually, when the name of another member appears in a citation, one can't use the name, even if in doing so you're doing it indirectly through a citation. So even in a citation, we essentially rule that out of order, and the member will then substitute, I'm sure, and use the appropriate name, either the title or the member's riding name. The honourable member for Carleton.
Sorry, I'm new here, Mr. Speaker. Quote, even the finance minister, before he was a politician and still worked in the human resources firm that bears his family's name, co-authored a book with Vitesse that repudiated, quote, fear-mongering media stories and, quote, overblown worries that Canadians were under saving. Now, he'll force Canadians to save more for their retirement, whether they want to or not, or whether they need to or not. Eventual changes to the benefit from 25% covered earnings to a third, and a heightened ceiling on covered earnings from what would have been $72,000 to $82,000 will result in some Canadian workers paying as much as 40% more in CPP contributions by that date, up to an additional $2,200 a year deducted from their take-home pay, according to Finance Canada's backgrounder. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister opposed precisely what he is now implementing and enforcing on Canadians. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, if Canadians want to contribute more to a large diversified savings fund, there are millions of options available. There are hundreds of options available to these millions of Canadians. And we as government should not impose our will upon them and their retirement savings plans. And that is why we on the Conservative side instead favor voluntary options, low tax plans rather than high tax schemes, to free people to make the best choices for their lives and for their futures. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I listened with great interest to my colleague who has a new job title. The first two letters, J and O. I would suggest he adds some more components to his job title. I think kids accepted. accepting kids, seniors with nothing, you. In other words, the joke's on you. I think that this is, yeah, that wasn't my best joke in the House today. That was, handwriting is not my long suit. The issue is this. I keep hearing the other side talk about the 17% who don't. 17% who don't. And I hear them, they say the job is the best social program. Is the member opposite really suggesting that kids go out and get a job if they need daycare? Is they really suggesting that seniors go back to work if they don't have the funds to retire? Is the job really the best social program for everybody? Or are there some people that need support? And if that support is needed, should that support not lift them out of poverty rather than keep them there?
Member for Carleton.
Well, first of all, kids do not make contributions to CPP. I'm not sure if that's something the honourable member proposes, but nor do people who are out of work make contributions to CPP. So if he's saying that this is a solution for long-term unemployed Canadians, he should check with the rules of CPP, because those Canadians cannot contribute in the first place, and therefore they accumulate no benefit under the existing system or any future one that the government may propose. So nothing in his proposal would expand retirement benefits for unemployed Canadians. Nothing. Just to be clear on that. And my comments were, yes, I do believe the best anti-poverty program is a good job, and the best social safety net is a strong family and a strong community. As it relates to childcare, we on this side believe that families are the best able to make their own childcare decisions. That's a debate we had long ago when we were discussing whether to have a daycare program or give direct benefits to parents. That is a debate the Conservative Party won, because the Liberal Party has now adopted our position on that with its new child benefit.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. Mr. Speaker, poverty in Canada costs us between $72 billion and $84 billion a year in increased health care costs, increased need to take care of those that are the most vulnerable. As elected officials, it's our job to look out for the most marginal, to try to reduce costs, to look at a harm reduction strategy that will save taxpayers money. When we look at the stats that the Conservative Party talks about, when they talk about people living in poverty, they say it's between 3% and 4% of people living in poverty. When I look at stats for seniors, 15% of single seniors are living in poverty, and 30% of single seniors are living in poverty, of women are living in poverty. So when we look at the most recent figures and we talk about the 30% of single women living in poverty, that number has tripled in the last 20 years. What plan does my colleague's party have to help lift the most vulnerable elderly women out of poverty? Because this isn't just life circumstance, or it's a lot of life circumstance for 30% of single elderly women to be living in poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, frankly, one person living in poverty is one person too many, and we here should produce policies that free people to pursue opportunity and escape the terrible state that is an impoverished life. And that is why I'm so proud of the progress we've made in this area. You know, back in 1996, 15% of Canadians lived below the low-income cutoff line. In the most recent year on record, 2014, that number has dropped to 8.8%. That is a spectacular decline. And most of it, by the way, happened under the leadership of Prime Minister Harper. Amen. And the reason that it happened is because we rewarded hard work, particularly by cutting taxes for low-income people who were entering the labour force. We brought in about $35 billion a year in tax relief, which the parliamentary budget officer said was overwhelmingly directed at low and modest income people. We brought in the working income tax credit benefit, which helped people get over the welfare wall. We raised the personal exemption to take hundreds of thousands of people off the tax rolls. There were people who literally had their federal income tax burden lowered by 100%. under the previous Conservative government. We need to continue to lower taxes and create opportunities to make work pay and give people expanded opportunities so that we can defeat poverty once and for all.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like my colleague to share with us what he thinks about the impact of this new tax, let's call it a tax, on companies, particularly small business. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I know that this will have a major impact, and unfortunately I have no say. The honourable member for Carleton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, businesses will get nothing from these changes. They'll have to pay more in premiums, but the CEO, the owner, the entrepreneur himself or herself will be eligible for no more benefits upon retirement. So it's a contribution without any benefit to the company in question. Unfortunately, this will force some businesses to either refrain from hiring someone or reduce wages, or in the worst circumstances, this will force some businesses to cut jobs. So it's a reality. Businesses will, they don't get money from, it doesn't fall from the sky. They have to earn it through work. And there's a limited amount available. If there's a new tax that reduces the amount available to pay wages and to hire Canadians. So that's the consequence that we will see from this tax increase.
The comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I put this question, my honourable colleague from Carleton. It wasn't that long ago that Canadians found out that the age at which we could retire and qualify for CPP had been changed unilaterally by a Prime Minister speaking to us from a great height in Davos. I'm looking forward to seeing improvements to CPP, but I know they're not enough. I have one of the ridings with the highest proportion of seniors of any riding in this country, and I hear from my constituents that they do on a daily basis make choices for whether they can afford their medications, what they do particularly for an ailing partner. Quite commonly, elderly Canadians are spouses of elderly Canadians with inadequate care for dementia. At the same time, I have many constituents who know that even though their partner served in the Canadian Armed Forces, because they remarried after the age of 60, they will get no pension. There are real concerns in the life of seniors, and I think this is one opportunity to improve that circumstance, and I would ask the honourable member why his government didn't do more to address these issues.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, as I just finished saying, Mr. Speaker, our government did plenty. We saw a record decline in poverty, including seniors' poverty, during the leadership of our Prime Minister. In fact, it was the biggest decline on record of any Prime Minister. There was a bigger decline in poverty under Stephen Harper than there had been under the previous 7 Prime Ministers combined. My question is, why doesn't she do more? She's been a great advocate of these schemes that take money from poor, low-income seniors and give them to wealthy insiders, like the Green Energy Act in Ontario, which the Auditor General of that province said took $37 billion in overpayments to well-connected, multi-millionaire insiders, including one who is a former president of the Liberal Party, and that drove up electricity costs, particularly hammering the poor and seniors on fixed incomes. I have literally had people come into my office saying, I have no idea how I'm going to pay my energy bill because my electricity bill keeps skyrocketing and my income is not. And those kinds of policies, which have favored the rich, have favored the well-connected, have favored the insiders, have come from people like that member for the Green Party, who has supported them, and it is outright hypocrisy that they continue to stand in their place and claim that they're so concerned about the well-being of the poor when they're robbing low-income families blind to give it the most well-connected and undeserving millionaires in Canada.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island on a point of order.
On a point of privilege, everything that member just said, I can't help it if other levels of government use the word green. But you can check, and the Green Party of Ontario did not support those policies, and I personally...
I take what the honourable member has intervened with. However, it's not a point of privilege, I don't think. It's probably a matter of debate, and there will be time from time to time the member will have the opportunity to weigh in on those points. Avant de la reprise...
Before resuming debate, there has been more than 5 hours of debate on the first round of debate on this issue. As a result, all debates and interventions from now on will be limited to 10 minutes for the speech and 5 minutes for questions and comments. Resuming debate.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to contribute to the debate today on Bill C-26, often referred to as Big CPP, by the many Canadian small business owners who abhor yet another payroll tax being imposed on them by this Liberal government. As a former small business owner, I can speak firsthand on the many reasons why I strongly oppose this bill, and let's all be honest. No matter how you slice, how you dice it, this bill increases the costs to an employer on hiring a worker. It, of course, will also increase the cost to employers on the workers they already employ. And let us also be honest that we know job numbers coming from Statistics Canada are not encouraging. Likewise, we know that the fiscal projections come from the Bank of Canada are being lowered with respect to economic growth. And this is at the very same time, Mr. Speaker, that this Liberal government is also imposing a top-down national carbon tax that will drive costs up on employers and small business owners alike. And likewise, we know that this Liberal government has also reneged on its promised small business tax cut. So to recap, if you're a small business owner in Canada, in a relatively short period of time, this Liberal government has increased your cost on your existing workers. It has increased the cost of hiring new workers. It has also increased the costs on operating expenses. It will be, increasing the cost on operating expenses by a national carbon tax, and has not followed through on its commitment to business tax cuts. All at the same time, Mr. Speaker, when job numbers are looking bleak and our economic growth is being downgraded. Now, this may sound like a bleak picture, but the reality is everything I've stated is all factually accurate and true. And it's no wonder that investment is also in decline. It's also no wonder why the Canadian Federation of Independent Business strongly opposes this additional payroll tax, and has close to 20,000 supporters who signed a petition also imposing that these Liberal-imposed increases in costs, opposing them in general, Mr. Speaker. And keep in mind, many Canadian small business owners now compete with other small business owners in the United States, where there is no national carbon tax, or a government who is not drastically increasing costs on small business owners. And I know that the Prime Minister looks down on small business owners. In fact, I have a quote here where he directly stated, and I'll quote it right here, Mr. Speaker, "A large percentage of small businesses are actually ways for wealthier Canadians to save on their taxes," end quote. Mr. Speaker, as a former small business owner, I can tell you that this comment from the Prime Minister is, and to put it into parliamentary terms, a foul-smelling, crusty batch of nature. Now, the reality is that small business owners are not wealthy Liberal elites. And by and large, these people are not paying $1,500 a plate for private access to the finance minister. The fact is, many small business owners from time to time struggle just to make their payroll. Some even work a second job. And typically, they don't have the luxurious benefits of the public sector. And I mention this final point because we should never forget that it is from the private sector. It is from the private sector that we take so that we can afford to have the public sector, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we should ever forget that. An expanded CPP takes money out of the private sector. Now, I have just heard an argument that this money ultimately returns to the economy when workers retire. However, let us not overlook that, first of all, not everyone lives to age 65. For them, their families and their states, expanded CPP does very little. Likewise, even for those who only live a few years beyond 65, we know that transportability of CPP to your loved ones, your kids as an example, is basically negligible. So you could pay these hugely increased costs your entire working career and potentially get very little to no benefit from them whatsoever. But that is okay for the big CPP pension board because we know the cost to administer CPP has basically gone through the roof. As national columnist Andrew Coyne has recently pointed out, staffing has increased at the CPP investment board from 5 in 1999 to around 1,200 today. Likewise, operating costs went from $3 million in the year 2000 to $803 million in 2015. External management fees rising from $36 million in 2006 to $1.25 billion in 2015. Now, these are just a few alarming indicators. And to be clear, I'm not being partisan about this here. These have happened under both Liberal and Conservative governments alike. But under a Liberal government obsessed with consultations and reviews, it is curious that this big CPP is being imposed onto Canadians with zero consultation with groups like the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and no review as to how administration and expenses are rising so dramatically at the CPP pension board. Now, of course, we have heard the finance minister and the prime minister tell us Canadians are not saving enough for their retirement. And that is why they believe having the government do it for them through this big CPP is the answer. But hold on a moment there, Mr. Speaker. When the Liberal government reversed the $10,000 annual maximum contribution to the tax-free savings account, they did so arguing down the road that they were worried that Canadians were in fact saving too much. Now, here's the thing with the tax-free savings account. Unlike the CPP, with the tax-free savings accounts, those funds, lifetime savings I might add, are fully transportable. So that means your kids, your spouse, your family all benefit from your lifetime of saving instead of having that money sucked into the growing administration of Big Canada Pension Plan. And to be clear, a tax-free savings account didn't penalize employers who are job creators. So in reality, we have a Liberal government who one day says we're worried that Canadians are saving too much, so better cut back that tax-free savings account, and then a few days later say Canadians are not saving enough, so we better bring in big CPP. And it's not unlike what this government recently has done with new mortgage qualification rules, making it so people in Summerland and West Kelowna, my riding, who have phoned me and who have emailed me, who have said this makes home ownership a goal where it's been stretched down the line. And that's a sad thing, Mr. Speaker, because people work hard and they want to succeed in life, and home ownership is one of the ways we can do that. And let's be clear, a home is how you can build equity for retirement. And if anything, the government should be focused on measures is ones that increase the supply of housing to help increase affordability. More homeowners means more equity for those homeowners down the road and less need for an expensive payroll tax like big CPP. And now, one final point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise. Going back to the government's argument that people are not saving enough, thus let's impose big CP to do it for them, has it ever occurred to the Liberals to ask why people are struggling to save? Well, I have an answer, Mr. Speaker, and for a growing number of Canadians, the answer is too much taxation. Governments at all levels continue to add more and more taxation, leaving less take-home pay. And irony of ironies, Mr. Speaker, the tax-free savings account, which is, let us not forget, is entirely funded by your net after-tax home pay, has now been reduced by the Liberals. And it is like this Liberal government and the Prime Minister, they have created what I believe is a war on equity. And at the same time, let us not forget that it's the same Liberal government is adding massive amounts of new debt. Yes, I know the Finance Minister loves to use the term investing. But regardless how you wordsmith it, that investing that has created this massive pile of new Liberal debt will down the road, it'll need to be paid. Because each month we pay interest on our debt. In fact, the amount the federal government interest on the debt we pay right now is close to what the Canada Health Transfer is to the provinces. And while provinces all squabble for more healthcare transfers, we can all collectively look the other way, that interest on debt is rising at alarming levels. So down the road, we are going to see a problem collectively. Either we're going to see more increases in taxes, reduced government services, or possibly a combination of both. And maybe that's the real reason why the Liberal government supports big CPP. So our future retired Canadians have more capacity to absorb inevitable increased taxation as a result of today's Liberal debt being added to at near record levels. Now, bottom line, I'd like to ask all members in this place a simple question. Where exactly will small business owners get the money to pay for these dramatic increases in labor costs? And the reality is this. For a small business to stay in business, we all know that income has to exceed expenses. And in a small business, your income comes from your customers. And when your costs rise without a corresponding increase in your sales, you go out of business. And that is the message for this government is sending to small business owners across this great country. I'd ask all members of this House to listen to the objections of the CFIB, oppose this damaging measure that will harm employment because those who are unemployed do not contribute to CPP because they do draw down from EI and other government-funded programs. Now is not the time to be expanding big CPP, and that's why I strongly oppose this bill, and I'd like to thank everyone for listening to me. Rant on.
Great job. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
The member referred to housing as a very good source of investment for retirement, and he's not wrong. But in Quebec, home ownership is about 60% of the population, so 40% don't have that asset. To cash out on that asset, they have to cash out of the house, which means either remortgaging it or selling it, so then they have nowhere to live, but they have this wonderful pile of money. TFSAs and RSPs can only be contributed to if you have extra money to do so. So my question for the member is pretty simple. Does he believe the government has a role in helping people who do not have the money to invest themselves? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a very simple premise. Either people, and let's say someone who's working low income, what we are in fact doing is we're taking money away today for their consumption. So maybe they want to hire math lessons so they can tutor a son or daughter. Maybe they want to invest in going back to school. Those kinds of things that make us wealthier and smarter down the road, Mr. Speaker, they can't access that. And in fact, they put that money into the future where there are other benefit programs like old age security and guaranteed income supplement, which track with inflation. So they're going to have more money down the road, but they have less money right now. And that really cuts off their ability to do other things, like I said, in education or investments in their own self. For a small, young family, like I've heard from my constituents in Summerland, they basically are being told, no, you cannot qualify for a larger house. They've been saving for it. This is being tough on our young Canadians who want to start families, who want to be able to benefit from the same benefits that many of us here have had.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping that the honourable member can assure me that he understands that in order to pay for the increased benefits to the CPP, that the increases will have to be phased in gradually over a number of years. And that the reason we are doing that is because, as he cited, the ability for home ownership is threatened. And it is threatened by precarious work, which I believe is one of the reasons that this CPP enhancement is timely for that young generation that is seeing that precarious work reality. So I'm wondering if he can help us, maybe reassure us that he understands the phase-in for this CPP enhancement.
For Central Okanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Finance Minister's been talking about precarious work, so I'm glad that we're also talking about it as well. First of all, if someone doesn't have a job, they can't contribute to CPP. And so right now, I just confirmed with the Parliamentary Budget Officer, they still project that this year's budget, which was set by the government to raise 100,000 new jobs, is only going to do 60,000. And so there are less small businesses willing to hire young people so that they can start out. because of things like CPP, because of things like carbon taxes. So I would love to be able to say that we are able to, take these small amounts over time. That would be the logical thing, but that's not what's happening here. What happens if we have another recession, Mr. Speaker, in 5 years when these things start to kick in full bore? Will this government actually rescind those things, or will they be ideological? Right? So we just don't know. We don't know where the future is. So this is not the best way, I believe, to go forward, but I do appreciate the member's point.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you to my fellow member from beautiful British Columbia and southern BC. The one thing that I think that both him and I understand is small business. I was a small business owner myself. And the one thing that we keep on asking, we're doing a study on poverty and human resources, and one thing that we always are expecting a certain demographic to always pay more, but there's a point that particular individual or business just can't do it. Eventually something happens there and the inevitable happens. Our government proposed 11, 10 to 9% small business tax rate, low corporate tax rate, because those are job creators. I just wanted to know, the member had spoken a lot about the negative potential of this, spoke a little bit about it, but what can possibly happen if small businesses are simply taxed too much?
Member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen, Nicola.
Well, like I said, Mr. Speaker, earlier, if you cannot sell to your customer at a competitive price, they will go elsewhere. Eventually, if you cannot find new customers willing to pay what your costs are, you go out of business. And we talked about precarious work. What happens when it becomes so precarious for small businesses to reach out and employ our young people? What happens when it becomes so precarious for larger corporations that they say, you know what, Canada, and this province that I'm in, or this country that I'm in, is no longer competitive? I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to see more Canadian oil sand company operating in Mexico and other jurisdictions than here in Canada. Why? We're not cost competitive, and that's a shame.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm proud to rise and speak to this really important issue today. New Democrats were first to fight on behalf of Enhanced Canada Pension Plan in this century, launching a multifaceted plan that would have ensured retirement security for Canadians back in 2009. While we are supporting the current level of enhancements, we nevertheless understand that for many retirees, they will be inadequate. That's why we will continue to fight on behalf of all present and future retirees so that they can retire with dignity, the dignity we believe they deserve. Canadian retirement income, and in particular enhancement to CPP, is one of the defining issues of a generation. Juxtaposed with the precarious work issue, we know Canadians are facing a retirement income crisis that must be addressed. The enhanced CPP will benefit a new generation of workers entering the workforce, but it does not alleviate the retirement income crisis of those who approach retirement. An expansion of the CPP is the right way to modernize the retirement income system for the 21st century. The CPP is universal, providing pension benefits to all workers earning more than $3,500 throughout their working life. The pension benefits follow you from job to job and for periods of self-employment as well. These attributes are important, given that this is a generation of workers that is more likely to change jobs many times over their working life and less likely to have a workplace pension plan. Add to the mix the proliferation of low-paying, precarious jobs along with the increasingly high student loans, and you begin to see that there is a real structural impediment to saving for retirement. Given the urgency of this situation, it's always been difficult to listen with a straight face to the Conservatives declare that CPP enhancement is a tax. A tax that pays you back later? I don't think so. Like all real pensions, the CPP is a deferred wage.
Hear, hear.
It is income that will be received later, and tax will be paid on that income later, by the way. It is disingenuous to continue referring to this enhancement to the CPP as if it is a negative, as if it does not matter that people will be in a better position to retire with financial security in the future. Also, increasing the CPP now is a great way to diminish future reliance on the taxpayer-funded guaranteed income supplement. So this enhancement will actually be good for the taxpayer. Increasing CPP is largely a no-brainer, as the plan performs very well and its administration costs are kept low. Low operating costs means more of the money Canadians contribute through their CPP premiums get invested, which means higher returns, which means more money for retirement incomes. The high administration fees charged by the retirement plans sold by the financial industry really eat into future savings. In fact, an extra fee of 1% can cut into your lifetime savings by as much as 25%. The typical fee charged for mutual funds in Canada, 2.3%, for example, can slash your returns in half. The CPP was created to be a universal pension program, meaning it belongs to everyone. Everyone pays into it when they work. Everyone gets a pension from the CPP when they retire. Fair and simple. The CPP provides a lifetime benefit that maintains its value over time as it is indexed. There's no need to fear that you will outlive your retirement savings or that they will be reduced by inflation as you age. Currently, the CPP covers earnings of a cap at $54,900. For earnings up to the cap, the CPP aims to replace about 25% of the income. So the maximum pension comes in at about $1,092 per month, or $13,100 per year. Contributions are 4.9% for each, the employer and the employee, up to the same cap. And the expanded CPP is a new and separate tier. This tier is added on top of the existing CPP. The new CPP tier does two things, phased in over the next years to 2025. First, it takes the replacement rate up to 33.3% from the current 25%. And second, it expands the upper earnings cap from today's $54,900 up to $82,700. In order to pay for the increase in benefits, contributions for employers and employees will increase. This increase will be phased in between 2019 and 2025, and there will be two tiers to the increase. Between 2019 and 2025, those earnings less than the yearly pensionable maximum earnings, which is currently the $54,900, is adjusted each year, and that will increase slowly to rise to an additional 1%. Those workers and employers will then be paying at a rate of 5.95%, up from 4.95%. In real numbers, this means a person whose rate is set at the maximum will pay an additional $43 a month, as will their employer. The Liberals claim that the maximum benefit under the enhanced plan will rise by 50%. Well, this is creative mathematics, as they get that number by using a faulty comparison. In fact, the maximum benefit will rise by 33%, and the maximum a person can receive is now $13,110. That number is based on the maximum earnings that can be used to determine benefits, which is the $54,000. Under the new plan, that person will receive $18,117, and that's in 2016 dollars, or a 33% increase. The high cost of housing and drugs, the looming issue of the clawback of GIS, and the indexing of pensions come immediately to mind as areas where we need to act swiftly on, and Canadians from coast to coast agree. We are witnessing and experiencing the untenable pressure that our seniors must bear. More must be done because all of our seniors deserve to live with dignity. We need immediate action to help those seniors and seniors on the cusp of retirement who won't benefit from these changes. Let us build on the momentum of this agreement and take the next steps to improve long-term retirement security for today's workers. Social justice advocates, including the labor movement, have done a tremendous job in laying the groundwork for this agreement. And I am so proud of the work they are doing in my riding to advance our social conscience.
Hear, hear.
It is in that vein that I raise a profound concern on how the enhanced CPP contributions will be managed and invested. The Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board must diligently examine its areas of investment, including resource extraction in developing countries. The Norwegian Pension Plan Investment Board, for example, withdrew from all such portfolios for human rights concerns. As Canadians, we need to stand up to cavalier attitudes that suggest that this is how business is done. We must begin to think of the human consequences of our activities around the world and where businesses behave in a predatory and exploitive fashion. Then, I believe that we should withdraw our investments in those areas forthwith. Canada has a social responsibility to our seniors and to ensure corporate social responsibility of Canadian companies in other countries as well. So in closing, I would like to say again that the proposed changes to the CPP are welcome. They are expected by Canadians who have high expectations for the social responsibility of our government, but they are also an inadequate response to the retirement plight of working Canadians. For a government which prides itself on legislation that is fact-based, they must go back and examine the facts. In a society such as Canada's, where retirement security is built on the premise that employer-provided workplace pensions form a significant portion of retirement security, along with personal savings and public pensions, it should be clear that the present system is broken and will not be fixed alone by the changes to the Canada Pension Plan being debated here today. Thank you.
Excellent.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important for us to reinforce that what we're really debating today is a reflection on what I believe is a historical moment, in the sense that we have had provinces from all regions come together under strong federal leadership, where we have an agreement to increase CPP, which is for the betterment of working people today, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments by the member that we got to think in terms of when people retire, that they have a nest egg. But one of the things that I like to pose questions of the opposition on is in regards to, yes, today at CPP, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that the New Democrats are supporting this particular piece of legislation, but I would ask them in terms of just to provide her thoughts in regards to also another major aspect that's been done by this Prime Minister and this government was the increase in the guaranteed income supplement, a significant increase. Many seniors, single seniors will receive literally $900 more in a given year, lifting thousands of them out of poverty. And if she would want to also provide some comment in regards to that, because the pension issue goes far beyond CPP itself.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question, because I wholeheartedly agree that CPP is just one part of a larger issue. And in terms of the GIS, I think this would be an opportune time for this government to ensure that there will be no future clawbacks on the GIS when CPP increases are coming. Also, what we can do to alleviate, because when we raise people out of poverty, let me just go back to something the member described with the guaranteed income supplement. When you raise people out of poverty, let's picture that as a line. How far are we raising people out of poverty? How far up do we raise them out with the GIS? Let me tell you, we still have those same seniors are struggling to decide should they be paying a hydro bill or for medication. And we have lots of working seniors with what are so-called healthy, the lucky ones with a workplace pension, that are still with those struggles. So if we are serious about the structural change that needs to take place, the next thing to tackle for seniors is pharmacare.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Windsor-Tecumseh for
her testimony here, or her speech, and I appreciate her concern for the economic welfare of folks that are retiring and to make sure that they have adequate funds to retire comfortably on. But she is wrong when she says that an increased CPP is not an additional payroll tax, because if something is being forced upon an employer to remit to the government, to the federal government on behalf of an employee, which is what this increased CPP will do, it is an additional tax legislated by this House forced upon employers. And my question to the member would be, I know she has a great appreciation for people's ability to retire and to do that comfortably, but at what point are we pushing our businesses too hard, our small to medium-sized enterprises, the real job creators of our country? At what point have they contributed enough? Good question.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm very disconcerted to hear a respected member's very narrow and alarmingly narrow definition of a tax, because this is not a tax. And I was raised in a small business family. I have a family that was devastated during the recession that dutifully put into investments. I also understand the regulatory environment that we have today for garnishing wages. This CPP is exempt from that. Your everything from student loans to GST to family support is garnished based on your cash flow, what you're taking home. And this is very important if people are going to save for retirement. And in the circle that this member may go in, it's not an issue. But let me tell you, this is extremely relevant in my riding. And small businesses in my riding, the BIAs in Windsor and Tecumseh, have advocated and have talked about how they struggle and the stigma attached to their financial struggle when the narrative becomes, like I've heard over and over today from the other member, that they've made bad choices, that it's their fault. We can't do that anymore. We need a structural change, and the way to address it is for us to look intelligently and meaningfully at other changes that need to take place. But when it comes to the CPP, don't do a disservice to those same small businesses. Do not call it a tax.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-26, the Enhanced Canada Pension Plan the government has introduced. While it may be seen as laudable that the government wants to improve the government pension that future generations may possibly collect, it is odd that they have chosen to increase payments of Canadians today so that potentially one-third of a person's pre-retirement income 40 years from now will be provided for by the government. Mr. Speaker, it makes one question the reason that the government feels compelled to increase pension benefits for future generations. By their own actions today, through deficit financing, they will imperil the ability to save for their future because of the increases in taxes that this government's reckless deficit spending must entail. If you have to pay someone else's bills first, it is hard to save for yourself. With dismay, I watch the government as the government spends billions of taxpayers' dollars today with little regard for where this money comes from, how this money will be repaid, and what sort of damage this current reckless spending will cause these very same future retirees that the enhanced CPP is promising to help. By their own admission, the government wants to increase the monies they collect for workers today on the CPP because there is a belief that not enough Canadians have a pension plan at their work and/or that Canadians are not saving enough of their own resources for the future. Mr. Speaker, let's explore these beliefs. Whether it is a defined benefits plan or a defined contribution plan, both of which are paid for by the employer and employee, nearly 50% of Canadian workers do not have an employer-provided pension plan at work. This may seem like a high number, and perhaps it is, if we believe it is the obligation of the employer to provide a pension on top of a reasonable wage, vacation time, sick time, balanced work life, and the list goes on and on of what an employer ought to be responsible for. However, if nearly 50% of Canadian businesses are small businesses that employ between 1 and 4 people, it may seem a bit onerous on a small businessman to offer an additional pension plan to their 1 or 4 employees. 100% of these workers do contribute to the CPP. So in fact, every worker in Canada does have a pension plan. It is just that some may have a way better plan than others. The argument that not enough Canadian workers have a pension plan at work is really an argument based on envy, that some have a better plan than others, and that ought to be rectified by forcing small businesses to pay more for the future of their employees, some of whom may remain for 1 year and some who may remain for a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, I am pretty confident that most Canadians are in agreement that some form of public pension plan is a benefit to society as a whole. I think a potential disagreement comes from just how much that pension should be and by whom it should be run. The math behind the enhanced CPP is that we will raise the contribution rates and the ceiling at which those contribution rates apply to our public pension scheme to enhance the CPP of all Canadian workers. I am not certain that this math is working very convincingly. Current estimates show that the CPP at present provides a real rate of return of approximately 3.6%, and that this will decrease to around 2.1% for those retiring in 2037, according to the Fraser Institute. Further, currently, the average Canadian worker contributes 4.95% of their income to the CPP. This will increase to 5.95% based on the proposed CPP enhancement. Their employer provides the same contribution. This current total contribution is 9.9%, to rise to 11.9% of your earnings to a maximum amount. The average Canadian wage is $48,200. So an expected contribution of $4,800 per year is invested into a pension scheme for the average Canadian worker. At the age of 65, this same worker can expect to obtain a maximum pension from CPP of approximately $1,000 per month. But because their average wage is less than the pensionable maximum, they will in fact only receive approximately 75% of that amount. Today, the average payout for CPP in Canada is $642 per month. Mr. Speaker, if this same worker earning the same average wage contributes their enhanced 5.95% CPP allotment into their own retirement plan and earn the same rate of return of 3.6% for 45 years, the amount of time needed to obtain the maximum payout from CPP, they would be able to use these funds to pay themselves the maximum amount of $1,000 per month for at least 40 years and still have money left over at the end of this time, approximately $220,000. Of course, if we add in the employer portion, then there is now an 11.9% contribution, and the maximum return is more than attainable. We know that the return is not exact. The worker earning the average wage of $48,000 per year, who should be able to generate $1,000 per month, returned from their own 5.95% contribution over 45 years, now needs to factor in how the overall employee-employer contribution of nearly 12% will go to covering such things as administrative fees to manage the money, provide the maximum $3,500 tax credit for the contribution rebate, and the extra funds that go to those who earn less than the average industrial wage. Mr. Speaker, the argument that not enough Canadian workers have a pension plan at work is in fact not correct and speculative at best. If the CPP is in fact a pension plan, then it really comes down to how that pension plan is being administered. The second item I would like to address is the belief that some Canadians are not saving enough on their own, and so by taking extra funds from their paycheck for an enhanced CPP contribution each month, the government is going to be doing them a favor. If I have limited resources and the government takes more of my resources in order to obligate me to settle for something second-rate, then of course I am not going to be able to save as much of my limited resources since they have already been taken by the government. The C.D. Howe Institute examined 4 pillars or sources of income for retirement in exploring why the government was wanting to enhance the CPP. The first source is government transfers, such as OAS and GIS. The second, the CPP. Thirdly, employment pensions. And the fourth pillar being other assets, such as real estate, financial assets, private business, life insurance, inheritances, and essentially any asset not managed by the government. If the government is truly convinced that they are going to improve the lot of the middle class, then this fourth pillar needs to be paid more attention to in a positive manner. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the government has seen fit to instead meddle in this income source through reducing the tax-free savings account limit, trying to cool the housing market, failing to reduce small business taxes, imposing a carbon tax, and with the enhancement of CPP. This will unduly impact the overall burden on some business activity in Canada by increasing the contribution rate which employees, employers, and the self-employed will have to come up with, and to meet the government's solution to a problem that is beyond them. Taking money from hardworking Canadians' paychecks will make it harder for families to save for such things as vacations, children's post-secondary education, and purchasing a home. Likewise, employers will have to choose between hiring that extra hand or requiring their employees to do more for less. We know that sunny ways in Canada means that the government is wanting to manage all aspects of how we live as Canadians, from cradle to grave. We know that there is nothing this government is not wanting to poke their noses and legislation into. The enhanced CPP proposal is simply another tax of a problem that really isn't a problem. If we look at how society functions, aside there is specific items that a government ought to be responsible for, such as promoting rule-based free trade, ensuring the security of our communities both internally and from activities from abroad, allowing for the free movement of goods and people internally in Canada, then determining how much someone receives in retirement or insinuating that one person's pension is better than another's, and that is somehow bad, seems to be the least of our concerns. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is coming to an end. Please let me finish by quoting Hendrik Brackel of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, May 31st, 2016. Quote, "We're worried of a big tax increase is headed for the middle class, like an elbow to the chest. This comes at the worst possible time. An economy reeling from weak commodity prices and slower consumer spending will be lucky to eke out growth of 1.5% next year. It's difficult to stimulate the economy while pulling money from the pockets of Canadians." End quote. Mr. Speaker, this government talks a big story and loves to use catchphrases, helping the middle class and those who are struggling to join it. Well, between the carbon tax and the CPP tax, that elbow to the middle class has bounced off the chest and is now a hit to the head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
What's become very obvious, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to the speeches here today about CPP, is that you'll easily understand why, and Canadians will understand why it is that the Conservatives are really lost touch with Canadians. Canadians want to see a strong and healthy pension program, whether it's the GIS, the OAS, or today we're talking about the CPP. And what we've witnessed throughout is the Conservative Party still believes that there is no room for improvement in regards to the CPP, even though all the provinces, the provincial governments, many different stakeholders came to the table. Strong national leadership ultimately led to a historical agreement. And my question to the member is, why does he believe the Conservatives are so out of touch with what Canadians and other provincial jurisdictions have been called for on this time in which we should be celebrating more so a historical agreement which is going to help so many retirees into the future?
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. This Liberal government is so keen on studying everything and talking to everybody. But the people they haven't talked to is the CFIB. And the CFIB has indicated that a full 70% of their small business owners disagree with that notion. And so I don't know how the member can say that they've engaged with everybody when small business represents such a big, important factor of this economy, and that small business generates a significant amount of employment and jobs. And those jobs, and by creating those jobs, we have more people contributing to the CPP.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech. And it's interesting hearing my colleague across the way talk about this apparently being a historical agreement. I don't even think it's a historic agreement, Mr. Speaker. But the government has tried to bring together other levels of government in a government knows best approach. But what we're hearing from ordinary Canadians, from business owners, is that they don't want to have to pay more in tax. What they want to do is actually be able to keep more of their own money. That's the approach that we advocated. Could the member talk about why we're better off by giving people the mechanisms to save for themselves?
Honourable Member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
I thank the member for his question and all the good work that he's done. Mr. Speaker, small business is the backbone of this country. And small business include our agriculture industry. And our farmers are out there working day in, day out, and they've been fighting to succeed and get their product to the market. And the Liberal government puts a carbon tax on them, and now they're going to put another tax on these farmers. And these farmers employ people, and they are going to continue to have to pay the CPP for these individuals. So there again, it's another tax that's being added to these farmers, and how are they going to find the laborers and the small people to work for them?
And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now adjourn. And just before we go ahead with the next segment, I'll just remind the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain that there are 2.5 minutes remaining in the time for him for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. And now we'll go on with our adjournment debate, and the honourable member for Regina Lubin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to again ask why the federal government continues to exclude Regina from extended employment insurance benefits. The federal budget extended EI for certain regions in response to the drop in oil prices, but it left out Edmonton, South Saskatchewan, and Regina. The NDP challenged these exclusions, and the government eventually added Edmonton and South Saskatchewan. But the government has still left out Regina. Mr. Speaker, of 8 EI regions across Alberta and Saskatchewan, 7 are currently getting extended benefits. Regina is the only one that is not. This anomaly has real consequences for laid-off workers and their families. I spent this past summer knocking on doors and talking to constituents in Regina Leuven. I met many people on employment insurance who were about to run out of benefits. If they lived in any other part of Saskatchewan, they would have received a benefit extension. Last month, Statistics Canada provided data that confirmed what I heard on the doorstep. On September 22nd, Statistics Canada reported EI figures for July, the first month of extended benefits. As expected, the number of recipients jumped with extended benefits kicking in. Between June and July, the number of people receiving benefits rose by 23% in Saskatoon, 26% in smaller Saskatchewan cities, and 29% in rural and northern areas. Similarly, the number of Albertans receiving benefits jumped by 24% in that month. But the number of workers in Regina receiving benefits dropped by 8%. Mr. Speaker, Regina was the only part of Saskatchewan or Alberta excluded from extended EI benefits. And Regina was the only part of either province where the number of recipients fell. Coincidence? I think not. This summer, laid-off workers in Regina were running out of EI benefits as the extension kicked in elsewhere. We have to ask why the government has chosen to continue excluding Regina. We also have to ask about the deafening silence from Regina's other members of Parliament. The member for Regina Qu'Appelle sent out a press release about the exclusion of South Saskatchewan, but has said nothing about the continued exclusion of Regina itself. Perhaps as a candidate for the Conservative leadership, he cannot advocate for a better social safety net. The member for Regina-Wascana is the most senior cabinet minister in Saskatchewan or Alberta. Yet our city is the only part of either province left out of the benefit extension. What has the member for Regina-Wascana done to advocate for laid-off workers in Regina? Mr. Speaker, it's not too late for the government to do the right thing by including all of Saskatchewan, along with all of Alberta, in extended employment insurance benefits. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to respond to the concerns raised by the member opposite.
Let me assure all the members of this House that our government is providing Canadians with the help that they need.
The measures included in our budget, Mr. Speaker, improve the employment insurance program by making it more responsive to the needs of Canadian workers and employers. 12 EI economic regions were first identified in Budget 2016 as qualifying for the extended EI benefits due to the downturn in the commodity sector. This means that the duration of EI regular benefits has been extended by 5 weeks, up to a maximum of 50 weeks for eligible claimants in those 12 EI economic regions that have experienced sudden, sharp, and sustained increases in unemployment. Up to an additional 20 weeks of benefits will be available for long-tenured workers. And in the budget, Mr. Speaker, we also committed to continue monitoring the economic situation across the country. We did exactly that, Mr. Speaker. We fulfilled that commitment by announcing that 3 more EI economic regions, namely Edmonton, Southern Interior British Columbia, and Southern Saskatchewan, met the criteria to also qualify for those extended benefits. Mr. Speaker, the addition of these 3 new regions completes the assessment and no more regions will be added.
While the level of unemployment is troubling, EI is supporting those who need it.
This economy is undergoing significant changes, which mean that our EI system needs to adapt to these changes while continuing to help those workers most in need, Mr. Speaker. In some cases, help is needed because they have lost their job through no fault of their own. For some others, it is because they have left the workforce to raise children or provide care for a loved one. When Canadians find themselves out of work, they know that they can count on the EI program, and that is why we eliminated provisions that disadvantage workers newly entering or re-entering the workforce. An estimated 50,000 additional claimants will become eligible for EI benefits as a result of this measure. Also, we reversed the changes that put pressure on unemployed workers to move away from their communities and take lower-paying jobs. But it doesn't end there, Mr. Speaker. EI consultations have been launched on maternity, paternal, and caregiver benefits, as well as unpaid leaves under the Canada Labour Code. We are working towards developing more flexible parental benefits and more inclusive EI support for caregivers. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, our government is responding to the unemployment situation across the country.
Believe me, we take it to heart, and we are working diligently to bring about more positive change to support Canadian workers.
Insurance, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that it works for our economy and works for all Canadians. Our government has been clear and transparent from the very start about the methodology that was used to select regions, and the data used is publicly available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, I would thank the member across the way for his candour to the point of bluntly stating that no more regions will be added to extended employment insurance. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this is terrible news for workers in Regina who have been laid off due to the same downturn in oil prices that has afflicted all other parts of Saskatchewan and Alberta. What we didn't hear from the member across the way was any sort of rationale or explanation for why Regina was left out when every other part of Saskatchewan and all of Alberta were included. I would also ask the member across the way in his final minute to let this House know what, if anything, the member for Regina-Wascana did to advocate for workers in our city and to make the case for Regina being included in the benefit extension. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you to the honourable member, and thank you to you, Mr. Speaker. And just to reiterate that this issue is top of mind for our government. The flexibility built into the EI program allows it to respond efficiently to deteriorating economic conditions in local markets, and I want to assure my colleagues that we are not standing idly by while Canadians are losing their jobs. We will continue to strengthen and promote existing tools and services. As I mentioned, we have eliminated the requirements that restrict access for workers who were entering or re-entering the labour market. We have introduced more flexibility for those while working on claim. We are improving service by investing $92 million in Service Canada. Canadians deserve no less, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to improve our EI program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to our next speaker, just a reminder to all honourable members that during our adjournment proceedings, it's certainly permissible for members to take the seat in the chamber of their choice. Adjournment debate is less formal than the usual debates in the House and sometimes improves the collegiality and exchange that takes place, much like in a take-note debate and such. And that was not a commentary at all on the previous exchange, not being collegial at all. It was certainly fine. But just sometimes members are not aware, in fact, that, and I know we're creatures of habit, we tend to always speak from the seat that we usually are appointed to, but your members are welcome to take other seats if they wish. Even on the other side of the chamber, I've seen members do that. So, I mean, that's perfectly fine. We're going to resume debate, and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is quite timely that I have the opportunity to again raise the issue of human rights in China and to talk about the Canadian response to it. Certainly, I've heard the government's talking points on this issue before, so I want to say very clearly at the outset that I think all of us in this House support constructive engagement with China. There isn't debate about that fundamental principle. Indeed, the previous government engaged China, and at the same time, trade increased. But we also talked very tough when it came to fundamental issues of human rights. When Conservatives first took office, we raised the profile of abuses of human rights by the Chinese government. We were aggressive in our advocacy around consular cases, as well as the rights of Falun Gong practitioners, Tibetans, Uyghurs, Christians, and all Chinese people, who are just as deserving as the full rights enumerated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as anyone else's. Now, while talking tough on human rights, we increased Canadian exports to China by nearly 22% in 2007, and then another 10% in 2008. In fact, exports grew the most during the period of the toughest talk on human rights. This data should clearly demonstrate that we do not have to choose between being true to our values and pursuing our economic interests. Indeed, we can do both. And we can engage China in concert with our allies, supporting like-minded countries in the region as they stand up for a properly multilateral process for resolving issues in the South China Sea and a rule of law and human rights-based approach to trade. It is not a choice between engaging China and engaging our allies. It's simply to say that we will be stronger in our engagement with China if we do so on the basis of collaboration with our allies. Now, this government has talked about standing up for our values, but unfortunately has missed every opportunity to actually do so. And there's many examples that we could give. The ongoing negotiations, it seems, of an extradition treaty, the fact that a Canadian journalist was berated by a Chinese minister while our foreign minister stood by, the fact that even a spokesman for the Prime Minister's office declined to criticize China's so-called justice system. The realities of human rights abuses in China are, I think, clear and well known to all members. Experts say that China executes more people than any other country in the world, often for nonviolent crimes, often for things that are not crimes at all. Despite denials by the Chinese premier when he was here in Canada, we know that there is widespread use of torture, and this is a quote from Alex Neve from Amnesty International. He said, "We stand by our assessment that there are a vast array of very serious human rights concerns. Torture is widespread and rampant throughout the country and backed up by near total impunity." We know that Chinese human rights abuses affect all Chinese citizens, but especially members of certain key communities. Communities like Falun Gong practitioners who are the victims of execution as well as of organ harvesting, and significant concerns about the abuses that the Falun Gong community faces. Tibetan community, I have the honor of being the vice chair of the Canada-Tibet Parliamentary Friendship Group, and there are ongoing severe abuses of the Tibetan community, and there has been an issue of Canadian officials actually being able to get access when they request it to the Tibetan region. The persecution facing the Uyghur Muslim community in eastern China. In many cases, people within that community not even being allowed to fast during Ramadan. Ongoing abuses of the Christian communities, and in general, we see efforts by the Chinese government to infiltrate different religious communities and try and control every aspect of their practice. Not necessarily to facially outlaw them outright, but to try and micromanage their practice, to try and dictate things that would be against their values. So we need to have engagement that reflects Canadian interests and Canadian values. I'm calling on the government to engage with China in that way.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's a pleasure and an honour to rise again in the House to debate my honourable colleague on a matter of great importance to the House and to Canadians. And I debate my honourable colleague, but I'll reiterate that we agree on the fact that Canadians expect their government to be a voice for promotion of human rights around the world. And I also agree with the honourable member that we need to have a constructive approach in dealing with China. You don't have to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. It's documented that the previous government had a hot and cold approach dealing with China. There are times when they spoke fondly of the need for engaging with China, and there are times when they were aggressive and really disinterested in dealing with China. What our government had committed is to renewing our relationship with China, not on an ideological basis, but on a principled basis. We all know that China's economy is the second largest economy in the world. It's our second largest trading partner, and we need to have a constructive and a meaningful relationship with China. But we also need to be frank and honest with China. We need to be able to sit across the table with Chinese officials and to voice our concerns. Our Prime Minister, who visited China recently, was not quiet about our desire to see China hold its international obligations to universal human rights. He was not quiet about the fact that Chinese constitutions dictates that the Chinese government must protect the rights of minorities. But we know that minorities in China's minorities' rights are not respected. We have spoken out for the rights of minorities, whether they are Uyghur Muslims, whether they are Tibetan Buddhists, whether they are Falun Gong practitioners, whether they are Christians, or any other minorities. We know that there are practices by the Chinese governments that do not respect those minorities' rights. And we have called out the Chinese government to ensure that they uphold their international obligations. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Minister has spoken out privately and publicly. The Prime Minister has spoken out privately and publicly. But we know we need to have a constructive relationship for China in order to ensure that we produce results. And I'm not talking economic results, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about results for minorities who live in China. Because we know a fair China will be good for the world, will be good for Canada. So we have not shied away from raising these issues. In fact, Mr. Speaker, last May, our government also announced the creation of the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion. We have tripled the previous government's budget and made sure that that office, that voice is loud and is consistent and is reliable when it comes to the promotions of human rights around the world, including China. And we have mandated all of our ambassadors, including in China, to make sure that every aspect that they are dealing with foreign governments, that human rights is an important and integral pillar of all aspects or all files that we deal with, make sure that our ambassadors, our heads of missions promoting human rights in whoever and whatever file they're dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I really wish that were true. I really wish we were seeing principled engagement from this government. But anybody can look at the media stories on this. They can look at the refusal during our important discussions about extradition, about the refusal to criticize the Chinese justice system. They can look at how our foreign minister stood by while the Chinese foreign minister attacked a journalist for asking legitimate questions on human rights. They can look at the fact that this government is negotiating an extradition treaty with a country that executes more people than any other country in the world. And it's not just about getting exceptions from the death penalty when it comes to extradition. It's also about having a credible system of justice. We have a case of Mr. Salil, a Canadian citizen, that's been in prison in over 10 years without consular access. This is the kind of regime we're dealing with. So the government needs to step it up and actually do something in terms of principled engagement. They need to follow the words with actions.
Speaker, I want to remind my honourable colleague that the case of Hussein Jalil is very important to our government, but he knows that he's been in detention there for 10 years. What did the previous government do? Did they, I mean, if it was that simple, why didn't the previous government solve this case? So all I ask from the honourable member is some humility. And I'm not suggesting that there's no room for debate here. Let's talk about extradition, Mr. Speaker. Our Foreign Affairs Minister was very clear. There's no negotiations ongoing right now. But we learned today in the Globe and Mail that the previous government sent 300 individuals back to China for prosecution. So let's not fool ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We of course don't want Canada to be a safe haven for criminals. But we also must make sure that when dealing with the Chinese government, they know what Canadians expect and what the Canadian government expects. We expect the uphold of human rights domestically and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to ask my question in connection with the question I asked previously about national defense and the process to replace the CF-18s. When the Conservatives were in power, they were often criticized for not doing anything, not having a procurement strategy, an open and transparent bidding process, and so on. Now, things appear to be repeating themselves. There seems to be a head-down charge to get these Super Hornets instead of making the best choice for our armed forces. The problem remains that there has been no statement of requirements, operational requirements, for the replacement of the CF-18s. They used the F-35 technical specs, and they wrote their statement of operational requirements based on what the F-35s would provide. That's not how you go about it. When you're stating your operational requirements in a genuine fashion, you take everything you need, you write it down, and you don't go by an existing technical specs sheet. When it's done right, no jet fighter will fully fit the statement of operational requirements. It's that simple. Because if you don't base it on the technical specs, some things will be met and other criteria won't be met, and you do an overall assessment and you decide which is the best fit of the available jet fighters. If you had an open and transparent process, if you had a genuine statement of operational needs, well, then you could actually come up with a choice to replace the CF-18s and make the right decisions. But we still don't know what's going on. We still don't know why the Conservatives had opted for 69 aircraft. Nobody, I've been asking questions for years, and no one has explained to me why we needed 69 fighters, not 60, not 75. Nobody's been able to explain to me where that number, 69, came from. I think it's time for more clarity when it comes to replacing the CF-18s. There's been virtually no discussion of the other options. What about the Eurofighter, for example? What about people talk about the Super Hornets and the F-35s, but it's as if there were no other options. I think if we're going to make the right choices, we have to be aware of what is coming. There's no reflection going on here. People are just charging forward with their heads down. It's like they're shopping at Toys R Us. Or is it just the minister chooses his favorite toy to replace the CF-18s? This is not about fashion or style. They're not shopping for dresses here. This is one of the most important procurement decisions in Canadian history. We can't have a process that's not open and transparent and that's not done with common sense and logic. Unfortunately, the Liberals appear to be doing exactly what the Conservatives did. They're just charging ahead without even being aware of all the options and the gravity of the choice before them. I'd like to hear what the Parliamentary Secretary has to say about that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, and I'm seriously contemplating moving to another spot. I wonder if I move to a front bench, do I automatically become a minister at the same time? Possibly if I move down there, become a prime minister. I appreciate the advice that we can talk from any seat. The honourable member raises a perfectly legitimate question, and I'm glad she's done that because the government has not let grass grow under its feet. We are very aware that this is one procurement mandate that we need to get done within this mandate, and sooner, I would say sooner rather than later. So I do want to thank the honourable member for raising the issue, and of course the government is committed to a well-equipped and modern military, and in particular with respect to the jets. So the honourable member will appreciate, she possibly more than most members in this House, that we inherited a bit of a procurement mess. We had from the previous government, we had a bit of a system that was a risk-adverse system designed by risk-adverse people to purchase an inherently risky piece of equipment. And so the utility of the previous government's activities was actually quite limited. So the first stage of the process was to get Cabinet, in effect, to sign off on what we need as a jet. And that was done in the early part of this year. Speaker, the Cabinet considered the various needs of the Canadian military to secure the appropriate jet to replace the F-18, and therefore provided the minister with the guidance as necessary in order to be able to get the right jet for the Canadian military. The second step was initiated on July the 6th, and this is in direct response to the honourable member's concerns about whether all available aircraft are being considered. And at that point, during July and August, the government consulted with and sought information from Eurofighter, Boeing, Dassault, Lockheed Martin, and Saab Group. And that's basically all of the jets that are on offer, Mr. Speaker. So all 5 companies were consulted. They were asked for up-to-date information. They were asked for their specs as far as to what the jet can do and what payload it can carry, and all of the various statement of requirements that she refers to. So that information was put together over the course of the summer and is currently being analyzed, which is the third stage of the process, and is moving forward in an appropriate fashion. Ultimately, that information that is being collected and collated and analyzed will be reduced to a memorandum to Cabinet. And that will be the next and hopefully further stage of this procurement. And that will ultimately result in a decision to Cabinet. May I assure the honourable member that the government is very seized with this particular procurement, and that it is moving forward at a pace and in a manner that is lightning speed in government speak. So I would like to give the honourable member more detail, but may I say that this procurement in particular is moving in a open, transparent fashion as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because my colleague was with me on the National Defence Committee under the last government, he'll understand this question. We did get access to some secret documents, classified documents. Of course, there were steps taken to protect the confidentiality of that information, but it gave us a better understanding of the file. So does the government intend to make the details, for example, the statement of operational requirements, the analyses, and so on, everything that was done through Cabinet, is that going to be made available to the committee that will be struck under C-22, for example? Will opposition members who are critics for their party, will they get access to that information too, so that they can understand and do their own analysis of whether the decision was done right for the future of our armed forces and whether it was really the best decision possible? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member for her question again. The question is somewhat premature in that the material is being assembled and analyzed and reduced, if you will, to a memorandum to Cabinet, and that in turn will go forward in its own fashion and own time. Subsequent to that, the material will presumably be made available in as open a fashion as is possible. The government's position is generally that we are open by default. And so there will be an open, transparent process which the honourable member will be able to examine after a decision is made. But I can assure the honourable member that at this stage, no decision has been taken. A lot of the information necessary to make a decision has been gathered and is in the process of being presented. And hopefully, the honourable member will raise this issue again. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.